heart and not your body. The truth is there for who have eyes to see. Partiality has no place in this judgment. Remember the words of prophecy. Children run, come, the truth and right. That's what I'm about. You know the truth and right. Teach it to the children. You know the truth and right. Teach it to the children, but they should know. No. Children say a little prayer every night before you go to sleep. Cause tomorrow is promised to no one. When you think it's peace and safety, Lord, it could be sudden destruction. But we know, yes we know. Remember I say a few words to you. Remember the word I am saying to you right now. And for tomorrow and henceforth I say, render your hearts and not your garments. The truth is there for whoever has to see.
Yeah.
Partiality has no place in this judgment. Just remember the words of prophecy. I say, children run, come, the truth and rise. That's what I'm about.
Grand rising. Big up, bless up. Just a quickie. Yeah. Yes, people. Just a quick one, just a quick one. So definitely hope, you know what I mean? Everyone is in good working order this morning. You know what I mean? As I always say, let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. For those of us that have lived to see another day, how you don't know, no one is promised the minute, the hour, the second, nothing. Yeah, life can come and go just like that, for real, for real, for real. So that's the first thing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Big up, big up, big up. All right, so listen, I ain't even come to tarot too long, man, but bloody hell, I just heard some things, boy. Someone said, fuck it, my Francesca, you know what I mean? Have a right to reply to those that may or may not want to listen, you know what I mean? But you see, mouth meant for talk, you know what I mean? Mouth meant for talk. And sometimes the mouth can be a very dangerous thing, you know what I mean? A very dangerous thing. But so obviously, I know at some point my brother is he's gonna hear this in it. So really, you know. So I'll just basically I've been up tonight because I've got some different settings this morning. So I was up tonight, and you know what I mean. Went into Rass's thing and fucking. Obviously, you know I've got my trolls and that. Yeah. So there's one in particular called Pussy Black, aka Squidgy Black. You know what I mean? And he's doing his normal trolling thing, you know what I mean? Obviously, as per normal, being disrespectful, this, that, and the other. More time I leave them in it, but I was there tonight, whatever. So I'm dealing with this troll now. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? I'm dealing with this troll. Boom. Rats comes in, and he starts going off. You understand what I'm saying to you? But there's quite a few things that Ras, you're saying that are just not true. You understand what I'm saying to you? They're just not true, and you keep doing it. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you think it's one whereby if you keep saying it, it's going to become true. You know what I mean? You said a lot, in fact, in a short amount of time, you said a lot, Ras. You get me? And unfortunately, most of it was not true. You know what I mean? So I don't even know where I start. Where do I start? Yeah, as per normal, you know what I mean? You was talking about this whole real and Maggie channel and boycotting and divine and spice, and, you know what I mean? And you just keep mixing up my name, mixing up my name, mixing up my name. So what I'm gonna say to you is bring your delil as to what it is that I've said in it. Not what Lady Divine has said, not what Spice has said, but what Nine Ether has said. You know what I'm saying to you? So do that in it. You're saying that I said that I'm gonna boycott Real's panel. I don't believe I ever said that, man. You understand me? I know for ages you were telling me what am I doing over there, foot bottom, all of these things. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. I made a couple of shows myself, Bunny Reel, about, I can't remember what it was. You understand? I came onto your panel and you're saying, nah, sis, like, I didn't want you to go on there because I'm making a tune and it's got a bar in there about no black woman will be seen dead on your panel. And basically my presence over there was kind of like mashing up your lyrics. That's what I understood when we had the conversation. And I think that was on a Saturday. I don't remember me ever saying, yeah, Benjamin, I'll go back over there saying I remember this, remember that. I definitely don't remember that. But, you know what I mean? You are the re-record king. So if you could bring the video on that, you know what I mean? Bring it, come. And if I'm wrong, I can definitely apologize. But I don't believe I ever said that I'm going to boycott it, this, that, and the other. Now, I know Lady Divine has said it, and I believe you've got the lead on her saying these things, you get me? But obviously, I'm not Lady Divine, innit? What comes out of my mouth is what comes out of my mouth. And you like to do this guilt by association thing, and it's just dead food, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? Stick to what I've said, isn't it? Yeah? So that's the first thing. You get me? And you really are passionate about that. You know what I mean? No black woman be caught dead over there, this, that, and wine won't be caught over there, salsa, all my blacks. You see this next thing you do. I see you've got this little trick where you think, or you try to what's the word? Divide me from the sisters and that. You get me? You've done it once, twice, 3 times at least. You know what I mean? I know my sisters wouldn't this, that, and the other. Well, thank God the sisters out there are a little bit more fucking clever, innit? You get me? Because thus far it hasn't really worked, as far as I know. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? And why do you feel the need to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why? My sister, why? I mean? Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. Some real merchant of division thing. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? But it's not even working. Big up yourself, Lady Dominique. You understand what I'm saying? She always comes to me with her direct questions and I'll always answer her, no problem. Like I said in it, I stand on truth and rights, in it. So there's nothing that I'm out here saying that I don't, you know what I mean, believe to be true. You know what I mean? But all this, your black sisters and all that, please, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, just stop it, man. Do you know what I mean? Allow people to have an opinion without trying to flipping exile them. You know what I mean? And like I said to you before, who are you out here representing anyway? Yeah, and then I heard you keep going back to the whole Rambo thing. You know what I mean? Like, fuck's sake, talk about Groundhog Day. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's like you've got more vibes for me because it was on my station than you do for Rambo. And he was the one that was coming out with all the stuff. You know what I mean? You got more vibes for me and Divine because we were there than you do for Rambo, and he was coming out with the stuff. Mad thing. Anyway, what else? What other kind of madness did I hear you say now? What else? Oh yeah, and 90%. What rest haven't you had anyone suck your dick before? Me like, oh my gosh, man. No context. You know what I mean? You just throw out all these statements without no context. No context, no nothing. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. Like, seriously. But I say for you to come and jump on here, you said, nah, you wouldn't even do that. You know what I mean? So if anything, I'll meet you up in G Block if we need to. You know what I mean? But you have to stop all this slander, Rasta. It's not a good look, man. Slander. I don't think I heard you say anything this morning that was true. Yeah, when you can't catch when you can't catch me saying things, you'll be like, oh, and I don't say this, but she means this. You've done all this shit before, and I had to address it before, and I don't really want to do it again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I never said that I'm boycotting the lines, then this, that, never. All I said to you was do your thing, Ras. That's all I said. Do your thing. The last time you had up my name in red and in lights, I just said do your thing. That's all I said. Yeah. Now, when you want to talk about the boycott and all them thing there, maybe you have to speak to Lady Divine and Spice and all that. You know what I mean? At least if you're gonna accuse me of something, accuse me of what I've said, innit? Not of what you want me to say or what you think I've said. What else? Oh yeah, then I heard you say about what you want me to go and phone Boogs. What? Phone him, Ras. Phone him. If you and Boogs want to come and let's do this, man. Because I ain't said nothing to Boogs that I'm ashamed of or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, Ras, come on, man. And then I heard going through, Bridget, you see all of them things there, man. Like, seriously. Yeah. See you, yeah. Anyway, you kind of stopped yourself. So I'll allow you for that one. Yeah, but, oh, man. Just bad. Just nonsense, man. And then you got all these people in the chat to try to violate. You get me? And because I was responding to them, you want to come and jump on me. Stop it, man. But yeah, I mean, if we have to meet up in G Block, then we'll have to meet up in G Block, innit? You said you're not jump on you, so no problem. All your little lemmings. Anyway, what else did you say now? Oh yeah, so your sisters, although black women still go on reels. What else? Oh yeah, as per normal, trying to bring in other people. What else? What else? I'm just going off my mind now. Sure. Oh yeah, this whole Sarah thing and all that. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe you still talk about these things, man. You know what I mean? You want me to associate with Sarah. Any association like how it's all because of you. It's all because of you. Bless up yourself, sis. Bless up yourself, man. You know what I mean? And the thing is, it's so dangerous. The way in which you do word association and group association and like it's very dangerous, man. And it's very emotional as well, but it's very dangerous. No matter how much I said to you, but I'm here with you, I'm rocking with you, you still want to put me with like I don't know what your game is. Well, in fact I do, but boy, star. May I tell you, sir, 2020, man, it's a whole new fucking decade and you're still talking the same shit, man. You know what I mean? Bare fucking lies, man. Bare fucking lies. Mm-mm-mm-mm. About brother, but if I wanted to phone books, phone books. You know what I mean? Phone books. I know exactly what I said to like phone books, innit? You know what I mean? I don't know what you and Bugs are chatting about, but phone him, bring him, come, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm supposed to be scared or something. But it's just ridiculous, man. Ah, yes, it's sorry. Look, 7 o'clock already. Bloody hell, the morning's gone so quick. Now all it is anyway, it don't even matter, man. Sure. So yeah, man, like these come with truth and rights. That's what I'm saying, innit? It's just lies, man. Lies, lies. Spicy wasn't even one of them ones, man. But like, I'm just sick of, you know what I mean? Like the lies, man. It just runs over people's tongue like. You don't know. Oh no, sis. Like, I don't even know why I'm. I don't even know why I'm even addressing it this morning. It ain't nothing new, but sure it's a new decade and that. But fuck me, man. Look like people are gonna be talking about the same old things, which are just not true, man. You know what I mean? Right, yeah. And this thing about Islam, Russ, as well, man. Like, why do you keep trying to mix up my name? I love Muslim. Like, what? Who out here hates Muslims? You know what I mean? You know that we don't even talk. Oh no, neither didn't grow up with Christian. But these are the things that you know. So why do you have to keep mentioning it? You get me? When I have my show, we don't even talk about these things. You understand me? The only time that I got mentioned regarding Islam and whatever is when I was with you. And the first instance in which it happened is when I was defending you. Yeah, because you had some madman from North England coming on to your show talking the most disgusting things about you. I'm defending you, you know what I mean? And you know the rest. And then look where I am now, X amount of years later, and look where you are. Yeah, Martin. I'm telling you, sis, I'm telling you. But you know when man's playing to, like the thing is, yeah, like I said, I don't even mind if it's truth and right. So, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you got all these people trying to violate, and they're not even representations of me. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. Like, oh my god, it's like you just open that the door gets opened and then boom. You know what I mean? Matting, man. All because of what? Because what? Because I had a come on, man. But lies upon lies, man. So go and get your record box and come and bring the things that I've said. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Because I notice you always trying to put me with Lady Divine and Spicy, but you never talk about the things that I say. I don't know if you're scared of Lady Divine, you know what I mean? And you don't want to deal with her directly, but you look like you got energy for me. What? Because I'm the Larry girl and all that. Whoa. I mean, just bare lies, man, to suit your narrative, and I don't like that, man. I don't don't even mind if it's things that I've said, man. But when you're doing it to suit your own narrative, I don't like that, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, and yeah, try to make this Islam thing and me. Nah, that's so dead, man. That's so dead. And the thing is, you would think after seeing what happened to Jegs and a couple other people that, you know what I mean, we wouldn't play those games, but like people still want to play them type of games, man. Allow it, I'll speak for me and stand alone. No, so that me I say, my girl, you see what I'm saying to you, but all I'm hearing is divine and that's what I'm saying to you. No, I think he's just scared of you, sis, to be honest. But he thinks that, you know what I mean, I'm the low-hanging fruit or something, man. Mad thing. But yeah, I don't like lies, and I don't mind when you know what I mean, the truth and that. But when you lie on me, I don't like that, man. And there's a lot of lies and a lot of slander, man. And it's like people, man, don't even care. You know what I mean? If you, as long as people gets his point over and that. And I don't like that because I'd never lie on a guy. You get me? Bless up yourself, Divine.
Good morning, sis. Good morning.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
Sis, I've been sitting back, watching, filing my nails. I've been laughing. I can't even lie. I've been
Mm.
laughing. I've been not gonna lie. I spent all day at the funeral and all that was yesterday, innit? So
Oh,
I've been
see.
minding my own damn business, having a nice little send off, seeing friends, families I ain't seen from years, doing my frigging thing, enjoying my life with the real black community. You see me?
Come on.
That's what I've been doing. You get me? I come on, lad, and I've been watching for a couple of hours still. I'm not gonna lie, I'm full up a liquor. I'm not even gonna front yet. I find this absolutely hilarious. I've been watching all the chats. I've been watching both streams going live. I've been watching it all go down. I don't know if you're aware that the other streams going live as well and they're commentating on the situation. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. Because
Uh-uh.
because I saw you in the other chat. So I've been, like I said, I do what I do. I represent me, Lady Divine. I'm hearing my name all over the place. It's like Lady Divine gives people life around this place. You get me? Without a Lady
Mm.
Divine, there ain't no life in these souls. These people are soulless. They've got no energy. They've got no life. They've got no word to talk for their own. They're riding off the back of my name. Cut it out. Do your thing. Lady Divine speaks for Lady Divine. Lady Divine's opinion is Lady Divine's opinion. I don't speak for nobody. Nobody don't speak for me. So let's cut that one out. Let's one and for all. And then I'm hearing, oh yeah, swiney far, Lady the Swine. I'm hearing all of that. And I'm just kicking back laughing because I know my black community's got my back. And in
You
my
see what I'm
ends,
saying, sis?
that's where
You know that
my
you
black
got black people
community is, in
saying
it.
it, you know.
That's where my Windrush is, in it. That's
Come
where
on.
my West Indians are, in it. So I don't give a shit what none of these fools want to step online, who want
Yeah.
up on panel, who want chat what they want chat behind scene and don't want to say it up front to the people's faces. That's for them business. But I know in my community, amongst my people that reflect me and look like me, I know where my love is. But I know the bullshit.
I
I
know.
literally find this funny. I find it funny.
No, and I completely agree, sis. You get me? See, but you know me, like I say, you know, you have your name, sis. You know them ones, and
Mm-hmm.
like people, like they're working very hard to try and, you know what I mean, muddy up my name and that. You know what I mean? It's not working amongst the people that I care about. That's a definite.
Yeah.
However, still, I have to question the motive behind it.
But
You know
sis,
what
you
I
already
mean?
know. Let's not be silly,
Because
sis.
all
We
I
know
was
the
doing
motive. We're big women
was
out here. We
running
can
out
see the little games. We see it. We're not little girls trying to clout, running behind man, trying to get clout.
no,
We're big
we're not
brass women. We
big
see
women.
Wagwan.
Mm.
We see the little tactics these little boys are playing online, trying to rep like they're man. Man, they wouldn't know the meaning of the M, much less the A, much less the M. Come off it. When I'm on the road and I'm with real man in my real community, that my father is a man. The man that
Mm-mm.
represents me is a man. Them little
Trust
jump
me.
and sound boy can represent me. Are you funny? Are you trying to be funny? Them little jump and sound boy can delegate and tell me where I can't go, who I shouldn't speak to, what panel I shouldn't be on, who I can must chat to and who I mustn't chat. Move on, boy. Who you chatting to? I have to laugh. I have to freaking laugh. Let me tell you something. I learned about man from the best man in my life to this day, and that's my dad. And you see, when I spent the whole day with my dad, and I gave my first dance to my dad and my last dance to my dad, no boy on road can chat to me.
Big up, daddy,
None.
man.
Do you understand? I'm a daddy's girl, so you can't tell me. You think a little jump and sound boy online, bag of chat online can chat and delegate anything to me and tell me when we can move on where.
My
What what
daddy's
part what
landing
part
at
of
eight
what
o'clock this
actual part of
morning.
life do you play in my life? What actual what do you bring to my life to be trying to think you got any chat for me? Are you dumb? Like, God damn. See, I'm not even gonna lie. I've still got alcohol in my system, yes. I'm on a roll, but just watching the foolishness. Like, oh, that's why
Mm.
Lefa jumped on me to protect Raj. I'm like, what? I didn't hear that.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
didn't
Yeah,
hear
that's what
that.
I'm saying to you. And then he
I
goes back and just creates this. Oh, and I'm like, wow. And even when it's being played and you can hear one, they're still
He's
trying
still
to
trying to remix it. I find it funny. And then you got the comment section trying to tell you a next thing about Bridget altogether when they're the biggest mix up in there. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I literally just sat back, watched, and just busting up. We're all busting up just watching the foolishness. Like, we're literally laughing over here. Literally.
And
I'm like,
trying
am
to
I really
divide
witnessing
me from
this?
the witness sister. You know what I mean? Like, where? I don't understand. Like,
All
how
you said is
you,
come
as
over
a
and
man,
slow
you're
it.
trying, it don't make no sense to me, man. It's just crazy.
Foolishness. I could not believe what I was
My
listening
sister
to.
melanated.
I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. These are my real black women. My real black. Do you do anything for them though? What do you do? What do you actually do for them? I'm like, let me know what you're doing for these people, innit? And then you got taught for me. Until then, my boy, just shut up. You're a bag of noise on the internet. Like, cut it out. Like, I'm sick of like even going back and forth with you at this point. It's pathetic. I should be schooling you. You're my son. And I'm gonna make sure I lead you to the right place. You're my son, and I'm gonna look after you, rude boy. I find it funny because if this was real life, you wouldn't be chatting all that grease. Yeah, I just find it funny. I literally find it funny. Oh, I don't know, sis. You just can't even give him that energy no more. It's like we give them energy. Without us, there's no show, there's no title, there's nothing for them to talk about. Apparently my man said he's going to bed at midnight. What time is it? You're still behind. I'm not even around, and my name's giving you the most life. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I
I'm just
don't
trying to
know,
figure
sis.
you out.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But the vitriol that comes with some of the statements, I'm like, wow.
No, but it's the remember you got to do that to rally up the troops behind you to give you the boost you need, innit?
Well, they were
You
very
need
much.
you need you need the non-black troops to rally behind you to give you the boost you need. Don't remember that. Don't ever forget that.
Trust me, but boy.
Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, Jack. I find this hilarious. 1 second.
Salute, brother Born Rich. Salute, Triple M. Hope you're well, brother Born Rich. Hope you're well, man. Hope you're well. Yeah, family, man. It's yeah. You know, the emperor in his new clothes, man. I'll just leave it at that. But my thing, if you're gonna talk about me, like make it be based on truth and rights, man. And all I heard was lies and slander and mix up. You know what I mean? And the lies and slander with the passion it's dangerous, man. You know what I mean? And this still this thing with sorrow and oh my gosh, man. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mad. You know, it's very mad. All because I said clan. Like people are so literal as well. Like, oh my gosh, man. Shit. You know what I mean? Oh my god, man. Mm-mm-mm. But it is what it is, family. It is what it is, man. Yeah, I think a few things may have to be addressed at some point, man. You know what I mean? But like I said, man, stand on truth and rights, innit? And then I can reply to truth and rights. I can't reply to lie and slander. You know what I mean? And echo chamber. You know what I mean? And you mentioned bugs. Bring bugs, come, no problem. You know what I mean? Yeah. What could he? Oh dear. Mm-mm-mm. Man, them boy. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, family. So anyway, look, today's the what? The 28th. Oh my gosh. Usually it will be the last day of the month, but you know it's a leap year this year. Yeah, man. Some of them trolls really don't like the 9, boy. Woo! Love it. But like Divine was saying, that really and truly, the only reason why it doesn't bother me, as I said before, is because they're not really my people. They're not our community. They're not my community. Do you know what I mean? But it just goes to show, you know what I mean, how people will go on when given the opportunity. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I've been telling the family for morning, man. For morning. But you know, some of us learn quick, some of us learn slow. I think that just references this part. You're taking my walk. Your walk. Talk. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I hear that spice, man. You know what I mean? You know, usually I allow it in it, but the slander, man, Lord of gosh, man. And And I don't like that thing when you bring in the Islam and Muslim team, like you're trying to rally up. I don't like that, man. Do you know what I mean? I think that's very dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Yes, grand rising scattered, you know, so when I say morning, them say grand risings. So big up yourself, my brethren. Big up yourself. No, you know what scattered? Nothing, man. It was just some lies and slander again on me, man. And I was up in it and kind of coming to address it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a leaf out of your book and just done it. This one, man. But you know, scattered, when people lie and slander, it's not a good look. But you know, I swear it, God, I swear it, God, I swear it, God, I swear it, God. Ooh, how are you this morning? You okay?
Yes,
Right,
so it is. Yeah, sorry.
right.
Oh God. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. And my suggestion to you is this, in it. That people are gonna do what they're gonna do in it. They're gonna chat what they're gonna chat and they're gonna say what they're gonna say. Since you can't take up everything, can take it up on your shoulders, you know. It's the same
No,
way we're
no.
saying, it's the same way we're saying we can't be policed. We can't police other people. It works. One hand can wash the other. You understand? So what I'm saying is this: if they're gonna slander, let them do it. It ain't hurting you in any way, shape, or form. You're still going back to your community. You're still dealing with your people. Your life is still good. It ain't stopping no money coming in your pocket. Your kids, them ain't suffering. Your family ain't suffering. Let them do what they do for clicks, likes, and views. Just let them do it. They're gonna do it anyway. Just
True.
laugh. Like, I've got to the point that it's just laughable at this point. Just don't even retaliate. Like, you'll just laugh. You're done out here, innit? Just laugh. But the same way I'm saying, no one's gonna still try to tell you anything. Like, they're gonna have their opinions. Everyone's entitled to an opinion at the end of the day.
Yep.
You just can't take it upon yourself. Let them have their opinion. Like, don't get mad. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
No, it's sure talk
Do a
still.
Frozen on them. Just let it go.
I'm sure talk still. But like us, and I know you're right, and I'm not gonna bang on, but it's just because it's based on lies, isn't like, you know what I mean? Slander, like,
When is it not based on
yeah,
lies? It's been based on lies from the jump.
yeah.
That's why you can't take it seriously at this point. Like, we're a whole how many months on and they're still going on about it? Man, it's their issue, not yours. Because no one else is talking about it but you. So let them continue to talk about it. Ain't nobody else talking about it. So clearly,
So let's switch it up then one time, innit? I think.
yeah, just switch it up because it's pointless at this
Yeah,
point.
they probably got enough
Pointless.
content.
Don't give them life like that. Just
All right,
move on.
for real. But yesterday now I did start a stream, but I didn't get over there, innit? But we're gonna remember what we spoke about, yeah. And obviously, I went and I watched the video and thing. Yeah, Joy, I'm talking about.
Oh yes, I'm glad you got to go. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, so what I've entitled it is just domestic violence. Yeah.
Okay.
And then move from there. So you get me? As
Yeah.
opposed to trying to hone in on that particular situation. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But definitely some discussions around domestic violence definitely
It
could be
needs to be had, sis,
yeah.
because there's a lot of things that kind of get into it. Like, another thing we need to talk about is what makes a cult, and how do we know if we're getting caught up in cults? That's another one we need to touch on.
Yes, absolutely.
How do we distinguish a cult from something that's not a cult? And even like real life, I've been going back and forth with him the last couple of days, to be honest, because I don't like the whole labeling everything as one. And although he gets it and he knows what I'm saying, but when we're talking it, we've got to be careful of the words we're using. Do you understand? Like, I understand that people are going to have their opinions, they're going to say what they're going to say, but sometimes it could be dangerous when we're just grouping a whole group of people together and throwing them under one banner as a hate group.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you see what I'm saying? That could be dangerous.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So if we just put it under, you get me, DV.
Yeah.
And then we can you know?
We can like decipher it from there on and figure out what is hate, what is not, what is just a way of thinking, what is a mindset, what is dangerous, what is not dangerous. Do you understand from there and all of that? So definitely. I don't know. I'm gonna put the link to the book, sis, in the back chat now, because I was supposed to do that for you from a couple of days ago and I never got to do that in it. Much love to Gemini. much.
Big up my brother Gemini, man. I need to clean my phone, you know, because I can't download nothing. And I think he sent me some stuff as well, to be fair. Yeah, big up my brother Gemini, man. 100%, 100%. But yeah, family, we're definitely gonna start doing like a little series on domestic violence. It was something that was muted before. Even to be fair, Zabida had spoke about it before, and that's when, you know, when she said about getting Jupiter and the other ladies, etc., etc. But I was kind of saying I can definitely facilitate it. You know what I mean? I might not know much about it, but I can definitely facilitate it. But upon doing a little bit of investigating, since David Vine mentioned one or two things, yeah, it seems that its prominence is it's way too much. So yeah, man, I think we'll have to have some little discussions about it. And when I look statistically, hold on, let me see if I can bring up this article. It was on my phone, but hold on a second. I think they were saying 1 in 4. Did they say 1 in 4 women? What? Hold on. There was a stat for men and women. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it up. Let me see if I can get it up. Right. So before I go any further, yeah, let me just Divine.
Yeah, sorry, sis. Yeah, I put it in the back. Can you see that link in the back?
Hold on.
It cut me off because I clicked on the link. So I went to get the link. It dropped me out of the other things. I had to come back on Safari.
Oh, I've got to go comments or something.
Go to the private chat, sis. I've dropped it.
Oh, yeah. I see it now.
That's free for everybody. Any book you want, any kind of knowledge you're seeking, whatever path you may be on, because we're not all on the same paths, isn't it? We've all got different paths in life. So there should be something for everybody, whether it's finances, whether it's history, whether it's trying to make money online. There's so many different, and it's free, sis. It doesn't cost anybody anything. So that's my kind of help I can put towards the community with, like, what I can do out there in it, these little bits and pieces there, and
well, definitely, man. And I've definitely said, you know what I mean. So we're net crit from the looking back thing, and there's so many things going on in the here and now. You get me, and to plan for the future. So yeah, man, I think the vibration is right. You know what I mean? It was, you know, word, sound, and power. You know what I mean? So the team got spoken, and you get me. And obviously, you had mentioned the joy thing, and then from this, you know, see where we are. And yeah, man, I think it's a good look still, because obviously it's important, it's relevant. You know what I mean? And
did you get to watch it, though, sis? Did you get to see what I'm talking about?
You know what? Yeah, I feel that I know them. You get me? I know that sister there, man. Or I know, you know what I mean?
No.
Oh no, because you know what I mean.
Thank you, know, sis. I just like imagine that could be any of our daughters. You understand? Us get caught up, just sir. And we're not talking about it. We're focusing on foolishness on. That's why I have to just laugh at the foolishness online, because I know there's serious things going on out here, proper serious, and it's just not getting highlighted. It's not getting spoken about. Madness is going on the roads, and what you're doing, policing people online. Like, come on, man. Like, come on.
And just like the mother said, if it was a white, if it was a black thing with the sensationalism of knife crime, this, that, and the other, it would have been all over the place. It would have got highlighted. Or if it was a white woman, you know what I mean? Yeah, it would have got highlighted. For sure, man. And even if you were to look at the family themselves, you know, they're not even looking to take. You get what I'm saying to you, sis? Yeah, they might not even look at take Mumsy too serious, man.
I don't think they did, and it looks like she's got a couple of disabilities as well, and plus she's
got
a couple of other kids. Oh, it
That's
looked
what I'm
like she's
saying.
just not getting the help or the support that is needed. And that's what I call my community. That's what I need to go and help in my community, like
That's
them.
what I'm saying,
I'm
man.
gonna try and find her details or something and reach out to her, whether it's via email or whatever. I'm gonna try my best to reach out to that woman there, that sister in there. Boy, I feel it for her, man.
Yeah, like I said, that's not too far from me, man. You get me? So,
Mm-mm.
and I think I vaguely remember it now. You know what I mean? Once I saw it, I think I vaguely remember. But yeah, very sad. Very anyway. But like I said, I don't think we should hone in on. You know what I mean? I think we should just deal with, and then if on what comes
Yeah,
up,
let's just
then.
deal with the domestic violence side of it.
Mm.
I'm not gonna lie.
So
And even
before going
speaking to Becca sis the other day, and when she told her story, I'm like, yo, I can kind of see some similarities. You get me? Like, remember, I've never spoken to that the girl before. You know, I don't really know. I've never tried to go in her business or ask her nothing. But just by the little information she was revealing, I'm like, yo, this is coming like it's a problem out here in these streets, black, white, and anything in between.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie.
it knows no. I don't think DV, has any, creed or culture that you get me. You
Yeah.
know, can hit anyone. But let me just. I'm gonna give just a quick definition, sis. Yeah, of domestic violence, innit? Because not everyone may know the definition, or you know what I mean. One person might think this is it. You get me? All
Go
right. Let me.
ahead, sis. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
yeah.
mute. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna probably be a couple minutes. I want to read out all of it still because there may be people that might be listening that might be like, oh, it's it. So okay, domestic violence, also named domestic abuse or family violence, is violence or other abuse in a domestic setting, such as in a marriage or cohabitation. Domestic violence may be used as a synonym for intimate partner violence, which is committed by a spouse or partner in an intimate relationship against the other spouse or partner, and can take place in heterosexual or same-sex relationships or between former spouses or partners. In the broadest sense, domestic violence can also involve violence against children, parents, or the elderly. It takes a number of forms, including a physical, verbal, emotional, economic, religious, reproductive, and sexual abuse, which can range from subtle, coercive forms to marital rape and to violent physical abuse such as choking, beating, female genital mutilation, and acid throwing that results in disfigurement or death. Domestic murders include stoning, bride burning, honor killings, and dowry deaths, which sometimes involve non-cohabiting family members. It goes on. Globally, the victims of violence are overwhelmingly women, and women tend to experience more severe forms of violence. They are also likelier than men to use intimate partner violence in self-defense. In some cases, domestic violence is often seen as justified, particularly in cases of actual or suspected infidelity on the part of the woman, and is legally permitted. Research has established that there exists a direct significant correlation between a country's levels of gender equality and rates of domestic violence, where countries with less gender equality experience higher rates of domestic violence. Domestic violence is among the most underreported crimes worldwide for both men and women. Due to social stigmas regarding male victimization, men who are victims of domestic violence face an increased likelihood of being overlooked by healthcare providers. Domestic violence often occurs when the abuser believes that abuse is an entitlement, acceptable, justified, or unlikely to be reported. It may produce an intergenerational cycle of abuse in children and other family members who may feel that such violence is acceptable or condoned. Many people do not recognize themselves as abusers or victims because they may consider their experiences as family conflicts that got out of control. Awareness, perception, definition, and documentation of domestic violence differs widely from country to country. Domestic violence often happens in the context of forced or child marriage. And the last bit, it says, In abusive relationships, there may be a cycle of abuse during which tensions rise and an act of violence is committed, followed by a period of reconciliation and calm. Victims of domestic violence may be trapped in domestic violence situations through isolation, power and control, traumatic bonding to the abuser, cultural acceptance, lack of financial resources, fear, shame, or to protect children. As a result of abuse, victims may experience physical disabilities, dysregulated aggression, chronic health problems, mental illness, limited finances, and a poor ability to create healthy relationships. Victims may experience severe psychological disorders such as post-traumatic stress disorder. Children who live in a household with violence often show psychological problems from an early age, such as avoidance, hypervigilance to threats, and dysregulated aggression, which may contribute to vicarious traumatization. All right, so it was a bit long-winded, but I wanted to get it out because I think it had a lot of information in there still. Yeah, that comes under DV that people may not contribute to domestic violence. All right, you still there, Divine?
Yes, sis, I'm right here listening.
All right. What did you think of that summary as a well, more than a definition because it obviously gave instances and cases? Is there anything in there that you heard that you didn't know was domestic violence?
Yeah, when it like the social aspect, cultural aspect, a lot of it that people don't associate with domestic violence. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Poverty. People don't associate that with. They just think, oh, you don't know how to pick your partner wisely, and that. Or they will say that you stayed in that relationship, so you're not a victim. You caused it. That's it. They don't really think about the other things that could concern domestic violence, whether it's a religious belief, whether it's poverty, not being able to find job, and you're taking your frustration out on your other half. There's many things that comes under it, and I don't think us women are clued up to really what's going on, how we can get caught up in it, and how hard it is to get out of it. I think we kind of brush it over like, well, you kind of stayed. You can't like you. And I heard a lot of the man them talking like that the other day when Becca was trying to tell her story. It was a case of there was no sympathy. And had me and Spice not jumped in to say, yo, you lot can't say them something there and fix them up on the panel, it would have been coming like, well, we don't really feel sympathy for you because after the first time, why did you go back? Or why did you stay? Or why did you not leave? Like, I don't think there's any sympathy for the women that go through it. Now, personally, I've never been through it. But I can still, whether I've been through it or not, sis, I can still see how easy it is to get caught in that kind of situation and can't find a way out. And let's be clear, it doesn't only happen on the women. It happens to men too. Men suffer from domestic violence.
That's right.
And that's another thing that's not spoken about.
That's right. And I'll try and find some statistics for that as well. But I can hear something. But yeah, I completely agree with that, man. I think especially as we both acknowledge that it's not something that we've been through ourselves. And that's why even me before, when Zubida mentioned it, I'm like, well, boy, you know what I mean? I can help facilitate it, but you know what I mean? It's not my vibration. I don't really know nothing about it. And even maybe that was a little bit short-sighted of me in that instance. So I'm saying to you, because it's definitely going on out there. And like I said, that situation there is not even far from where I am. I don't know, Born Rich is said to break down the situation. So, sis, do you want to just give a quick summary on what it is that we was actually relating to in terms of joy?
Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted. Hold on, before I even go there, sis, I just have to address your comment section. Now, see what I mean? I don't know who this Speaker's Corner chat is, but number one, Mr. Speaker's Corner chat, you don't know me and I don't know you. Don't address me. Just don't address me. Keep it moving. I don't know why you're trying to associate me with Jupiter or even ask me a question about Jupiter. See Jupiter in the chat, address her. Why are you at me? And why you're putting my name in your conversation? Move Anguaya. We ain't on your stupidness right now. You don't hear on a whole different subject, and here you come with your foolishness.
Now you still divine. Hold on, now you gave me some good
Yeah, we're
You
on a
gave
whole
good
different
advice
subject
before,
now, and you can't.
so I'm gonna put it back to you now, sis.
No, I'm not gonna. I just
Don't,
said let me just address that, but I'm going back to
yeah,
where I was
Big up, big up.
on.
Can I
yeah.
interject this? And even like what you're saying about how it affects children that have grow up in that environment as
There
well.
we
See if
go.
you
That's
can
something
come
I'm
up
not
a bit
talking about.
higher, Spice. You're a bit low,
The
bruv.
mic's
Yeah,
wise. Fix the
sorry.
mic, sis.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know my mic is always quick. Let
I
me go
know.
on
We
the
know.
other
We were
phone.
sticking it on you
Trust
and your
me.
mic.
Yeah, man, my mic is always because obviously, yeah, and I'm gonna breathe while I talk about this because obviously it's something that still haunts me. It's something that I grew up with as a child. You understand? Experiencing. So that's the next thing that people don't really try to understand how it affects children and how it
Mm,
affects them and how they grow with it and how it might affect them psychologically into adulthood. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it's mad. So when I hear people say these things like, "Oh, they choose to stay and this, that, the other, and whatever," like sis said about when they were talking with Becca, I was like, no, you can't say that because if you ever knew the how much factors there is in this one thing, you wouldn't be able to talk. You understand what I'm saying to you? You would have nothing to say because it's that deep. It's that deep and it's that crazy. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I'm gonna bring you the perspective of like being a child actually growing up with that. You understand? Growing up in that kind of environment and how it affects children. You understand? And how it still can affect you to this day without you even being consciously or subconsciously aware that it affects you. You
That's
understand
right,
what I'm saying?
sis. That's right. And that's another thing. I don't think the people that are not really, because what I heard even Raj himself said on that same day, sis, I don't know if you remember, but he said, well, I don't really know nothing about the rest of it, and I want to learn. Well, I goes to him, well, the best way you can learn is to stop trying to talk over the woman. Let her explain it. Let the women explain what they went through, how they beat that. Chantal told her story, you know, Becca told her story. Just listen to them, and then you might get an insight on how they got caught up in these situations and how hard it was for them to leave. Like, you can't just throw everybody under the umbrella of, oh well, you stayed, you obviously liked it, oh you didn't really want to get out, you didn't really want that ain't gonna work. And I think
Exactly.
once
When people
we
don't
sat down and
go on,
broke
sorry.
it down for them, they kind of started to understand, oh, I didn't think it was that deep. Yes, it is that deep, and this is real life. This goes on right here, right now, every day, across the
What
country,
people don't
across the
understand is
world.
that how before any beatings or anything, it's all they start fucking with your mental. You understand? Psychologically, they start to break you down so that they're in a position to have power over you, authority over you. You understand? To be able to control you. So it's not a thing where people just walking in blindside. You understand? There's so much like it's crazy. There's so much things like you wouldn't even understand. And the thing about it is that people think it's so clear cut. Like you do, like people, these women are still struggling with it now, bro. I even know as a, I still have nightmares because that's how deep it is. Like it's not no joke. You know what I'm saying? People think it's so clear cut and it's so easy that even, I had people say to me, "Oh, you don't look like," because obviously, like I seem like I'm very rah rah. Like you would never be. I could not see you in that position. I'm like, no, it's very easy. You understand? It's very easy to be able to get that the thing because there's certain parts of you that people tap into and use that to like, manipulate you. People need to understand that it's very easy. It's very easy to get into this situation. The only thing I don't agree with is obviously, well, can't say I don't agree with because obviously people obviously believe in giving people second chances or you know and people need to understand that obviously different energy and entities bring out different things in people. So obviously you might have a case where a man was like that with another woman, but then he might come and he might not be that way with you. You understand? So the only thing I can say is like women that are aware that men have domestic abuse with other partners and stuff, and then get into a relationship with them. But then you still need to realize that on the basis of that, it's still very easy. Like it's very easy. Like you understand what I'm saying? It's very easy to get into this, but like more to think to focus on like children, like the things that this doing to children that's having to witness this. You get me? This type of intimate abuse in your house, like the place that's supposed to be, your sanctuary, your protection from everything else, and you have violence inside your house. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very easy to get into these situations, like for you to think that that's like naive, but also I know it's a taboo in it, so that's why people seem to have this kind of ignorance towards it because it's very taboo, and also how much culture affects domestic violence as well. Because from my point of view, it's a cultural thing as well. Like it's a cultural norm in so much different um, different countries and different social classes and stuff. So that's another thing that really affects why there's such an ignorance towards domestic violence.
But sis, let's talk about the social aspect of it as well, because I agree with everything you're saying. And there's a social aspect of it. If you start to see that you're slowly being removed from your immediate family, your friends, your circles, you're not allowed to hang with your girls, you're not really allowed to talk with anybody, and they want your phone's being checked, your text messages are being checked. They don't like this one, they don't like that one. All of them are little signs that you might not even realize at the time are happening.
Yeah.
But this is the things that women are, or women and men, I guess. So I guess some men are going through this too, but I just ain't witnessed a man
And you brought
openly
up
come
a
out
good
and
point,
talk
sis,
about it.
because
But doesn't mean it
you
ain't
brought up a
happening
good
to
point,
them.
sis, because you brought up a good point because some women, for whatever reason they've been through, you see, when a man starts getting controlling and checking everything, they see that as them being protective of them. They're seeing it as some different
Yes.
type of forward love. You understand what I'm
Yes.
saying? They're not seeing it as a red flag, or they actually see that, oh, he's showing me attention. He only wants it to be me and him. You understand? He proper loves me. You understand what I'm saying to you? So you made a very, very good point. A very, very good point. They
That's
see us
true.
something different.
Yeah. And then the children obviously are learning, and it's called learnt behavior. So
Yes,
what are they
learn
learning from
behavior.
this? Learnt
Yep.
behavior right there. So then they're either learning either to grow up and I guess hate men or hate women, or they're learning that they're never gonna be happy in a relationship because their first experience of relationships, what they've seen, I guess, with their mum or their dad or their dad's new wife or dad's ex-wife or dad's new girlfriend or dad's ex-girlfriend or vice versa. They're saying, well, this I don't want no part to this. Like, I would just rather peace and
Or
guan.
this
You
way
get
to
me?
express
They're not
your,
even trying to have healthy
yeah,
relationships like that. Do you know what I mean?
exactly. Or this is the way that you have to express your emotions, or if you're angry, and this is it. And even me, I'm learning this, but it's not because you're
Mm-hmm.
angry, you must just be angry and just rock. You understand? Just rock out. You
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
You have to know how to manage your emotions. You understand? And then this becomes a normal thing. Like, well, if you're angry, you're angry. If you must pick up your hand, you must punch the wall, you must grab someone by the. So this is what children are going through. You understand? And they're learning that as learned behavior, so they think it's normal. So the woman as well, the man would think that's the way to treat a woman. The woman would think that's what is accepted from your partner. And a cultural thing, like many cultures, like in this culture of thing, like we spoke about before, see, men really think that women are supposed to be hand on foot, wait for them. You understand? It's once you get married, she's my property, so it's my woman. I could do what the hell I want to her. I could talk to her anyway. You can't get involved. Because so when people try to intervene, that's what they're getting. Shut up! It's my woman. It's my wife. This is my house. You can't tell me what to do. Once you go and get your own wife, you can do what the hell what you want to. You understand? So it's a cultural thing. These things in the culture, like you say, we need to think about in house. Like I keep saying, like culture is a good thing, but at the same time, it's bad because it's allowing us to um, assimilate negative things to a culture, and obviously, no matter how detrimental it is, we're holding on to that, and the rest of life is one of it. You understand? Because they feel like they can control the woman, because if the woman's less than, she's their property. They can treat and talk to her any how she wants. You understand? This is my house. You understand? So basically, they're not responsible
yeah.
no one to me. Not no family, no nothing. And also
Mm.
another perspective is a lot of um, mothers that actually entertain their son having lots of different kind of psychological problems, get me, and violence and stuff, and they're still entertaining
Yeah.
their son being like that. And even convincing the woman, no, he'd be okay. You just shouldn't talk to him like that. You're the one that made him angry, but just you understand. So they get
Mm.
sidetracked by the family to make them stay with the guy for whatever reason. You understand? Because at the same time, the mother's not trying to deal with the fact that her son has issues, which are most likely from a young age, which she, for whatever reason, hasn't either processed and hasn't really dealt with. You understand what I'm saying to you? So these are the
Yeah,
things
hold
that
on.
people
Before
don't
we get any
realize.
further, I just want to big up my brother Ezra in the chat. Much love to my King Ezra, man. Big up yourself.
Yeah, so it's crazy. But these are real things like our culture plays a lot to do with why these things are something of norm. You understand what I'm saying? This kind of backwards mentality, if you like, of yeah, a woman's less than, a man's the head, so he controls everything without no balance. Everything's within balance in it, but the line never drawn. So this is how women get into this situation. And then financially, some of these women, if they are allowed to work, their money's getting taken away. They're allowed to work. You understand? If they're allowed, most of them are at home, so obviously they rely on the man. So get me, they'll stay for that reason. Like if I leave, they really like distance them from all their people. Then what am I gonna do? You understand? What am I gonna do financially? I've got 2 children. Then you have the factor of the woman. Oh, I don't want to break up the family. I want my kids to be in a 2-parent home, rare. So okay, I'm gonna just kind of um, push through this and hopefully it'll change, or I can change it. You understand? These are all the type of kind of mindsets that women go through, and men, and any other relationship, because it's across the board. But yeah, that's what it is. It's crazy, but nothing like this very much real, and it's something that's really taboo. Get me? Like I didn't even know how much it was. Even in places like Australia, it's a big thing over there. It's like an epidemic. In America, it's an epidemic as well. Even over here, it's also epidemic, but obviously, because we're dealing with a more covert system and kind of.
Spice, see if you can bring up your voice, man, or go nearer to the thing. We're losing you, man. Spice?
I think she's left to come back in again to see if she can fix it. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay.
Yeah. But I understood it's a bit more clearer for us up here, but it's still way muffled. But what she's basically saying, if I give a little summary about, the children and how they're being affected and the cultural aspects of like, women are basically need to stay in the home. Kind of a Liam. I don't know if you've heard Liam speaking to this, his sentiments is
Oh,
about women, not
yeah.
having. He would love for women to take away women's rights. He doesn't want women to have rights. They need to be at home looking after their family. He believes that women shouldn't be out there working. Like that kind of old way back in the Stone Age mentality. She's basically speaking on that. Yeah.
And again, that's a very good point to highlight, because that's definitely culturally not West Indian, you know what I mean? I would say, in terms of the woman being behind, you get me? Definitely I would say more of an African culture in that respect. What do you think? Or have I misheard?
I don't even know, because I've always said, whenever people say about when they regarding us, I've always had the mentality of we've never been behind our men. We've always
That's
been side by
exactly.
side to our man. So I don't
Yeah.
understand this mentality of us having to sit down and know our place. Where does that come from all of a sudden? We've never been that kind of people. We've always been equal between the black man, the black woman's always been equal to each other. There's never been one above the other or the other above one. We've always worked hand in hand. So I don't understand it, to be fair.
See, I don't know if maybe in Africa, in some of the Muslim countries, it may be more, do you know what I mean? More religious as opposed to cultural. Do you know what I'm saying to you? I mean, there is definitely that element in Africa. You know what I mean? At the moment, you know what I mean? where that sort of genesis started, I don't know, but there are definitely parts of Africa where it is like that, no doubt. You know what I mean? In turn,
Yeah,
high. So, yeah.
I don't know if it's just a
Especially
new wave, a new mentality, if it's something that, you know, it's been instilled into us over time, where we've got this new concept of how man and woman should be. I don't know, to be honest, and that needs to be explored. We need some men on here, I guess, to speak up on, because we might be talking at it from one point of view and not seeing the broader picture. I would love for some of the brothers to just jump on and give their piece and see what they're saying about it. If we're wrong, if they don't believe what we're saying to be all the way
I mean,
100%
I think
true.
as well in them places as compared to here, there's going to be more of that sort of economic thing. You understand? Because let's not think that we in the diaspora, as it were, is a common thing about black women. You know what I mean? In Africa, etc., etc., or in the West Indies for that matter. If you really think about it. What some woman have to do to get a school uniform, it's not nice. Is what I'm saying to you, sis? What's the question? No, we've not necessarily got a question at the moment, Ezra. We're just really exploring the area of domestic violence and really bringing it to the table. Really is on the back of a case of a woman called Joy.
Just tell him IUIC, sis. He knows exactly who we're talking about. If we just say IUIC,
Right.
Israelite what's it? The Universal something in Christ. That
Yeah.
group, that particular group there, Ezra. Not all Hebrews, just that particular group. Israel United or whatever in Christ. That's it. Israel United in Christ. IUIC. That story of Joy
Yeah.
Morgan.
Right, sis. Can you go through for a bit? Cause I don't know your settings, man, but you know my settings right now, and I can hear beeping. I'll be back. What's your settings, sis?
I'm just getting ready. You know it's about to be the school run time soon,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying, man. So
Oh Lord.
I don't know why I do this, man.
You do the early mornings and wake.
Right.
I'm still here, but it's just gonna be like I'm gonna be times when I'll be off and on.
And my dad's coming back as well, man.
Oh, here's Ezra. Big up yourself, my G. See my king here.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. Trust me. But they're trying to exile me out here, man. But as long as man like you, they're about me, no, all right.
Come on, sister. I'm not.
Trying to exile us out here, man.
Yeah, but you keep being you. You get me.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So bless up yourself, man. Bless up yourself. So yeah, there's not a specific question, but like I said, domestic violence. And we're really bringing it up on the back of, like this was explaining, there was an incident with a particular group where they basically killed a young lady, yeah, and she's actually like from my side actually. So yeah, we're just really opening up the discussion.
What it was with that, yeah. Because I'll tell you straight. I knew.
But listen, we're not specifying it to that, you know, Ezra. So we're not.
Nah, no, I know. I
You get
remember
me?
that situation still, so I think I remember a bit of the information. Like what it was, yeah. That guy was he had been sectioned a few times already. You get me? So he's already mentally unstable. Obviously, they've took him in and tried to, like, you know what I'm saying, help him
Sort him out.
Yeah, but obviously some men are just too far gone, and you know what I'm saying. But IUIC, I will give them that. They're the most like how can I say chocolate out of all of the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like they're the like I can't say the weakest, but they're like what's the word I can use? Like the most lenient and the most I don't know. Most of them are police officers and flipping firemen and army guys and that. You get me? Like they're a bit different.
Professionals and that.
Yeah, but mainly uniform guys. Like most of them are uniform people, like police or army guys and that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it was a bit strange when it happened to their one, because I'm not gonna lie, they keep it very professional still. But yeah, like as for the guy, like I said, you get me. You're gonna get that in every religion and every group. Somebody who like attaches themselves. Yeah, he's just not fully stable. You know what I'm saying? We see it in the park with the Muslims all the time, like Abid, you get me, and you know what I'm saying, them kind of man there. So like he's already mentally unstable. He joined something now that, you know, he's a bit
No, absolutely. And in terms of the summary of DV, mental issues definitely, you understand, comes under it. So God knows the amount of people out there that are suffering under this DV thing, man. When you break down all the different sort of situations, you know.
100%.
I agree with Ezra, sis, and that was my point. I was trying to argue with Real. Like, we can't just throw the whole group of Hebrew Israelites under a bus, because this happens in every religion. There's other religions that don't rate women. You understand? There's many religions out there that put women under the foot of the man and all them thing there. So to just throw the Hebrews under that bus, well, then a whole load of other religions can go under that bus if we're going to do that. But that's just not fair, is it? I think it's individual mental illness, individual cases of sickness, needing to feel validated, needing to feel like you own power, needing to feel that you've got power over somebody. All of that takes a part in it.
Yeah,
Take the whole.
you know what it is. You know what it is with. I agree. Still, she's fully right with that. Fully right. And like, there's so much things that need to go into account. Yeah, but like for the Israelite side of things, when we talk about, obviously, like it's Christ who said that. You get me? Like, no, it's, to be fair, it's Paul. He said that the head of the children is the woman, the head of the woman is the man, and the head of the man is God. You get me? But like you know what it is. To some people now in this society, they'll think, oh, that sounds sexist, doesn't it? But let's take ourselves back to a situation where there's no police, yeah, like there's none of these like big careers and that, where women are getting big careers and that. Let's take ourselves back to that time there, where, you know what I'm saying, these kind of jobs what women are doing today were just not available. All of these office work and, you know what I'm saying, most of the work was hunting or labor, you get me, building and that, you know what I'm saying? So in that natural environment now where there's no police, yeah, there's no real protection for women out there, apart from a man, yeah, like, what I'm sure you'd understand it a bit more in that circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, in Babylon now, we've got this equal rights. Women can call the police if a man's harassing them and all that. But like in a society without that, I'm sure most women would be happy to have the man as the head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I like that point. I hear that point as well. And you know what? At the end of the day, let's not get, obviously, it'll be very foolish of us not to acknowledge that, you know, by being in the West, yeah, that we as women, I'm talking about now, you understand me, that we can, for want of a better word, just go on a, you know what I mean, go on a certain way in it, or have a certain independence that, you know what I mean, isn't afforded to some of our sisters around the world, which then obviously, do you know what I mean, changes, you know, the dynamic. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I feel like we've both just got our jobs that we're better for naturally. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like women are just naturally more caring. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And men are naturally more aggressive and physical. You get me? And like, I feel like if we both stick to what we're best at naturally, yeah, you know what I'm saying, then we'll be all right. It's when we get into into Babylon now, the city of confusion, where, you get me, everything has to get confused.
All right, then let me ask you a quick question, then, yeah, and then I'm gonna be away for like 5 minutes. Let me ask you a quick question, then, yeah, because I'm hearing what you're saying, yeah. All right, then. So, in an ideal world, yeah, do you think out of men and women, who do you think it would be easier for us to go back to our natural roles? All things being equal, yeah.
Yeah.
So, all things being equal, you understand me? Do you think it'll be easier? Because you know me, yeah, I still think, no matter what certain man, I still think that as women, we're still very loyal. You with me? And that we will still back our man them once they're doing the right thing, this, that, and the other. You with me? You understand?
Mm.
Even now, Even
Yeah,
women are earning more than their men and all of these things. You get me? Because I know these women. You with me? And we're not dash for the man then. You understand what I'm saying to you? All right then. So who do you think would be able to readjust quicker, men or women?
it's a hard one. That is, I feel like both are gonna have a struggle readjusting right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, men have got a lot to adjust. So have women. But I feel like women would find. Maybe this is me being a bit biased. I think women, well, our black women, yeah, would find it a bit harder now. You know what I'm saying? You know what
All
I'm
right.
saying?
See, now I disagree, yeah, and I'll tell you
Yeah,
why I disagree, yeah. Because you see, once a woman has a baby, for example, yeah, naturally she's falling back in a certain way. You with me? You with me?
yeah,
And if
yeah,
she's got a guy there that can take the reins, as it were, most women are gonna fall back. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
mm,
Especially in them that early time of bringing up that child, as an example. You with me? So the point I'm
yeah,
making is that I think that as we are the bearers of children, etc., etc., I think it's easier and more quicker for us to fall back into our, you understand me, our natural
yeah, yeah,
environment, as it were.
yeah.
Because
I agree.
yeah.
Though.
So now at that point now, that's where man has to be man now, isn't it? The hunter gatherer, rare tear, and the whole nine. You
Yeah.
with me? So you see what I'm saying to you? Is? Cause not
No,
all
but
men are
yeah,
like
I
me
feel
in the
like
bedroom.
so it is a mad one still. I feel like because we're just so far apart from what
I'm
we
listening, yeah, but I'm just
get
doing,
me.
done now.
Yeah, say nothing. I'm saying I feel like we're just so far apart from where we need to be at. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I agree. Like if we stripped it all back, and like women were, you know, like obviously having the kids, raising them in the house, teaching them. You know what I'm saying? Like looking after the house and all of that stuff. I feel like the man, yeah, has got no other option but to support her and look after her. You know what I'm saying? And to finance the thing. You know what I'm saying? If if my woman is doing everything, yeah, it's my duty to go and support that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like nowadays, and on the other hand as well, you get me? You know what I'm saying? So like basically, if a woman's got a man, yeah, that is looking after, paying for everything, going to work, you get me, and you know what I'm saying, doing the financial thing, I think it's her duty now to look after the home and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that is just a better dynamic. It might not sound right to us in this day and age because you get me. Obviously, we've been through so much
Right,
difference.
Edward, let me quickly ask you something before I go there. How many, um, how can I put it? How many men can manage it whereby he's the only one bringing in money?
Not many. That's what I'm saying. Like, but I feel like we'd be forced into it. Then you get me. I feel like, all right, and right now, yeah, it is hard, in it. But I feel like where there's a will, there's a way, in it. You get me. And if you know that your women and your children, yeah, are in the yard, yeah, and she's doing everything she needs to, yeah, you're gonna have to go find that somehow. You get me. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to. You know what I'm saying? It's your duty. But now I
That's
feel
what
like
I'm
the problem
saying,
is
no,
like
Ez. So I'm telling
women.
you, enough women, Ez, yeah, if they could, they would stay at home, brother. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If they could, they would stay at home or maybe get a little part-time thing or whatever, whatever. Enough
Yeah,
women, if they didn't have to go out there and slug it out, they wouldn't, brother. I'm telling you.
yeah, I hear you
If
still. It's
they
true.
tried it for a bit, you know what I mean? And you know what it's like to, I don't know, be a professional or, you know what I mean, earn your money, whatever. You with me?
Yeah, it's true
Dude,
still.
if woman could do it, they would stay at home. Trust me.
I hear you still. But
And
what I'm saying
I'm
is
one of
like,
them, Brendan.
yeah, for real.
I'm one of them too, Ezra. I really don't want to have to work. I really would love to be at home with my kids on a daily and be their first teacher like I'm supposed to be. But in today's world, that's impossible. I've got bills to pay. And
Yeah,
somehow
I
my family
agree.
has to
But that's
survive.
because of the system now where they forced us to say that you're single, yeah, to even get the yard in the first place. Then to flip in, to get support with the yard and all these things, you have to be single. So it's like we know what the system's doing, yeah, to us. You get me? Because obviously it's mainly us in that situation, and you know what I'm saying, like, but you get me. This is what I'm saying. Like most of these immigrants come here now, yeah, and their family structure is set up in a way where they don't even need to have benefits. Benefits ain't even something on that's on their head top. You get me? Because they're thinking, wait there, nah. You get me? We've already got our system in place. The woman's gonna, you get me, look after you, do a little part-time things, sewing or whatever it is she does. Yeah, women, and no one's saying that women have to be chained to the sink and that. No, you get me? My grandma had a job and she, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't that. I'm saying that, like, we just need to get back to that basics, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Man has certain jobs and certain roles, and women has certain roles. You get me? And I'm sure if we you get me, come back in line with our grandparents. If okay, then just all of us just take our grandparents for example. We've got the prototype right there. You know what I'm saying? Is right there. So look, what's the difference between our relationships today and what our grandparents were dealing with? Patience, understanding. You get me? The roles were more clear and that. You get me? That's all I'm saying really.
No, I hear that still. I hear that still is, but you know, unfortunately, you know what I mean, like, and I would say as well, like men and women, just unfortunately, they're just not of that kind of caliber like before, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? I think there's certain strange. I don't know who this H is, but I don't know. I don't know who H is. Don't know. Hi, who is this, please? HI, would you like to say something? Okay, I can imagine where he's coming from. Yeah, but because what I say, you know, is what you see from when my mum and dad, when them that kind of generation shuffle on, it gets political when you look down the line, you know, real
Yeah.
political. You see what I'm saying to you? You know what I mean? And I think a lot of us we're not even willing to sacrifice like they did. You know what I mean? Because they sacrificed a lot, both the men and the women.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not sure if a lot of us are even willing to make that sacrifice, brother.
Mm.
So I don't know. We definitely need to get back to a sort of basics.
Yeah, man.
Dress up yourself, Mr. Lee, man. I know them settings, but yeah, I'm definitely a believer that you know what
I'm
I mean.
big up Mr. Lee.
If I and you know, we sort of tried to have this conversation before, but it got a bit railroaded. But hopefully, it could be a more decent one in these settings. You see what I'm saying to you? But I'm definitely a believer that where our kings go, we will follow. I really believe that, man. I really
Yeah.
do, man. I really do. And I know you may not think so, but I really think so, man.
Nah,
And
you know,
I think
for
the
me
state
personally,
of
I feel
women
like,
now can only be feebled by the men, and vice versa. But it's how
yeah.
much we're willing to invest in each other, and you know what I mean? Like you said, get rid of all the fuckers and all the rest of it, man.
But I feel like you get me nowadays, yeah, and this is just speaking. This is like I can't. Obviously, I'm not speaking for everyone. Yeah, this is like I'm speaking for a small, you know. I'm speaking from my experiences of what I've seen. I feel like nowadays, yeah, it's hard to tell the black woman anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is
Can't
coming
tell
from
her
a man.
nothing.
He loves the black woman to the death. You get me? And you know, there's no other like her. You get me? But I'm just saying, yeah, it's hard to tell her anything from like, you get me? It's hard.
But are you telling her something from a place of, you know? Because if
Yes,
you're
obviously, you know what it
somewhere,
is.
yeah, go on.
It's like every black man's got a battle for power in his yard. You get me? As a man, you naturally, it's just natural to you to have to be the man in it. You know what I'm
But what
saying?
do you call power?
I'm saying, okay, then the manliness, then you get me? Like men naturally have like you get me a man thing, and it's like, come on, like men, I can't even explain it still. Men, yeah, like should have the authority of their yard, really and truly. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how it should be. You get me? And anybody who disagrees, this is the problem that we're having anyway. Because if you believe, like, you know what I'm saying? There's the problem to begin with. Why? You know what I'm saying? Because most women, white women, understand that. Asian women understand that. Every other woman on the planet understands that.
Okay, so
Apart from
let's
us.
even, all right, Ezra. Now let's even deal with that. Yeah, yeah, because that's what I'm saying. So you said most white women, Asians, this, that, and the other. Okay. Now, have we and those that you just described got a similar recent history as well?
No, no.
No, no, no. Okay. So now our recent history is unique to us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So why? And this is what I'm saying. Why do black men now want like black women to be sort of submissive and all that? That's never been our thing. So why are black men now wanting that? And where are
Look,
black
what
men
I'm saying,
getting that vibes from?
I am, like I said, like this. That's a great question, and still, and like like I said, we just have to look to our grandparents. Like my grandma runs her yard, you know. You get me? She runs the yard. You get me? But when my granddad puts down his foot, yeah, and says no, Shirley, rare. That's just how the thing's set, bro. You get me? In other words, more time my granddad will just let her just do her thing. But when he puts down his foot and says no, that's the end of it. It's just no. You know what I'm saying? There's no
But what
choice.
sort of things would he put his foot down about?
Um, I don't know, just stuff that he believes in and stuff that he believes is right. You get me? Like nothing like major. Like I don't know. Like let me think of an example. Like I don't know. You get me? I don't know. Still, it's a rare occasion, but very rarely you see my granddad just not have a bar of it. You get me? And you know what I'm saying. So like, all I'm saying is, yeah, like if you look at our grandparents now, yeah, like the maddest thing is we've actually had this conversation in our family. That's the beautiful thing of it. All generations, like my grandma, my mum and her sisters. Then there's my elder cousins, and then there's like us, like, you know what I'm saying, women and men there, and we're having this discussion about basically how come none of my cousins, yeah, and none of the younger ones are with their baby father right now. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandma was very concerned. You know what I'm saying? So we're having the conversation of it, and bam. Yeah, what's going on? My grandma is basically cussing my mom and my aunties, and she's saying you lot are the reason why it's like this now. It's your generation. You get me? Because yeah, where do your daughters get this? I don't need a man from. Oh, I can be independent and all this. Like we never taught you that. So you get me? I never taught none of my daughters that you don't need a man. Yeah, I taught my daughters to look after your man and look after your home. Yeah. So how come your daughters are now talking about I don't need a man and all this? You know what I'm saying? My grandma's
Yeah, but
cussing.
the thing is though, is what I'm hearing what you're saying, yeah. But the bit that I've got to keep stressing is this, yeah, because like your grandparents are probably like my parents. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that there isn't the parity between the men and the women again. You see it?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe if there was more men now who were like your granddad, maybe these women would take the check. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's why I was asking you, well, what type of man, like, what's the position of the man that's trying to check the girl? You understand me? There's
Fair
a
enough.
reason why
Fair enough. But
there's a reason why
it's the
your
man
grand
that it's the man
took
that she
check
chose.
from your
It's the
dad,
man that
from
she
your
chose,
granddad.
isn't it?
You see what I'm saying to
Nah,
you?
but what I'm saying, it's the man that she chose, though, isn't it? So, like, end of the day, there's no point in choosing the man and then saying, "Oh, well, I don't need to follow him." Nah, it's
Was
the
your
woman.
granddad? Is your granddad a decent guy as well?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Did
Yeah,
he provide for the family?
yeah, but my grandma also worked. You get me?
Okay then. So grandma also worked. So already, you know what I mean? We
Mm.
know the settings.
Don't know whether it was part time or full time, but she did a nursing thing and that. You get
Of
me?
course, and that's what I'm saying. That's how it was with the Windrush. That's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't like the women were sitting at home doing nothing, but they would definitely
Yeah,
work it around the children, this, that, and the other. You with me?
yeah,
And obviously, times were different then. Jobs were different then. Again, maybe if the job situation was the same as them days, Ezra, maybe we could have it that way, where there's more women doing the part-time thing and this and that. You see what I'm saying to you? We have to
yeah,
also remember that the times themselves are different. Remember, them times they could leave a job in the morning, get a next job in the afternoon, and all these varying things. Have three jobs.
really still could just
You know
walk
what I
into
mean?
factories and yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So there's loads of different things to factor in still, because obviously they say that one of the biggest factors of relationship breakdowns right now is finances, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm hearing what you're saying. I just think that there's obviously lots of little caveats to it.
Now there is definitely a lot to it. That's why I was saying, yeah, it's like
it's this cultural thing, what I call Babylon. It's like we're so wrapped up in it, yeah. Like we don't even know how to come out of it now. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Bible calls it the city of confusion. Because look, you get me? Look what's going on. We don't even know what a family is anymore. We don't even know how to like function. It's a bit mad. You get me? When you look at it, yeah, what's going on? Every other culture. I feel like obviously it's by design. You get me? But I feel like we're just falling into the trap.
Yeah, but I think you also got to be very careful in the comparisons to others and all that. You know what I mean? Because I think that's a trap as well, Bridget. You with me? Because
Yeah.
as bad as things are for us or whatever, I still wouldn't want to be any other culture. You see what I'm saying to
Nah,
you?
I wouldn't
As
want to
a
be any other
woman,
culture.
I love the fact I can
Same.
tell a man, God,
Let me
you
see.
get me, and still, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Get to
100%.
live
I'm
another
not saying.
day.
Come on, like our culture is. You get me? Double wadded by eyes, and like it's not that. I'm just saying, and it like when it comes to the family makeup and the family breakdowns, yeah, we could learn a lot from other cultures. Because guess what? Like as you know, we've only been out of slavery 200 years. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, 100%. But watch this now as well. In the near future, you're gonna see how well we actually done in the time in which we done it. You
yeah,
understand
we've
me?
done great. We've
Because
done great.
if you
We've
look
done
at the more recent cultures that have arrived, they're suffering similar problems as ourselves. You know what I mean?
yeah,
In a
true.
quicker amount of time as well, it could be argued. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
true.
only thing is that we don't necessarily know what's going on elsewhere because they speak in their own language, innit? We speak English, so everyone knows our business, innit? You get me?
Mm.
But don't be thinking that there's not other cultures out there that ain't under pressure because they definitely are.
No,
Yeah.
I
And I'm
agree.
saying that
I
they're
agree.
under pressure in a quicker amount of time than ourselves.
Yeah, but the pressure that they're facing, yeah, is something that they deal with together. You get me? Us now, it's like two opposing forces. You
No,
know
but
what I'm
the
saying?
point I'm making, Bab, is that they are going to be at the point in which we are, and they're going to get there at a quicker rate. There's lots of breakdowns in these other cultures and communities. It's just like I'm saying, you don't know about it. You with me?
Yeah,
And they don't necessarily come online and speak about it. You know what I mean? And vary this and vary
yeah,
that. But it's a one, man.
yeah. I definitely still.
It's a one. So whilst others are breaking, we need to be working on fixing that. That me, I say. You know what I mean? And get rid of our bad habits.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I'm saying. You get me? Let's work on building it back, man. Like, let's take examples from what works and let's dash with what don't. You get me? And you get me? Build. I feel like our grandparents are a great example. Majority of our grandparents, obviously, there was the breakdown, but the majority of them are still together today, or up until their passing. You get me? So
Definitely.
like,
But they're, at the same time, they're not facing what we face. Still. You understand me? Because all my people them say is that they
I
feel
feel like they
sorry.
faced worse. I feel like they faced a lot worse.
They sure
Yeah,
did. I would agree with Ezra, sis. They did.
yeah, but
Even
wait.
when I'm looking at the
Okay.
eulogies and things, sis, when I'm
Yeah.
looking at the things that they went through, you get me? I'm like, yo, we're talking about we have it bad. We don't know what bad is. We didn't have to come here
No,
and deal with the
absolutely. But watch this
discrimination.
though.
Go on,
Well,
sis.
yeah, but what I hear you. But watch this. This is what I'm saying. But there were things that kept and brought them together where you had to go through. This is what I'm saying. Maybe we got it too easy now. It could be. You understand
That's
what
the
I'm saying to you?
problem. That's what I think. I think we've
I
become
hear
so
what you're saying. I'm
docile.
not saying that
We've
they had
become
it easy like
docile.
that.
Yeah.
You get me? I'm not saying they had it easy like that, but I'm saying they had to come together
Yeah.
to get
Yeah,
We're
through.
separated. We've become
Yeah.
docile. I would even go to as far to say we've become weak as a people. I will go
you
that
know what
far at
my
this
dad was
point.
telling me the other day? Yeah, that when my nan and basically my granddad came here first, worked and sent for my grandma. Yeah, and then when my grandma got over here, you know that they had to share. Basically, they was renting a yard off the Indian man. Yeah, the flipping. They had to share a room.
Shift.
Yeah, that share
Mm,
a room with another couple. You get me? So
mm.
basically, like my granddad and my grandma were working nights. Yeah, and these like were working days. So like they had to put the sheets on the bed when they get home, and you know what I'm saying, share the same bed. You know, imagine that's how they had to live when they first got here. So you've got two couples sharing one room, yeah, and working different shifts just so they can sleep, and that's how they had to live for however long, so they can get somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So them kind of adversaries there, you get me? You're gonna have to stick together. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. And that's
But
my point.
imagine you come in here, yeah. You're coming here to better your life and better your family's life. You're trying to get an education. You're getting an education. You're trying to work in, and I don't know, like for instance, like what my people then will do, like try to get jobs, whether it's nursing and then something there, becoming a midwife, whatever it may be. And then you've got patients telling you, "Don't touch me. You're blackie. You're a nigger. You're a this." Remember, we don't go through that, you know, sis. We can go through school, get education, go into job. We might get socialized, like I guess we would get in-house in racism, where you can see you're kind of being treated differently from the other employees, but you're not getting direct racism. Do you see the difference?
My mum's a home help, and
Yeah.
like she used to go to people's houses and like, you know, like did the nursing from home, and like, yo, the amount of racism she used to get, people open the door, nah, you ain't coming in my house. Get me, no way. Tell them to send the white one. Yo, that's all she used to get back in the day. It was mad stuff. You know what I mean? So like, I hear you. You know what I mean? Well, I just feel like
that's why I say that. That's what I say. We're there too long, Cole. You get me? We're going on like this. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I agree.
Man. Carl, look, Mr. Woods has said we've become too wishy-washy. Couldn't agree more. I say licky. Mr. Woods said
Agreed,
we've
Mr.
become too
Woods.
wishy-washy.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
Mr. Woods. Yeah. I'll pick up my brother Ultra. Much love, brother.
Bless up Ultra. Bless up the family. Grand rising to the Ultra funky family, yo.
Yeah, man. Ultra's got the blueprint still.
Well, indeed. Now is yeah, I don't even know if he's got time to come on this morning. But the thing is, though, Elza, man, these things take hard work and dedication. Innit? Let's not forget that bit. And many of us maybe don't want to put in that hard work and dedication to make the thing go on. You know what I mean? And then there's a lot of grass is greener and nothing for things, man. Nothing for things. Nothing for things. Nothing for things. You know what I mean? And then you've got man them out here that take having a woman as a job. You know what I mean? Instead of having a job, you see it?
Yeah.
Job is having woman. That's no good to no one.
It's true stuff.
You see what I'm saying? But like I said, man, and you know what I mean? I definitely think that if we had to go back to the original roles, it'll be easier and quicker for us to do it, man. Trust me. And I'll be up for it, bro. I would be. And the amount of TV there is now.
Netflix and that.
You see what I'm saying to you? I can, you know what I mean, be at home, cook dinner, make sure, you know what I mean, look pretty when you cook. I can do that. Oh, build up something for you when you reach home. You know then what I can do all of that, man. You got through the door, you got a big fat nice juice, your dinner. I can do that, man. That's light work, man.
It's
compared to running
you know
a house
and
children and having a job. That is light work.
Get me? Obviously, you're making the place clean. The man has to do all the maintenance work, and you get me. Come back and start keep improving the yard. Improvements.
Ezra, it's enough man can't even change plug out there. You know that.
True. That is true.
You know that.
I've got to give much love to my brother Isle in the building. Big up, brother. Enough love to you. I got your back 110%. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Big up. So as he saying, sis?
See, my dad can build a house from bottom to top, and that's not even his main job, Fix how them were like, and this is what I'm saying is like, if the man then were like them man there, we would have less problems.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'll even go as far to say if the women were like my mom, we would have less problems again. You see what I'm saying to you? But man, them. They're not like your granddad, man.
We've lost, them have lost the skills though, and women know. I come on, I like man. The
No,
stuff that my grandma can do, the stuff my grandma can do in her old age. Yeah, my sisters are not, they can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's both sides.
It's
Yeah,
both.
we've lost the
It's both.
skills, man. You're right,
Yeah,
still.
definitely.
We've lost them. You know what I mean, you have to. This is why we have to chat to them and build and learn, man. Like the other day, my grandma, yeah, she gave me this tub of seasoning. Yeah, like she makes it herself, pimento and all that. Just and like, yo, it's sick. I've been cooking everything with it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And she literally bakes it herself. All that, you know how much, you know how long that would last, that tub there. Yeah, seasoning and all that. Like just them little skills there. you know, you know what I'm saying? Like they're God. I mean, she's always shown me stuff that just shocked me. Still, I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't say that they're gone still. I think more that we have to implement. I mean, we have to implement them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have
we
to
have to
take the
learn them
time.
off them first. Yeah, we have to go to our grandparents and learn from them. You get me?
Yeah,
And
before
then
it's too late, so
implement it.
that's what I would say. Because no one knows if the minute, the hour, or the second. Don't talk. So yeah, do if anyone that wants to be talking to them elders, do the chattings now, man. Don't wait, man.
Yeah, we have to learn from the elders and then implement it, man. Get me? And stop all like kind of stop relying on this new age kind of ideals, man. Because the elders have got wisdom, like differently, like things that actually, you can survive. Because if you think about it, they've been through different decades where you understand. So I think we really need to talk to the elders and then implement what they're teaching, man, and let go of some of this new age nonsense, bro. Because I think that's what's causing the confusion.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I
A
think
lot of
it's
this stuff that
different.
we implement, thinking, oh, it's better because it's more modern.
Yes,
It's just not the case.
exactly. And that's why I keep saying all this modern thing is not thing, bruv, because like it's not always gonna be the way forward. Because it's like you get more exchange from naturalness, you understand? From instinctive kind of way of thinking. You understand? With all this new nuanced stuff. Like so I think we need to just go back to the elders. Because if it's not broke, man, don't fix it, man. I'm telling you, because it's really bad that, like you said, like our generation, we're not even in a position where we know certain things, like Ezra said, simple things like doing things from scratch where we can even pass it down to our children. And then you understand what I'm saying? So it's like our whole generation's out on that. You understand? Meant to the generation to come. So we need to go back and we
Yeah,
need to go back
100%.
and holler at the elders and then come forward and then get me start implementing these things to the children in the here and now. And like you said, holler at the elders
Exactly.
while they're here.
Exactly. Like you're saying, even the hair and stuff like that. You get me? The
Yes, bro. You know
clothes.
what? People that don't
You
even
get me?
know how to be able to do their children's hair, like simple things, like buying,
Innit?
like you don't have to go spend bare money in hairdressers. You should be able to do that. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah,
Say, come here,
exactly.
my girl,
Yeah.
sit down, bro. Your hair needs to do. Sit down, do what camera roll, bubbles. You get me? Whatever it is, man. Threading that, whatever. About you want to be spending money to take your picnic to go somewhere. No, that don't make no sense.
Innit? Them big money's there every minute in the hair, the hair shop.
I'm even learning how to cut hair because I can't even take it, bro. You get me? Because all this having to go to the barbers and sit down there for hours and hours and waiting till the man making my son get bumps in his head. So chabro, can you
Yeah.
just learn how to do it
And
myself?
and that's another thing. That's another thing. Like that I remember. Like that I actually remember. Like my grandma. Like, cause she was like she do the textiles thing. She make curtains herself, her own clothes, everything. Like, and then like between the community, say like we're in the community of call it Aston now. Then my grandma does textiles. Your grandma does seasonings and all this stuff from herself. You get me? They all had a certain skill. You get me? That they share with each other. So like your Nine Ethers Nans does the hair and that, and
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying. So that they all go to Nine Ethers Nan for the hair, and then they'll come to my Nan for the textiles, and then they'll go
Exactly.
to
And
that
then you
one
do your
there for
thing
the
like that.
seasoning and the
Exactly. Can
yeah,
you imagine, Ezra?
yeah,
Do you know how much time I have to go on freaking blood clot YouTube to go and like learn how to fix things in my house? Because unfortunately we have man that don't even know how to do like even a curtain pole. They don't even know how to do it. You understand? Fuck having to pay a handyman to come and do all this stuff. You understand what I'm saying? But if we were
Exactly.
in a generation like our elders where they knew how to do these things, we wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be so much nuances that we would have to jump on, because certain things would already be there. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
100%. It's like some of them things that we end up shelling out for would have just come so easy and natural.
Come
You get me?
naturally.
You know, like your nan made, I don't know, some curtains for the hairdresser last week. So now when she wants her hair done, yeah, it ain't nothing. You get me?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? She just brings her hair, the woman just brings her material, and we all help each other. You know what I'm saying?
Even back in the day, I remember talking to my friend's mum, and they were like older, because he was like younger, but he had older siblings, so they were older. And then we even talk about relationships, and they were like, you youngers, you give up too easy. Not saying that you should entertain everything, but she was saying, listen, it's a butter batter, you understand? It's not a thing. We have been taught to give up too easy. And I remember I was like 10, 11, 12, when she was telling me that. She's like, listen, and she was a Jamaican woman, and she's been with her husband for over how much years. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's like
Yeah, I can agree with that. My grandparents been
yeah,
married for 57 years.
20,
57
like 20,
years.
like I don't even know, it might be all 50 years now, something like that. You get me? And but then I think it was like 20 years then time. I'm like, she's saying you don't give up too easy. You don't give up too easy.
Yeah. It's like Mr. Lee just said in the chat, he knows a couple of sisters who struggle. So he cuts their son's hair and they plait his hair. It's an exchange of, that's trading. You know what I'm saying? That's old school trading right there. You know what I'm saying?
And that type of trading works for us.
And
It
that's
works
how we
for
used to
the
set up
piss
the thing,
or
brother.
take
That's
advantage
how
of
we
no one.
survived in them
Yeah.
turbulent times.
Now you can't even do that. It's mad.
Sure, so.
Mad.
Sure. Mad still, like, we've just got to build, man. Like, I don't know, like, somebody, I don't know, we've got all these other programs, but the family one, like, family one's just lacking. You get me?
Yeah,
And that's, I feel like
family and
that's
community is the
the
one
start
that we
of
really
everything.
need to be.
Black betterment wise, yeah. I feel like the family makeup is the start of everything. It
It's
all builds
good.
from there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Because from the family together, then that's when you can build back a community, sense of community, and then we can go
Exactly.
from there. Because the
Exactly.
family, the whole family function has been broken down, so it can't really be broken down anymore, man. And it's like, that's our problem. That's our
It
problem.
is. And I feel like we're just too quick, yeah, to just give up and
Give up.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Or
You know
there's
what I'm
something
saying?
better. I'll forget it. I don't want to.
I've been guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? Like we are.
Well, that's the next thing, isn't it, as well, man? You know, that sort of consumerism type of, you know what I mean, liberty that the people are living amongst, man. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. With all these things that we're saying, I think we also just have to remember that we're in a completely different time. You know what I mean? Because you know what? Sometimes I think it could be argued that we're still all our one Israel. We're doing well. You know what I mean? We could be doing much worse. It could be argued, and also we've got to be careful that we don't take, and myself included, you know, we don't take on too much, you know, media hype and do you know what I mean? Different little things, you know,
Yeah.
which it can be
I
easy
know
because
what you're
obviously
saying.
the media is going to paint. They're definitely painting a narrative, a very negative one towards the black family. You know what I mean? We know they're attacking. Well, I think they kind of eased up on the man and they're kind of attacking the black women in the media now, which is a mad thing. It's just mad if they say what they're doing with black women. But yeah, it's a massive time for real, man. But that's and social media and these things. I mean, what we need to be really concentrating on how is we're gonna, you know, allow our young children to navigate through these muddy waters, man. You know, for real, car.
It's true.
But for them to navigate, they need to know the truth. So I just think that we, like you said before, we need to ignore that little, the social media stuff. But actually,
You've gone even further away, Spice.
Hold on, can you hear me now?
That's better. That's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, like farming.
do away with the social media, but obviously take accountability and try to make them know what the truth is in it, and try to get back to some of the practical ideals. Because there's nothing wrong with this nuanced thing, yeah, but you can't completely rub out the old school because it works and it has a certain foundation that I think is going to make us as black people more successful than if we just all started to latch onto this nuance of this new age type of stuff. That's what I think. I think it's not about listening to other people, but obviously we do need to hold accountability for certain things and then try to build on that. You understand? And get the family back together so that we can build that community, and then I think we'll be cool from that. But apart
Bring the family back. And I think we need to encourage marriage again. We need to start talking of things like marriage,
yeah.
I think there was a
Yeah.
time
But how
when
do you
it
separate
became that marriage isn't important, it's a piece of paper and all these varying things. But like me, I'm definitely going to encourage mine about marriage and responsibility and being the man and these type of things. You see what I'm saying? She? And maybe as well, that's part of it as well, Isabel,
That
whereby
is true. As a
we're not
mother
being.
of girls, I encourage my girls to be married. I do, 100%. And I told them to be wise in their choice. Like, do not put yourself out there. Make sure you're exclusive to yourself. Do not know who you're welcoming into your life. And make sure you know the background of the man that I need to know everything. Me, I do private investigation, everything. I want to know your mother, your mama's mother, your mama's mother.
Right.
I want to know everything about them because you're taking on my child. That's the most precious thing in my life. You understand? So I need to know everything. I want to know what kind of source you come from and what you're adding to my daughter's life. And that's what I'm saying. When you've got girls, I think I'm a bit more protective with the girls because of the fact that, remember, when your daughter goes marries into a man's, like, basically the man's taking on a whole new family. They're welcoming your daughter into their family. She's taking on a whole new name, everything. So I need to know that. I know my daughter's coming from good stock, so I need to know she's married into good stock. Is what I'm coming from. Do you know? So I 100% agree with encouraging marriage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all about. I'm even nearing arranged marriages. I'm looking his wife already. You're joking. And I'm not fun and joke aside, yeah. Because as a youth, I mean, we used to bun arranged marriages and all that, man. But I'm not gonna lie, I can see some validity in arranged marriages. Trust me, I really can.
Okay. For me, I feel like, obviously, as it is, like, I'm gonna say this, and like, I feel like arranged marriages will just work better because, like Sis Divine was saying, she wants to know all this stuff about the people, what kind of stock it comes from. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like, and if it's arranged marriage, yeah, most of the time you've known it's somebody that you know,
That's
and it's their
right.
kid. You know that they're family already. You know the kid's grown up a good youth, and he ain't no little bad breed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know
Right.
that you've seen him grow, and that, you know what I'm saying? So
That's right.
that should be a lot
That's
better. And
right. And
obviously,
that's the way forward,
with
man.
grace. Mm-hmm.
Because and because say, in a real life, it's not everybody's supposed to lie down and make picnic. You know what I mean? Or sometimes I think if some people really knew the background of someone they're lying down with, they wouldn't have laid down so quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's people out there, you lie down with a mud man, like literally a mud man. You know what I mean? And you could have put on that madness onto your youth. So you could have prevented that. You know what I mean? With just a little bit of a background check, a little bit of patience. Do you know what I'm saying? Because people have to take responsibility for even just having children. Do you know what I mean? Stop the careless youths and that, man. No disrespect.
Patience, man. And like, that's the thing. It's like, because I don't know, like in Jamaica, back in the day, like, it would have been a little community, probably a little parish, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And your family already knows that family. You know what I'm saying? So when you grow up now and you probably already knew the guy that you married from a long time. You know what I'm saying? Because there's only a small little communities, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So that family knows that family. Like, again, same with my grandparents and that, like, they kind of grew up local. families knew each other, different that. So like, even though it's not arranged, you get me? It's like it's better though.
Well, I think that was probably one of the first mistakes made, you know, in terms of our journey here, whereby a lot of the children of the Windrush, they left home quite quickly, for whatever reasons, you know what I mean? A lot of them wanted
Yeah,
independence and basically just wanted to take hood and, you get me, you know them ones.
yeah,
But yeah, that wasn't necessarily a good look long term because that was the beginning of the separation, if you know what I'm saying. I
yeah.
mean, it could
It's
be
true.
argued it was inevitable, but I don't know still. You know what I mean? But enough of the Windrush people,
The thing is, yeah, we have to.
they rebelled, man.
And like somebody said it earlier, still, like I don't know who mentioned it. It might have been Lady Divine here, but to be fair, we have to. As much as we messed up, yeah, we have done great in such a small period of time. Yeah, 200 years ago, we came out of slavery with nothing, like literally no culture,
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else that they know how to, they've had their family structure in place for centuries. They know their
Exactly.
culture. You get me? They know their system. They know what works. They know what
Exactly.
don't work. Yeah, we've had to
That's
start
why I
from
said it
scratch,
don't
and I feel
even
like
make no
we're doing
sense
great.
comparing us to them people. You know what I mean? To other persons like that, because that's doing ourselves a disservice. You know what I mean? Because we're not on equal footings yet.
Yeah, we're not though. We're not.
But we are. But you're gonna see. You're gonna see how good we done. Trust me. Even where you are up there, Ezra, because I know that you know what I mean. I know there's been some changes up there still. So you watch and see what I want, man. You watch.
I hear you still. I feel like you
Our
get me.
time's
We are
gonna
getting.
come up when they're gonna wish like, oh, I wish they was all like the West Indians. Trust me.
And it's true. Get me? It's mad. It is actually mad stuff.
But
We
yeah,
just
we
gotta
just got
keep building. Get me?
yeah, man. We just gotta push on, man, and most importantly, intergenerational wealth. You know what I mean? Trying to make sure that we leave something for the youth them coming up, and just
Yeah.
utilizing the tools in order to do that. You know what I mean? And yeah, and the way in which we view each other. Yeah, we've got to change the narrative. Become the change we want to become, man. That's the only way in which it's gonna happen, man. I believe. Even right now, the way in which I see some of the young people relating to each other, I'm not impressed. Because if it, you know what I mean, if it continues a certain way, domestic violence will just become part and parcel of relationships. Trust me.
Yeah. It will. And you know, sure. I don't want to say too much because like sometimes my views are a bit. You get me? I'm just saying, like we've got to like I don't know, man. You get me? Men have to have more patience and caring, more care for their women and their families. Yeah, and women have just got to have less attitude and less blood. You get me? Disrespect. Mm-mm. Know what I'm saying? Like what happens is men can suppress their manliness for a little bit, get me? And let the woman just chat their nonsense to me. But it can only you get me. Nature's gonna kick in after a while. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
hold on.
and
What
it's
is this
madly there.
manliness
Eh?
that's being suppressed? I'm not understanding.
Really?
Or are women holding out on the pom pom?
Like
What?
Levi, you don't see he's biting his tongue, nigga. They're trying to draw him out. That was Ezra, bro.
This is what
He's
I'm
trying to
saying.
take his
I don't know if
time.
I
Let
got
him
the
just
energy
take
for
his
this
time.
morning. Might have to do this one in the evening.
Trust
But
me,
yeah,
it's too
man,
early. Yeah, don't even
it's
start
too early for
Ezra
this
off.
shit.
You know, he's treading lightly. Allow him. He's actually treading lightly. I can see.
Just gosh, yeah, man. It's a problem, basically.
But I think he
It's
means like the
problems.
authority, like
Problems.
the masculine energy, like the authority and thing. I think man do like suppress their emotional and their more caring side because people feel like they have to be quote unquote manly, whatever.
I don't think that's what he's talking about, though.
So what you think he's
He
talking
said
about there?
they're manly feelings. So that's what I want to know. What
No,
you
it's
know?
just that wind up your neck, yeah, like one bag of chatting. You
Oh,
get me? Like
no, you got a girl with that. Yeah.
the
He's
one
like,
bag
this
of
what
chatting
you
in your head.
start.
You've been out there, stressed out there. The world hates the black man. You get me? Work, stress on road, stress everywhere you go, and then you come back in your yard and you got this gal wobbling her neck, talk about that's long, bro.
Oh God. Don't start, Ezra. But it's true. Some certain girls, not tarring us with all with the same brush. Some girls are like that. Because I've had bridges like that, and I can't be bridges with them because obviously I don't agree with certain women carry themselves certain ways. They deal with certain men. Then you understand? I can't deal with it. You get me? And maybe I'm a little bit biased, like I said, because I grew up around brothers, so I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I feel like obviously it's not speaking for everyone in it. Like, there's many different reasons why it breaks down. In it, I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
for me and my experiences, like I said, I know that's like this is what I'm saying. We never got to finish it before, sis. Yeah, like when we was having that conversation about why some black men choose not to have black girls, it's not because
No,
they're not attractive,
Oh, I wish we never
it's
got
not
to
because they
finish
don't
it.
find black women attractive. Yeah. I said it's not because they don't find black women attractive or they only attracted to white women. Majority of the time, it's not that. You will find that in some cases, but majority of the time, it's not that. So if it is not that, then we have to ask. Yeah. And I'm saying, yeah, like, right. I'm saying, yeah, that like in a lot
Ezra,
of
just
cases,
say it
yeah.
how it is, man. You said that they're just what less maintenance, isn't it? That's what you want to say, my brother.
Now, you
Be
know what it is?
real.
I've direct because you know what it is. This confuses
Oh
me,
my
This confuses me too. Just like how you like confused, yeah. I struggle with it. You get me? And I've directly asked man who I know are pro-black. Yeah, well, who I know are now got white women. I got full black kids and that. You get me? But then, yeah, with white women now, so I've directly asked man like, yo, what go ahead? You get me? What go for that? You get me? Like, I'm just saying, yo. I just need peace. You get me? You know them ones like, like enough of them, enough
But
of
why
them.
do you think
Like,
that is from your perspective, Ezra? Why do you think it's like you said there's black men that are pro-black and everything, got full black pitney, and then have a white woman? Why do you, from a man's point of view, think that is?
yeah, from what I asked him, you get me? I had to ask him directly. You know what I'm saying? And my man just told me straight, like I just get peaceful. Like I get peace. This is the first time I've actually ever been like looked after and respected properly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to agree with him because you know what I'm saying, the way that he's, I've seen it. It's not like I ain't seen it. So, like the way he's getting treated now is a lot different to before. So I don't know what can I say.
But is that
But
experience that
obviously, I
you?
know that's a microcosm. I know that's not all black women. I know
Yeah.
that before we go there. But I'm just
Okay.
saying
Yeah.
this seems happening a lot. You get me?
But
But
you
it's
know
just
what, Ezra? To
go on.
counter your argument, yeah. Sorry, I'm on the road quickly, yeah. Just to counter your argument. I've been hearing a lot lately of the SWAR community. I've been watching this Crystalline, Karazine, and all them galley and their SWAR communities talking about black women need to open up their options and start looking outside of their race because the black men ain't really doing nothing for us. What would you say to that?
The foolishness, you get me? Idiot thing. I'm not saying black men.
I like the way it's foolishness from the other side, though, innit? I love that. I
You
love that.
see, he's gonna be biased slightly. You're gonna be
Yeah, I
biased,
think that's
Ezra.
still.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it.
But why is it foolishness one way and then the other way? It's like, yeah, they get peace and rah. Which you're entitled to your thing if that's your experience, isn't it? Because people are going on their experience, isn't it? But why is it now
Yeah.
foolishness when it's the other way?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, if there's a woman out there, yeah, that's had nothing but black men, loves black men, but every black man she's had, yeah, is just like a mental flipping headache and get me a mental bird. Like, if she ends up with a white man, then she's happy. Agree with it, but I'd understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would understand it. I wouldn't agree. It's not something I'd what you get me. I'd want for her, but I'd understand it. I mean, if that's
But how come you
so I'm
understand
piecing
it
out the
for a
life.
woman, but it's okay for your breast, like for a man? Is it because it's more common against among black men? And what is like
Say
what do
that
you
again.
think is
Sis,
the
you're breaking
breakdown
up a bit.
between black women and what like what is the breakdown between black women and black men? Like what attitudes and behaviors are you talking of? Now, again, you're not generalizing, you're just saying obviously this is a micro thing of
Yeah.
you're not trying to generalize the whole of black woman. So from your point of view, what is it, what certain behaviors and certain whatever energy that obviously makes us kind of clash to a point where you could see where your friend, your brethren's coming from when he says, oh, okay, I get peace with white women per se. So from your point of view.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's a hard one. I just feel like when it comes to our women, yeah, majority of they've got uh, this mentality of I don't need. You get me? And you get me? I mean, I can do independent equality and all this mad stuff, but we don't see that in the other nations. Like, we don't, like, obviously we do see these mad white feminist women, and what I'm saying, like, people in their families and that, and like family life, we don't really see that from the other people. I'm saying, like, you know, that is on both sides, man and woman, and definitely, I feel like we've we've got to do better, man. Like, if we like, obviously, I'm pro-black. You get me? Everything black, and everyone knows my thing in it. But I'm saying we have to be realistic with the thing. Yeah? There's a problem. There's a breakdown. There's an actual reason why so much people and black women get me. We have to address the thing, but like, and from when we address it, then we got a chance of fixing it. If we stay in denial, then it's just gonna get worse. You know what I'm saying that's just how I feel, man. I feel like there's a big problem. There's obviously a big problem with black relationships. It's obvious, and plus this media ain't helping because every time you look on an advert, yeah, or whatever, there's a black man and a white woman. Like, I've been thinking that for years. Like, why did they promote this? Like, why did they promote it so hard?
Yeah.
You know, look at every single advert with a black man in there. Yeah, it's always
Trust me,
like these
even these
IKEA
dating
adverts or
sites
whatever.
now, it's all this, the black man, the
Yeah, man.
white woman type of
Like,
thing.
trust me,
But
it's
I do,
definitely.
one thing I do
But
agree
that's
with,
what
I
I'm
feel like,
saying, Ezra. Now, if you look, it's the black woman now with a white man. Yeah, they switched it up now, man.
yeah, but that don't get pushed
Mad
out as
thing.
much as the black,
And they put us with, even on TV, they just put us with dodgy characters, man. Like in Emmerdale,
Yeah, I
they put
know.
a black woman with Marlon. You get me? And she was a headmaster. You know what I mean?
Is
So it's
that what
like
they're
they
doing
give with
now?
one hand and take with the other.
Okay. Is that what they're doing? Long time we watched Emmerdale. So Marlon's got a black woman, yeah?
Yeah, she's a headmistress of a primary school. Beautiful, big and buxom, and you know he's a lanky piece of piss.
She's a lucky piece of fish, Yeah, but
Woods is
I
just
do agree with the
Mr. Woods is
fact
just
that
put,
I
I'm
feel like,
stressed. Let me find Kim Kardashian. Yeah, mate. And I agree, it's stupidness. It is stupidness, in my opinion. You get me? But this is what's happening, bro. You get me? Like, we have to keep it real. It is like I agree.
Yeah, but all it's gonna do is just weaken out the thing, man.
Yeah, it is.
Because you know what I mean. You're taking it out. What you're basically doing is taking out that warrior spirit. Cause what you're saying is that the man them don't want warriors again.
Say that again, sis.
But it was that warrior spirit in that took us through that passage. You understand what I'm saying to you? And that's why I think now that we've kind of come to the end of the passage, man, them want, you know what I mean, clouds and cotton wool and all that. It's crazy. Like we didn't go through the same thing. Like we ain't both got the same scars.
I hear you still. Yeah, you right.
Hey, Ezra, what on?
Can you like hear me?
Say that
I'm gonna
again,
come back
man.
because this is starting to chop and out, and I'll come back one sec. Post a link against this car. I can't hear
Let's
nothing.
not alter. Yeah, I'll be watching for you as well. Let's not
They say
alter you.
Yeah, what's the bizzle?
Well, we started off having we're gonna be looking at domestic violence.
Yeah, domestic violence is a pussy old thing. Yeah, and if I'm honest with you, Nifa, like I don't really come around here and lose my temper. Yeah, but you see the woman beating thing and pedophiles. Those are the two things surefire to get me upset.
Mm. Well, we read out a definition of
One thing I can't take now. It's a man that puts out of what? Of what? You read that definition of what?
I saw it, babe. I was just saying that we read out a really interesting definition of DV because it covered a lot of different things. But go on, babe.
Yeah, no, for me, that domestic violence thing, like big and serious, isn't it? Like that is a surefire way to get me upset.
Right.
It's man them that feel like say they could put their hand on a woman. Like I don't know. For me, it's a pussy old thing.
Agreed.
And I don't mean like because it's happened before where like you're in a bad mood and then someone comes up to you, touches you on the back, and you just like get off me, and then you didn't realize it was a woman, and your elbow goes into her nose. Like that's not what I'm calling wife beating. Wife beating is when like you're hitting your woman like on a like hitting your woman is a thing. Yeah, when hitting or intimidating your woman through acts of violence or fucking threats of violence, it means you're a pussy. It does. Now, obviously, I'm a hypocrite because I don't feel the same way about man them that are getting bust up by their woman. Like I don't have the same energy, and I know it happens. I know it happens. I know it happens, but I don't have the same energy for man them that are getting piped by their girl. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I just don't feel the same way. I really don't. Fuck's sake, man, move.
You talk about domestic violence the other way around.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like if the man's getting piped by the woman, I don't have the same energy for a man that's beating his woman. I really don't. I just part of me just feels like, bro, like just it's man up, innit?
Yeah, but they
Like,
did
and when I
say
say
that
man up, I don't mean start busting her up. Don't start busting her up, but just make her understand. Just stand your ground, hold 2 box, and then make her understand that if this happens again, it's a problem. Nah.
So, do you think it's okay in any situation for a woman to hit a man?
Only if they're in bed.
Only in the bedroom, yeah?
Yeah. If she's into that kind of thing, innit?
Yeah.
But hold track. I've got a
Yeah.
question for you still.
I've got an answer for you too, my brother. What God, Ezra? Eh?
I know you. I say, if a woman hits a man, violently, do you think it's okay for him to hit her back?
All right, look. See, the thing is, right? Listen. All right, listen, yeah. All right, listen. Right. All right. So remember, I said, for me, a wife beater is someone who routinely hits his wife in a frequent or infrequent sort of pattern where he's angry, yeah. So he boxes up the woman. That's a wife beater. I gave an example of if you're in a bad mood and then someone comes up behind you to say, "Are you all right?" and you go, "Get off me!" and you hit the person in the nose with your elbow. That's even if it's a woman, you didn't beat the woman. You injured somebody unintentionally, inadvertently, accidentally, whatever. Yeah.
You're gonna be
Now,
late. 8:54.
yeah. So, if a woman, especially a stranger, if she like, if she's on stuff and she boxes you in your face unwarranted, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would have to respond with an act of, I'm gonna say violence, right? But I'm gonna qualify it. I'm gonna qualify it because I don't want people to just run off and say, "Oh, I'm gonna bust up girls." Yeah, I would respond with an act of violence to make her understand that her behavior won't be tolerated. Now, the example I'm thinking of in my head, I'm sure we all saw it. Yeah, a video was going around about a year or two ago where this black girl was being ratchet on a underground train in America, and then she boxes the hat or some guy a light skinned guy in the head, and his hat flies off, and then he turns around and slaps her in her mouth. Now, and then there's the one with the bus driver where the black girl in America like spits in the bus driver's face and
She
pushes him
took
in the
this.
head while the bus is moving.
Yeah, she.
And he uppercutted the fuck out of her, yeah, and a wee fell out, and rightfully so, because like if you're going to disrespect in a way, you have to understand that there may be repercussions. So, with that said, if a woman, specifically a stranger or someone I don't have feelings or affection for in any way, shape, or form, violate me like that, I would respond in a way where she would have to understand that she made a mistake. She made a mistake. Yeah, but
But how do
I
you know
wouldn't
it's a mistake?
I wouldn't box her up. Yeah.
Well, you can't say it's a mistake. You can't say that. Hit me.
What do you mean?
If a girl
No. If
directly
a
comes
woman
up to you,
boxes me in the face, she's made a mistake. And to
huh?
be honest, it ain't necessarily just a woman. If somebody like decided like, all right, they've had enough of Ultra and he needs a box in the face, then the person has to understand that they've made a mistake. And the only way for me to make them understand that, I believe, in that particular circumstance, would be to respond in with an act of proportional and appropriate violence.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. With that.
However, now I need to clarify this. I am in no way endorsing physical violence towards women. However, I would ask women to just like check yourself. Unless you're like Ronda Rousey and you could kick off a guy's head, then that's different, isn't it? But like, yeah, like don't fuck around. Don't say that you could just disrespect man, yeah, and take her for a person. Like it's different if it's online and someone hates you and all this stuff, and that's all right, that's fine because opinions don't really mean shit. But if you want to take it to that level where you want to put your hands on my physical person, you have to understand that you've made a mistake.
Yeah, you have to learn that the hard way.
You have to learn. You have to learn. Blood clot. You have to learn.
Get me? Nah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
So
Like, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's happened to me in a former relationship. Yeah, obviously,
yeah.
get me. It's my fault. Obviously, my ex has gone through my phone and that she's seen some mad stuff.
Ah.
I'm getting,
No, you see, hold on,
I'm
Ezra.
getting,
Wait. No,
I'm getting
see,
dressed in
this is
the
different, Ezra. No, you deserve the box then. You deserve the
Bloody
box.
Ultra,
in the morning.
you know. What kind of advice is that, Ultra? Good
You
No,
morning.
but
deserve the box.
I'm
No,
getting dressed
Ezra,
in the
hold on.
morning.
No,
I don't have to
pause.
release.
Pause. If she went, no, it ain't
Get me?
subjective, bro. If she saw something in your phone, yeah, where it involved you and other women, you deserve a box. If she went through your phone and saw like
She
dirty
saw me dance.
videos,
Ultra,
that's different.
Ultra.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm saying if she saw me on the phone daggering some next girl, then that's different. if she sees a message from somebody saying hi babes or whatever, that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
No,
No, it is. It's justified. I'm sorry, Ezra. I can't back you on that. You know why? I'm married, bro. I'm married, innit? So I have to maintain a certain standard. If your woman goes through your phone and she sees something involving you, or she sees something from another woman, yeah, then she's right to.
Yeah, but
Hold on a minute.
Box you.
Ultra,
What
what happened
bro?
to condoning the violence and domestic violence and all of that good stuff?
No. I said the woman should box the man.
But isn't that
I'm
not
saying
still
the woman.
considered domestic violence, whether it's
Yeah,
female
but
or female?
I already said I'm a hypocrite and I don't feel the same way about man them that get beat up by their woman. I don't
At least you're honest, my
have the
brother. At
energy.
least you're honest.
Yeah, I just feel like, listen, if you're a man and you're getting bust up by your woman, like, just man up a bit, innit? Like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying tamper up. I'm just saying, listen, just
yeah,
understand
so
that.
What if
You know
thumping
what I mean?
her up? Yeah, is the listen. All right, and put it this way. Yeah, like I was with my ex for a long time. Yeah, many years, like you or and
Yeah.
obviously I never knew about the mad behaviors, but this one has obviously said that.
Yeah.
I'm getting dressed
Okay,
on it. Yeah, like I just feel some surprise attack. You get me? Like,
oh shit.
Bam,
Yeah.
boxed me in my eye blood. Yeah, my eyes
Oh,
all
shit.
hurting and that. I've looked in the mirror. I see my eye bloodshot and that my eyes all red.
Ezra, she wounded you. But wait, Ezra, hold on, pause, wait. What did you do? Wait, Ezra, what did you do to deserve that? That's what I want to know.
Hey, you're
I
breaking
want
up.
to know, Ezra, what was it? Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. What was it you did to deserve that box?
That's what I'm saying. A misunderstanding of some messages.
No, that don't sound like a misunderstanding to me, bro. You're guilty.
Oh, chat. It's a misunderstanding, right? You get me?
Yo, Ezra, listen.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Remember, I know them Birmingham tones as well.
Yeah, hey.
I know
Yeah, no fucking
them.
misunderstanding. What are you doing, Posio? Fuck's sake, man. I hate fucking dickhead drivers,
anyway.
They jar me. Yeah, Ezra, I'm not gonna lie, that misunderstanding, that means you forgot to delete the message and then she saw it. That's the misunderstanding, isn't it? Be honest. And then it ended up with her wounding you. Yeah. Did you boss her up for that though, Ezra?
Nah, I'm saying she's made the same mistake before when my sister messaged me saying, "Hi, babe." You get me? And she's phoned back my sister and sent my sister some stupid message. You get me? So this shows that sometimes you can just be mistaken. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, flipping, bam. She clapped out my eye blood. I've looked in the mirror. I'm saying, nah. My eyes all bloodshot. I said, nah. She's definitely got a hold of box. You get me? So I just gave her a little
see,
one.
Ezra, hold on a second. Wait. So how long after her boxing you did you go back and box her?
Like about 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because for me as well, that's sticky for me. I feel like if it's not an immediate retaliation, then you've just crossed over into wife beating, blood. Like, do you get me?
Nah,
but if it's like she boxed me, you realize you analyzed it and then you boxed it back. Yeah, within like if it's like a gut thing, then it's different.
No, it's Ultra. 1 second. I'm saying it's called a calculated judgment because end of the day, this girl is not gonna be clapping every time she gets a little bit upset. You understand? And
I hear that, bro. It was a necessary evil. We saying, necessary evil.
Yeah.
Fucking no. Yeah, I hear that though. I hear that, but do you know what it is? It's just because remember I've got a queen at home and a daughter and potentially one more. And I'm not sure. Oh my God, Pussy, move over, man. yeah, we might be having one more. We don't know what the baby is yet. We find out in February. Um, like I'm always thinking, raw. If a man put his hands on my child, would it be a problem? And the answer is emphatically yes. Emphatically yes. And for me, that's a problem because, like, obviously, I'm a hypocrite in certain areas, but I can't expect no one to bust up my child and then me bust up somebody else's child. Like, yeah, it don't sit well with me, bro.
It's true still. You know what it is? I'm just gonna teach my daughter.
Can't
Yeah.
lie.
Don't be putting your hands on no blood clot big man. You get me? Cause if he turns around and boxes you up, that's your business. You get me?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
why are
yeah.
you
No, I
hitting?
hear that.
You know what I'm
I hear that. I hear that. I hear that, and
saying? Get me?
I
Simple as.
agree. I'm not gonna lie, I do agree.
The way
Yeah,
I see it is, if a girl bad enough, yeah, if a girl's bad enough to take up her hand and lick big man, she's bad enough to take a man lick. As simple as that. Simple. You get me? Don't put your hand on me. Head.
yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah, Ezra. No, I hear that. Just yeah. I would just say, you just have to be careful, man, because like obviously, like I mean, and this is another thing as well. One other thing as well is like this is gonna get me in trouble with Nyanifa, yeah. But like, not all women are goddesses, bro. And like like you know when the Christian said, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Like, whilst I think that's totally immoral, I kind of understand it. Yeah, like what I mean by that is, if there's a woman and she's a fucking demon, yeah, like you can't give that person the same energy you would give to a goddess. You understand what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I heard
so
that.
yeah. And I trust me, like my dog, my number one dog for life, he's going through like the worst type of fucking baby mom drama that you could imagine. And I'm thinking, this bitch is a fucking demon. She's a demon. Yeah. And you know, I don't like using them kind of fucking religiously charged words, but there's no other way to describe this woman. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. The fact that she hasn't been boxed up is a fucking, is a mystery. The fact that she had no one's broke her blood clot, broke it up. Yeah, I'm surprised. Right? Imagine I'm not even in a relationship with this bitch, and I've wanted to mash her up. You get me?
Yeah.
But
Take care
yeah,
of them.
but this is another thing
Mm.
as well. Like, yeah, I'm just not into the hitting of
I
women.
don't. I don't. I'm just putting it out there. I don't agree with any man. Yeah, just abusing his woman. Yeah,
Yeah,
hitting
facts. Yeah.
even emotional abuse. I don't. None of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
But flipping. I'm just saying, innit? Don't pick up your hand and lick big man.
mm.
You're due to get banged. That's what I'm saying. Why is a man gonna stand there? Why is a man
Yeah.
standing there getting backed up every time this girl gets a bit angry? No. Don't work like that. Get me?
Yeah, no, I hear that, man. I hear
The
that.
man keep their hands to themselves. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. No, I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. No, Ezra, listen, I'm just getting to work, you know. I'm just driving into the garage now. So let me leave you with all the domestic violence and tear, because you know what I
You're
mean.
funny.
Yeah, man.
Oh shit.
Ultra is hilarious. I'm listening
Yeah.
to Ultra in the background. I'm on the road. That's the only reason why I'm not speaking. But Ultra, you're a mix up.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm fucked up. No, do you know what it is? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love women like I love cooked food. Yeah, like all of my favorite people on this planet are female, except my sons and my dad. But yeah, like, and they're specifically Gemini as well. Like, fucking
Food, Geminis, food.
yeah, I love fucking Geminis. My nan, my daughter, my wife, my oh god. Anyway, listen, I've got a duck hat. Yeah, but hear what I'm saying. Don't beat up women. Don't do it.
Saying it.
'Cause
Don't do it. Still.
certain times, girls behave like they need a blood clot mat box.
But you know, certain times, just say, you know what, you sicken me, and just walk off. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that will
Innit?
sting a lot more than a box in the mouth. Morning, morning. What's going on? I know, fucking hell. I'm late, man. I come to close it off.
So when
I
man
come to
walks
close it
up
off.
women, does it make them
I come to
feel
close it off.
more manly and these type of things?
I don't know. I feel like it does to some men. All right, and I'm gonna keep it
But
real.
this is going back to Ezra saying that some of the men then feel like they can't be manly and all that. So is that what could be the
Nah, I feel
end
like it's just.
manly or little one
Mm,
box?
yeah, I agree. I feel like some men some men do have to suppress their manliness, yeah, to survive in a black household. You know what I'm saying? But
Is manliness, what is that? Is that
Hold
aggression?
on. Yeah, what defines a manliness? That's where I'm lost.
all right, and like basically, you get me. How can like I was saying, in it, we seem to be the only nation that, like, I don't know. I can, from what I know of in it, yeah, like every other nation understands that the man is the man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the man kind of rules the house, and the woman is like the helper. You get me? And all of that. I feel like every other culture gets that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, obviously they prosper with it. But when it comes to us now, yeah, obviously recently, this is just a brand new recent thing, yeah. When it comes to us recently, we don't understand that concept. You know what I'm saying? We're on some brand new Babylon thing where everything equal and this and that and
Yeah,
man,
but
we never
Ezra,
saw.
right, sorry, go on, babe.
Nah, I'm done still.
I mean, I'm just thinking, man. I'm hearing what you're saying. You know what it is here? You know what I think? What I think is that a lot of men want like they want that kind of 2020 black woman that's just not necessarily her vibration. It's not our vibration. It's not even a vibration for a man to become so dependent upon a woman. And even just hearing you talk, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think I do
Based
understand what
on
you're
why though?
saying, because basically what it is,
But
yeah,
we have
this
to
is
ask.
what I think, innit? I think a lot of men don't feel valued by society as a whole, yeah? And that's what I'm saying to you, generally.
Yeah,
And then they're probably coming home, you with me, and still not, feeling valued by their woman, innit? Because they're not, being, I don't want to use the word pampered, but because the woman is going through a similar stress, yeah, and she's coming home, you just got two stressed out people that might not necessarily be able to accommodate each other. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is where I see where the white woman comes in. You get me? Because she isn't as stressed as I am. You with me? And she's able to be like, there, babe, and all that type of, you know what I mean? And do the cotton wool effect.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I
It
understand.
might be that. Good point, man. Good point.
No, trust me, because listen, me and my brother, we've spoken about this for years. You understand? So I know the thing, man, and he showed me that from a long time ago. You understand? I didn't want to hear it. Don't get me wrong. You see what I'm saying to you? But at this, and as much as I hear what is being said, at the same time, I still think it's making the man weak in it, because what you're saying is that really you want
But
a more,
sis, sorry to
yeah.
cut you, sis. I think we're
Mm.
asking the wrong questions here. Let's be honest about this shit. Now, I don't think we're being openly honest about it. We need to ask Ezra, as my brother, I need you to tell me, what is it about the black household that makes the man feel like, say, he's not being respected as a man? Because I don't think we're doing anything different today that we've been doing from day dot. So I need you to help me out with
Yeah,
that one, bro.
I think there's a major difference, though, to be honest. You get me? And that's what my grandma was talking about. This whole mentality of I don't need a man. It's my house. Come out my yard and all of this stupidness here. You get me? Like them things are brand new. You get me? All this whole mentality, like sis was saying this, and she called it a new vibration. You get me? What I'm saying, yeah, is I feel like it's just
Bro, Ezra, bro, you're talking from the standpoint of the women that are saying they don't need a man. I'm more speaking on the standpoint of the man. There's already a black relationship ongoing. Like there's a man and a woman in a household.
Okay.
What in
Oh, yeah.
that household would then make the man feel like he's less respected or less his manliness?
Nah, but I'm saying it's that mentality though. I'm saying it is that mentality, even though
But
they're
if
in
she
the
has a
household
man,
together.
she won't be thinking that. There, she won't be thinking I don't need a man because she's got one. So that's where I'm a bit confused.
But she's got one, but she's got this mentality that basically she don't need him. You know what I'm saying? And like if like I said, any little thing happens now, instead of working through it and battling through like everyone else, yeah, it quick ends up in breakdown. Man, get out of my house. This is my yard. All of that because get me. Like she's already got this mentality already from the start. You know what I'm saying? So she ain't gonna be battling to work it through like our grandmas were and like the other nations do. You get me? No, she's done this straight away. I don't need ya. Get me all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like obviously men have got a lot of work to do too, innit? I'm just saying.
But
Like,
Ezra, you know, at the same time, as much as I agree, I have to also add that times gone by, women had less choice, less options. You understand what I'm saying to you?
I
So
agree.
then you just have to add a little nuance there. So like, some women stayed in some bullshit regime. Real bullshit that wasn't healthy for the mother or the kids that came afterwards. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm hearing you, but you know, nuances again still.
Another
I just
question
feel
I want
like
to
both
ask
sides.
Ezra Bird, quick question, yeah? I want to ask you, what is, okay, so we always hear the standpoint of, oh, with the black family, there's no black family, it's not a unit, there's no black man, black woman together. But when do we get to a point where we say, hold on, this relationship is not healthy. It's not healthy for the children. It's better they separate than stay together for the sake of staying together for a unit. It's actually detrimental to the children.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I'm not with my daughter's mom anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because it just come to that point where it wasn't healthy for anyone now. You know what I'm saying? So like, and that was after a long time.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So we've got to be balanced with it. Yeah, we can't just say, oh, we're going to stick together for the sake of keeping a black family together, when actually it's more detrimental to stay together than it is to be apart. Do you know what I mean? I think each situation has to be analysed.
But I think that's only down to new mentalities on both sides. Like men have got this new mentality of you get me? I can just go get a next girl anyway. You get me? Like forget it. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't putting up with this. I'll just go get a next girl then. You get me? And the women have got a mentality of, well, I don't need him. You get me? And it could go. It's just too quick. You get me? We're too quick to flip in. Like I said, I understand that. You get me? What our grandparents had relationships sometimes that were, you know, issues. They managed to work through it. It takes patience and sacrifice and all of these things. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, yes, it will just be you're just not compatible in it. But I feel like if that is the case, you would have found out that from a bit earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like try and work it out, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you on that. I agree with that to a certain extent as well. Yeah, I do agree. Like some things are just easily given up on, but then there are other situations where it's just not actually good to even try to figure it out. Better you just separate.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So deep on still, there's so much to do. You get me, so much to work on. This is why these convos are just important. You know what I mean? Like it's got to start here with just discussing it, the issues and the breakdowns and we have to be honest with it if we want it to progress. You get me? We have to be honest, both sides. You get me? Black men are mash up, and so are the women. Sometimes I'd say the women are even more so. You get me? But you know, we've just got to, like, I don't know. We need these kind of family discussions. You get me? Somebody who can just, I don't know, man. Like maybe like a black, like a counselor. Somebody who that would be a good niche in the market. Someone who could set up and just help black families in those kind of situations that Sis was describing, where it's just toxic now, and it's only going one way. Maybe if there's someone who could help in them situations or some kind of advice, might help a lot.
So more communication is a necessity one way or another then, yeah?
Say again.
I'm gone. No, I'm just saying communication is key, in it. And
Yeah.
and what I'm hearing from you is that there's a feeling of the lack of ability to express oneself in whichever way still. I mean, which is obviously true because we know, like right now, we know male suicide is up and this, that, and the other, and I mean, don't get me wrong, like I do feel sorry for the man them as well, Ezra. You see what I'm saying to you, and I do appreciate as a female, I can appreciate your struggles, innit? You understand? Car, unfortunately, a lot of the man them they're sort of behind times with the evolution of women. Can you appreciate that statement?
Yeah, to an extent.
I mean, and the thing is, it's not even like we've come out here trying to evolve so quickly. So it's not even one of them ones, isn't it? You getting something? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the times, this, that, and the other. And I would say that women have had to become what they've had to become to make sure the thing continued. You know what I mean? Because there was, there were some women left in some fucked up situations as well. Ezra, you understand? And some women of today are so because of their past. Just like some of the man them, Ezra. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah,
From their
100%.
past experiences and whatever. But healing, man. That's why, healing is a real thing, man.
You're right. So past experiences, enough of the time mash up the future ones. You get me, car? You know what I'm saying? Like we used to call it cat D. You get me? Like when you just meet a new girl and she's so heartbroken from the last relationship, that you get me. She's just unworkable.
Right.
We used to call that a cat D.
Yeah, I got you. No, it's true.
Yeah.
Again, some people leave a relationship and they don't even get over that one before they go into another one, and that's just stupidness. Because obviously you're taking in one bag of baggage, and that's both males and females. So I think there's probably things that we could just do as individuals. You understand what I'm saying to you? To try and make certain things a little bit better. You know what I mean? And obviously, even as a woman now, and you're chatting to a guy, and you know that he's just come out of something real big and real significant, then you yourself should really think twice about what you're doing. You know what I mean? If you really ready, you know what I mean? Do you want to be that rebound girl and vice versa and all these little things? You know what I'm saying to you? And I think a lot of people need to know what it's like to be on their own as well, Ezra. Like, only for people out here need a clutch, like a clutch. You know?
Yeah.
If someone ain't
That's
with you,
like with me.
Hmm?
That's like with me. Like for me to like in that long relationship I was telling you about. Yeah, like obviously, like in the end, in the last few years, for the only way for it to work was for me to get my own yard. Yeah, and just what I'm saying, have a place to go when it's that time instead of sitting down there in the arguments and the bad vibes. You know what I'm saying? I just kept it moving to my yard. You know what I'm saying? And that's a thing. Like that shouldn't be happening. We shouldn't be doing that. You get me? That's counterproductive. You know what I'm saying? It's counterproductive, man. We've just got a lot to work on. Obviously, men as well. You get me? Men have got a lot of issues, but I just say women have too. And most of the time, we're always focusing on the men's issues. Yeah, but women have got a lot of work to do as well.
Okay, so let's go through some of the women's issues. And you've got 3 women on the panel. I did put myself up on the jerk thingy the other day still. But yeah, come on in, tell us some of the issues, man. Because we're definitely not saying that we're perfect, even though I might sound like that sometimes.
Yeah. I think like I don't know, like I just feel like we've got I don't know, man. Women, yeah. That mentality that I was talking about earlier, that just needs to go. I don't know where that came from. I feel like black women
Isn't that
took up
one
the
of the questions? Then maybe we need to start there, Ezra. Where did it come from?
Yeah. Where did it come from? I say feminism movement, black women took that movement and just ran with it. You know what I'm saying?
Black
They
women
need to
don't
keep
deal
moving
with
further.
feminism, man. That's
No,
that's a myth,
no, no,
man.
no, Esther, we're not going to allow that to be the narrative here, feminism, because anytime a woman has a strong mind, brother, we're not going to let that slide. Miss Sorry, that can't slide. Anytime there's an outspoken woman that stands strong in what she believes in and what she holds dear, and she says, no, I'm not here for the bullshit, you don't want to flow that under the
2
banner
minutes,
of
Abby.
feminism. That can't work. Every
Yeah,
time
but if you're
you
saying the
show
same
up,
thing
you
as the
can't just
feminists,
demonize her as being a feminist. That's silly.
no, but if you're saying the same exact thing as the feminists, you get me? Then I feel like it's a fair judgment. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
Ezra, you're on the chopping block right now. Be careful. Be careful.
No, that's what I say. We have to be honest with the thing if we're gonna progress from. Like, we have to, yeah. Like, enough of them statements are the exact same thing as the feminists. And I understand you like not feminists because, like, you're not. You get me? You're not. But yeah, a lot of the mentalities that you hold, yeah, with this equality and this and that, women, you get me? I don't know. Look for this stuff. Yeah, it's just come from feminism, nowhere else. Get me? Our mothers never taught us this. Grandmothers never taught us this. So where it come from?
Well, we could say it can come from society, it can come from all other aspects. We don't have to label it under feminism. You can say, well, society's made it to a point where a woman has no choice but to go out there and work at this point in time because she needs her income to maintain her household, especially if the man is either locked up or he's on road but can't get a job, or he doesn't have the credentials to get jobs. So I was talking to brothers the other day, I was talking about they don't hold qualifications. So what value can I see in you? You don't hold a qualification. You spent quite a few years in jail. Even when you come out, you really ain't got much perspective. So therefore, it's going to lie on our heads as women to hold the fort down and hold the household down. But you're going to throw that under the banner of feminism rather than looking at your brothers and saying, nah, you don't need to do better. Go and do a night course. Go and do this. Go and try and get your grades up. Go and try and get yourself something so you can add to a CV. Don't think you're going to just sit on the dole and expect a woman to be your woman and your mother, and then you want to throw us under feminism when we get fed up of it. Come on, let's be real, Ezra. Come,
Nah,
bro.
100%. Nah, that's a very good point. Still, very good point. And you know what? I never looked at it from that side of things. And I'm not okay. Then I'm not saying that. Yeah, a strong black woman who holds it down is a feminist. I'm saying yeah. Once you go into the realm of saying, oh, women are equal and flipping, we don't need a man and all of these things, yeah. Then you're going into the feminist realm. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like enough of our women that do have that mentality. You know what I'm saying? I'll be honest. It's not like I'm not talking about the women that you described here. Like I call that a soldier and a warrior, a goddess. You get me everything. You get me, daughter of Zion. That's what I call her. Yeah, but I'm saying like for the women that just I don't need a man and you get me, just wanna. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like that is just a black version of feminism, and it's
Okay, in
destructive.
that sense, and I can see where you're coming from, so we can see each other's points. I can see your point from there, and you can
Yeah,
see mine from another side. I
yeah,
get that,
yeah,
and I think that's where we need to
yeah.
start filtering out what are we doing, how are we going about doing it, and is it beneficial for us to carry on down the path we're carrying on, or start to put some guidelines in place where we understand each other as man and woman, even if it's better communicating. Because I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
and
lie,
that's
us
what I
as
was.
black women, we don't understand the black man struggle, like going to jail, not having, can't get in jobs. Like that's something men need to talk about if we're being honest about it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that 100%. Like, yeah, it's a big, and that's why I was saying, yeah, these discussions are so important because you've just showed me a side to it that I didn't really think about. You know what I'm saying? And I think we've both done that to each other now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, it's just about building in it. So like these men, that, like I said, there should be something, yeah, that deals with the black families that is focused on black families because with black families being on a better page, yeah, the knife crime comes down, the gun crime comes down, the gang business comes down, everything from that one family setup. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there won't be no more problems. Yeah, there will, but a lot of it will be dealt with in home. And so like them men that are coming out of prison or the men that are trying to transition into work life now or whatever. Yeah, there should be. You get me? There should be a little support. You get me? If somebody, I don't know, like there's enough great black minds out here. Yeah, and I feel like that is something that would really benefit us out of all these charities and all this stuff we got going on. We ain't got nothing like that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't know what Nine is saying on this situation still. She might have a different point of view from mine still. I'm not sure, but we'll have to find out from her when she gets back. But yeah,
I'd
I
like to know
think there's a
your
lot
guys'
of
opinions, and
attributes.
I
Sorry,
just
bro,
want to
go
know
on.
you as women. Yeah, as women, I'd like to know your obviously you've said yours. I'd like to know the women's opinion on like this modern black feminism, even though we're not calling it that. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
any woman that says she don't need a man, yeah, and all of them kind of mad behaviors, the
What you
mad
mean
mentalities, yeah.
the so-called independent woman? Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that so-called independent, quote unquote, yeah. You get me? So like, yeah, that kind of
Mm.
mentality, yeah, which is feminism, like, and like we have to call it what it is. And I feel like if we address that now, and women are aware, like like consciously aware that that mentality is feminism, yeah, it'll make a change instantly. I think. Mhm.
Yeah,
'Cause that's what my grandma
I
was
hear
saying.
you, but I think
She didn't
then when
know
I'm
about
listening
the
to the
feminine.
women that are talking about being independent, having your own, not relying on a man for every single thing, they might argue and say, "Well, hold on, what is wrong with that? Like, I don't see a problem with me holding my own. So that way, when I do get in a relationship, I'm adding to it. It's 50-50. I can hold him down as much as he can hold me down." What would you say to that? Is that still feminism?
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm saying like in that sense, yeah, yeah, it is, yeah, because okay, then you could say economically with 50-50 in this house, that would be fine, you get me? Because that would be the facts in it. But like when you go out there and say, oh, it's 50-50, like that's nonsense, it's not, it's unnatural, you get me? So when the burglar wait, when man them run up in the yard now trying to burgle, are we 50-50 then? Yeah, when flipping, you get me? When it's time to build up something and all these manly stuff, yeah, we're not 50-50 at them moments there. It's, oh, yo, you're the man, you get me? You know what I'm saying? So let's just
I'm
be real,
giving you
man.
busting. I can't even lie. Yeah. I'm cracking up listening. But go on, my brother.
So when man them can run up in the yard now to come rob the place, yeah, you get me? The man's like, come with 50-50, are you going to be hearing that at that moment? No, you're not. Get me? You gotta be like, you're the man.
Now I'm drawing from my baseball and I'm licking him. I lick him too. You get
Get
me?
You trust me? There's so much. You get me? Going out for a date and all that. No one ain't trying to be 50-50. You get me? You're the man at that moment. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's funny.
Oh, Ezra's killing me out here. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm over here proper busting. I have to just mute myself and that one bit, but that one sweet me. But I hear what you're saying still. Like we can't be 50-50 every single aspect, but in majority of the aspects, yeah, we can be though. Let's be real. Like
Yeah, when it comes to like unity and doing things together and a united front, that's 50-50 in it. But we have to just realize there's a natural balance in this yard. You get me?
yeah.
There's a natural order. You get me? And you know,
Yeah.
like like I say, my grandma runs the place day to day. You get me? Well, any big decisions, yeah. Like you know, say though, if my granddad's adamant on something, that's it. But there's no discussions no more. That's it. That's just how the things set. So but yeah, man. Like it's been a good discussion. Still, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've learned a bit
Yeah,
more. I
and
feel
it's
like I
healthy
understand this.
discussion. Yeah, like having these healthy, balanced ones that's like not always centered around certain subjects that is constantly talked about 24/7. Like we've got other issues that we need to be tackling as a community, and it's just never getting addressed because we're too busy focusing on things that
Mm-hmm.
don't concern us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's mad.
100%.
But yeah, man, I love it though. I
Yeah.
love it because every time we get to talk to you, notice Ezra, it's always me and Nanifa and you. Every time we get to talk to you, we have these kind of topics, and it's quite healthy to have them because we're not really hearing the other side. We're kind of seeing things from, I guess, our point of view, and I guess the brothers are seeing things from their point of view, but it's never been a discussion where we're having together as a unit to say where we're going wrong, or what can we change, or what needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
And it's good, man.
And it's mad 'cause after this little short conversation, I feel like I understand black women's mentality a bit more, even though I feel like it is led by feminism. Yeah, I do understand why, because like you said, you get me. If a lot of the men are not qualified or gone to jail and this and that, or just not in a position to run this yard economically, yeah, then she's gonna have to do it, innit? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but then
I get
and we
that.
also understand your point that, you know, there's just women out here that's just not here for it. They just don't care. They don't respect the man. They don't show no love to the man. They just, like, I guess, treat him as, easily replaceable. He don't really bring nothing to the table, or we're not valuing what he does bring to the table. So yeah, it works both sides still. I get
And
it.
I feel like women in that position, you have chose a man. Yeah, don't forget, no one forced you to have this man. You chose this man. Yeah, you ain't got. He's in this position. Yeah, you get me. So end of the day, I feel like it's your duty. Yeah, to help him build a CV, to help him find some interviews or whatever. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Help him. Then don't just sit down there and say, you this and you that, and you get me.
No,
Like
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, I get it. I get it. I'm not even gonna lie. I do get it. And I guess we're all
Yeah,
kind of
man.
guilty in some way, shape, or form of holding, I guess, a bias or not respecting the other's point of view. Hence why, you know, we've been in relationships and been out of relationships. And no one can say they've not been through that path, because none of us are perfect out here. But I guess it's more a case of a lack of understanding and a lack of communication. That's what we need to work on: our understanding and our
Yeah.
communication. Yeah.
And I feel honestly, like for me, yeah, like I can only speak on my experience, but I know for a fact if a lot of the times, yeah, if we would have just sat down and discussed things, yeah, properly, yeah, we would have been fine. You know, when you just leave it to where it builds up to melting
Yeah,
point, now.
festers, yeah. And then you're carrying
Yeah,
feeling and you're carrying grudge. You say, yeah, go ahead, do your dance next week. Watch me and you. Yeah, I hear
yeah.
you.
Watch, yeah. Or do you watch Friday? I swear I'm going to watch out. Watch me. I'm and everything. You get me? It's peak, bro. Where you get me? A good discussion could have just dealt with that energy there. You know what I'm saying?
Bless up, Shaheen. You alright, bub?
Bless up, Mark one, big up the family still.
Big up,
Peace,
Shahid.
peace, peace, peace.
Yeah, man, big up, Shahid. Long time, man.
Are
Long
you correct?
time.
Of course, you can answer the question, but sorry. So, what do you know? Do you know anything about domestic violence, Shahid? What's going on in the DV in your age category?
Say that again, sis. I can't even. It's like you're breaking up or something.
Oh, is that me again? I was just asking Shahid if he knows about domestic violence in his age group.
Yeah, good questions though. Like, yeah.
All right, maybe he
Shahid,
can't hear.
Shahid, open your mic. I'd like to know what the difference between what you see between black relationships and Asian relationships. Like, what's the difference that you see?
No, that is a good question as well. Let's see if you
Yeah.
Shahid, try and unmute yourself, bub. All right, there you go, there you go. Did you hear the question that Ezra asked, bub?
No. Could you repeat it?
Ezra, do you want to ask it again?
Yeah, I was just saying, okay, then in your opinion, like what differences do you see between black relationships and like Asian relationships?
I think I don't really see a difference. I think there's a lot of like Asians and like black people that have similar relationships, you know. Like obviously there's just some relationships where sometimes it's toxic, sometimes it's not. Um, I don't see a difference between an Asian relationship and a black relationship. Still, I don't see no difference. I think they're all the same. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Still.
Okay, and my respect for that still. Well, so you don't see a difference between like the numbers of breakups and like I don't know, like different baby mothers and like okay then from what I've experienced, I feel like Asian relationships like last. Obviously, there's divorces and that, yeah, but their family system and that, like it seems like a lot healthier.
Yeah, nah, that aspect, yeah, that's true still. So yeah, that can be seen as a difference still. But
Okay,
yeah, not all Asian relationships are like healthy and that still.
yeah, still.
Say that again, Shahid.
No, I said not all Asian relationships are healthy.
No, and that's what okay, and that's what I was saying, Ezra, man. Like it's just that because we don't necessarily have a second or third language, Ezra, we're fully exposed. You understand? But yeah, man, there's all types of people going through it, 100%, man. But what it is, and this is the kind of trade-off. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, and when I say trade-off, I mean, so
All
okay,
right, do you think there's the same amount of numbers? All right, do you think there's the same amount of numbers of Asian men like having mixed race children as there is black men?
no,
Do you think the rate's the same? Okay,
no,
so what's the difference?
because
Like
they're more disciplined than we are.
why?
Why are they more that could come down to many different reasons. You know what I
Probably
mean?
one
Some of it
Are they, are
historical.
they, wait there, are they, we know that their men are more disciplined, like, well, we don't actually, but are the women more disciplined?
They haven't got much of a choice. And that's the
Yeah,
difference.
exactly, but are they?
Yeah, but that would never be us though. That's never been us, Ezra. That's never even been your granny. So, and that's what I'm trying to say. You're like, I feel like some men are trying to bring their idea of 2020 women, like what a woman should be, and I just don't think it's realistic. Like, you're not gonna have a I don't know, like a shrinking. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think some of you want like some like shrinking violets. Whereas a lot of the young ladies out there haven't had shrinking violent sorts of experiences.
Yeah,
Have you got any
I
sisters
agree.
as well?
I agree still. You get me?
But have you got any sisters, babe?
You me?
Mm.
Yeah, I got 3 sisters.
So,
Yeah,
oh, in fact, no, let me not even do it that way. Yeah.
yeah,
All
no,
right.
yeah, like I don't mind asking you things though. That's good thing. Obviously. One of my sisters is married. You get me?
Mm.
She's got 2 kids. You get me? They're good. You get me? They're no good couple. They're doing
Mm.
well and like a good example of black family. You get me? And
Mm.
then we've got other sister. She's in London. She's like, oh, she I deal with to be honest. You get me? But, like,
Okay.
I don't really know her relationship status and that. You get me? She's good though. And
So that's another thing. Environment plays a point. That plays a factor. It could be argued.
say
I
that
mean,
again, sis.
London, the vibration in London, it's not definitely not encouraging young people to be together. Do you know what I mean? And to stay, you know what I mean? It's very much encouraging just a smash it
Yeah,
up type of thing, isn't it? Of both male and female. So,
yeah. It's true. Yeah, that's the thing. We've got a whole culture built up around that. You know what I'm saying? Like we have like just like you know, that's not healthy. You get me? Cause no building and no patience there. You know what I'm saying? Like to get to know someone and make sure they're the right person in it. They just
100%,
read
man.
up and then read, yo, this guy's a idiot. You know what I'm saying? That don't make sense.
100%, man. And that's why I say we got to become the change we'll become, and we got to make sure that our children are patterned differently. And the thing is, like, and that's what I'm saying as well. I know you make comparisons with your grandparents and so forth. And like I said in it, my parents probably like your grandparents' age, you understand? But I'm like just the last to wash, Billy. You get me? But
Mm-hmm.
like what I was gonna say is that a lot of the elders did try to show the next generation as well. You get me? But by
Yeah.
then, you know what I mean? Either they had been integrated or, been it. You know what I'm saying to you? So it's not like some of the knowledge didn't try to get passed down. And I'm old enough and young enough to be able to remember and kind of witness the transition. Do you see what I'm saying to you? And I could even use my own sister as an example. You understand me? She left home quite early. She didn't need to leave home, bedroom. You know what I mean? But dance and nah, shit, we're going at my mum. But do you know what I mean? Though it was different thinking. You understand what I'm saying to you? They weren't necessarily thinking like the generation above them was thinking, as in house, children, family, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So already the focus had begun to shift. That's the point I'm making. Do you know what I mean? The
Yeah.
focus had begun to shift. Yeah. Because remember, for the Windrush, the most important thing was a yard. Yeah, understand? Make sure the kids are fed
Yeah.
and clothed and that they go to school. Anything after that was a bonus.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true still.
Do you understand
Yeah,
me?
man.
Compared to even the next generation, the next one down, you know what I mean? Everything's come a little bit more sophisticated now. If only that was the only thing that we was looking, you know what I mean, that we had to do was to make sure that we got a yard. You get me? You understand what I'm saying to you? If only. We've got that. We've got all the media. You know what I mean? There's so many things. So again, I just want to keep mentioning these things just to try to keep a balance and just to make sure that we don't believe that we're, you know what I mean, so far out with the bath, you know what I mean, with the bath water and so forth. And that, you know what I mean, just a few little
No, no,
things
it's
here
true
and
still.
there. And it, like you said, in it, just something is sitting down and talking a little bit more, in it. You know what I mean? Being a little bit less ignorant on both sides. You know what I mean? Again,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
not just down to
Patience and
man.
yeah, man. Yeah, patience and try to have understanding. You see, like how we just try to understand, like the other side. Like even though certain things we might have said might have like not liked. You get me? We try to understand the other side, and that's all it comes down to. You get me? Like patience, understanding. You get me? And try and understand that. Like you know, I couldn't understand this stupid mentality for the life of me. And then like Lady D's kind of broke it down in a way where I do understand it now. Like I do, you get me? Like that situation that she described, yeah. No, I understand why women would have that mentality. You know what I'm saying? So it's just speaking to each other and trying to understand where we're both coming from in it, and then I feel like that would help. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these black men that are not with black women, I don't think it's through just choice or their attraction. They're just only attracted to them other women. I don't think it's honestly don't think it's that.
No, I don't
I
think
think
so
like
neither. Some of them are not attractive as well.
like like the man like Jupiter and that. The man like Jupiter, yeah, he's trying to just get a passport. I mean, not Jupiter. The man there just want to stay. You get me? Like, come on. Yeah,
And
he's trying shit.
also, Ezra, we also have to accept that not every man wants a counterpart. you understand? Not
Yeah.
there are men out there that do want submissive women that they can dominate. That's a definite. And I'm saying that a lot of and what I would also say is that if you as a man ain't got no if you're not dominating nothing outside of your house, yeah, whether it be in your job,
Mm.
you understand, or sports or whatever, somewhere where you can feel like you're king of the castle, then it is going to be peak inside the house. Because if you're coming to the house now to go and try to show that dominance, it's a problem, isn't it?
It's true.
You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of women suffer in it when man them get frustrated outside. You know what I mean? And you know that old thing, I can't remember it, but you know when the boss is upset with the worker, you get me? The worker come home and you know what I mean, beats the wife and the wife beats the dog or whatever, however it goes. But there is a ripple effect to, you know what I mean, the way that someone feels. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So that's why
Yeah,
next thing
100%.
that I would encourage men to do more things to have better self-esteem about their own self. Do you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
And I think that's quite important as well. You know, because a
yeah,
lot of men
definitely.
haven't got
Definitely.
high self-esteem as well.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the biggest
100%. It's
galleys,
like,
some of the biggest galleys have got very low self-esteem.
yeah, I agree.
Mm.
You get me? I agree still. Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah, it's true, man. It's like, but you know what it is? I stand by this saying, yeah. And like this is my thing, in it. You get me? Like, I feel that no black man, yeah, or any man, yeah, wants to just leave his family and start again. You get me? I don't believe that nobody, like, unless it's like, obviously, well, there will be a few in it, but I don't feel like that is the case. Even though we've got all of these broken homes, yeah, I don't feel like 95% of the men wanted to just leave their family. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, yeah, it's like we have to think why, what is causing this breakdown. I mean, a lot of the men, yeah, sad but true, are just like I was saying, they're dealing with this woman. Obviously, a lot of the time it's the woman's yard because of how it's set up. You get me? Single men don't really get yards. Women can only get a yard if they're single. You know what I'm saying? So like it's set up like that. So more time it's the woman's yard, and then flipping, bam, the power dynamics just all wrong. You get me? And like this man can suppress his nature for so long, and then it's just not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
But you see, what you just described there, yeah, that's part of. Big up yourself, Kushley, man. But that's part of the. I don't want to say the problem, but part of the transition, Ezra. Yeah. So in the 80s now,
Yeah.
whatever, where Thatcher started giving single women flats, right, or houses, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you understand? And that motivated a lot of girls to leave home. Yeah. Enough girls even got false pregnancy tests and all these type of things. Yeah. Okay. Now, then what happened invariably is that that then guys would then go and live with the women. You understand me? So I'm saying, right, that's a problem, right? Because really, what man them maybe should have done is get themselves in a, you know what I mean, in a certain situation or a strength. You understand me? Before they go and
Mm.
live under some woman's coattail, as it were. I'm not dissing the man them, we're just talking about learning from past things, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? Because then,
I agree. You are right. Still, you are right.
do
Still,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, man.
Because now he's left one coattail, it could be argued, and gone underneath the next one. Instead of maybe staying at home, building up themselves so maybe they could get their own little one room somewhere or whatever. Swear why he doesn't feel like he's at her mercy. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, that's what I did. You get me?
Because
That's
enough
what.
man
And
back in
but
the
what I'm
day,
saying is,
like
but
my
what I'm saying
dad
is, yeah,
wouldn't do that. Like, you get what I'm saying to you as well? My dad wouldn't say, "Oh, leave his mother yard and go live with." You know what I'm saying to you? He wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And put himself in that type of predicament or situation. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
it's true.
Rather than
I had my
just
own yard from when I was in. You get me? Yeah, I moved out my mum's when I was 17. You get me? And like I always had my own place after now. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, but
I
exactly.
I do understand.
Because that way,
But
no
I'm
man
just
could
saying
make
that.
you feel like an idiot. She can't tell you, move and go away. Because she knows that you've got your little
Yeah,
end.
but what I'm
So
saying is,
focus. Mm.
but it comes back. Why ain't not everyone else? Why ain't not other nations having to do this? Why is it just us that are so dysfunctional? We have to have the man in one place and the woman in the next place. They'll say,
But that's
like,
again, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not true. There are many. There's Asian families out there where they even just because they're dealing with the social security. Come on, man. Like all I'm saying is that don't keep comparing us to everyone else. That's the first thing, because I think that's a dangerous thing to do. Secondly, you understand me? You know, there's a lot of women that you're talking about. They wish that they could have the freedom of black women. Do you understand? So
say
sometimes
that.
it's hard to
Say
always
that.
do that.
Many
Yeah?
women say that bit. There's many women. What?
Yeah, that wish that they could have the freedom or the whatever. What else could you call it? I
Yeah.
can't think of a better word right now than just freedom. You understand what I'm saying to you? Of black women. You know what I mean? Like I got friends here. Like I got a Turkish friend. In 2020, they're still locked in England. That's not a nice feeling, you know, Ezra.
Yeah,
Now, you
I
understand
hear
what I'm saying?
that.
I'm talking about as a female now. Obviously, not necessarily as a man, but to be a female in England in 2020 and you really ain't got the freedom to do what you want to do, whether it be culturally, religiously, or whatever, that's peaking, I bet you.
Yeah, I hear that stuff.
So that's why I say, one, as much as life is whatever, I wouldn't want to be nothing else but black. With all the problems that come with it. No problem.
And it's true. It's true. You just gotta keep building, and we've got to remember that we are only 2 years outside of slavery.
I'm telling
Remember what
you.
was happening to us.
Remember, in America, there's
Willie
still people
Lynch
in their
process.
lifetime.
Remember the Willie Lynch process. Get me? Separate the men from the women.
Exactly.
Take the biggest, strongest, baddest slave. Yeah. Make all the women and kids watch him get torn apart by 2 horses, tarred, feathered, and torn apart. You get me? So now all the women and all the kids now are saying, look, this is the strongest black man, and he can't defend us. Look what they've done to him. So what are they teaching their kids now? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just a ripple effect.
Exactly. So we're going through elements of reprogramming on a daily. And remember, they're still trying to program us. So every day we're deprogramming.
Yeah.
And we can, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. But yeah, we just got to try and make sure the kids are, you know what I mean? Just make sure it's right.
Wait, what's it? Wait there. I just looked at the chat. Bye just said, wow, growing up with 3 sisters and mother and still not understanding your own.
Correction, and
your
brother,
own
that's
woman.
a sister. That's a sister right there speaking, not a brother.
Oh, is she talking about me though?
I don't know. You'll have to get Kushti, jump on sis, and let's see what you. I don't know, because I can't really decipher what people are saying from a chat in it. You'll have to hear her thought process on what she's typing. But Ezra, I would say this: we got to bear in mind, you know, we're not supposed to be here. That's the bit I forgot to say. We're not supposed to be here. The black men and the black women, especially us West Indians, we're not supposed to be here. So the fact that we are here and we're still going strong, that in itself says that we have accomplished something.
Good, you know.
Sorry, bro, what you say?
I beg you, say it again. It's like you're breaking up, you know. This StreamYard thing. Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I was saying that we are not supposed to be here, especially as West Indians. We're not supposed to be here at all. Do you understand? They thought they were going to get rid of us time ago when they were putting us on slave ships and plantations and all of that. So the fact that we are still here and we're still going strong, that in itself is an accomplishment for us. And we must never forget that. Black Americans also, they're not supposed to be here. They're not supposed to be fruitful and carrying on. Let's be real.
And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we could be too hard on us. Because remember, in America, there's still people alive that witness lynchings and hangings and all that shit. Actually witnessed it. You understand? Remember, it was only the 60s and that they were still setting dogs on our brothers and sisters now. You know what I mean? So, and within that same time, you know what I mean? Yeah, we've done well, man. Sometimes we have to remember that still, man. And like Lady Divine said, we're not even supposed to be here. And if you think about the amount of tribes of us have actually been wiped out, Ezra. So those that
Yeah,
are left nowhere special,
100%.
man. That means swaths of
That comes
tribes
back.
taken out.
You know,
Argentina, all
they
that. You know
try
what I
to do that
mean?
to us enough times. Our people are
Let me
strong, man. They
down,
try to do
Donald.
that to us enough times. Same in Egypt when they tried to kill off all the first boys, yeah. They tried to wipe us out then. Yeah, it's happened to us loads of times, but we're fruitful in it. Yeah, give thanks.
That's it. Thanks, real. Bless up,
Sidebar.
Caribbean. One.
Much love, my brother.
Morning,
Yeah, man.
morning, divine, morning, Esther, shalom, shalom, shahar.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, fam. Shalom.
Yeah, what's happening? Yeah. Sorry to change the subject. Man, I just got to quickly hold out the divine quickly. Yeah. What happened the other day, divine? I when I just had a few things to say. And yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
No, I hear you, brother. But what I think it was as well. Sorry to quickly change this 1 second, Anif. I just need to just reason with my brother here. Yeah, I think what I weren't liking is the way that everyone was like, "Oh, get rid of him. Like we're done with him." I'm not feeling that. I'm never giving up on my brother. Never. Do you understand? So when I heard that mentality, and I really kind of stuck it on Esau more so because I didn't like how. If it was when it's a Braden situation, it's they've got every excuse for his mental health, his alcoholism, all of them things there. But when it's a black man now, ain't no one ready to sympathize, ain't no one ready to understand the mentality. And I'm just like, yo, you know, I'm not gonna do with my brother like that, you know. And that's kind of where me and DC Brad, we weren't kind of having it. You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, you're not gonna jump on my brother like that and feel like we're not gonna sit back and just allow that. You know them way there. That's what you to know. I got your back, bro. I got you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, and did you see the way people were acting in the comments? I think I was there saying I want to leave, and they were still angry. I think imagine if I said what I wanted to say and I wanted to stay in a country, and they're saying, "Yo, I want to leave." You know what I mean? And they still had a problem with it. You know what I mean? It's that. Well,
Look, bro, at the end of the day, you feel how you feel and you're going to do what you're going to do regardless. And my thing is, no one can make you stay here and no one can make you leave. You're going to do what you're going to do, what's right for you. Because what might be right for you might not necessarily be right for somebody else. So do what is fitting for you and do it well. That's what I can say, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks, yeah.
What do you think, though, bro? Back to the Nanifa's topic matter at hand. What do you think about like domestic violence and what we're doing within the black community regarding our relationships and stuff like that?
I'll be honest. I just come out of the shower, so I've missed everything. But to answer your question, I mean domestic violence. I say couples that got domestic violence happening, they just got a split.
The ones that are in domestic violence, but what about like, because I know like brother Ezra earlier was saying that, you know, and I agree with him on the case of we need better communication and we mustn't be giving up so easy. But at the same time, I will say to that is that we don't also need to stay in something that's toxic. So if it's not doing the household, if it's not benefiting the man, the woman and the children, it's best that we just separate them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But then that doesn't mean when you say separate that like the mum can hold the children as like leverage to get to the man, or the man can hold the children as leverage to get. You have to just separate on a amicable reasoning if that's the case. Do you know what I mean? Don't like use the kids as pawns in it to score points and take cheap shots, and you know what I'm trying to say there, innit?
Yeah. And this is why I've got a lot of issues with Rastafarianism, because you know it's a lot of Rasta man used to beat up their woman and everything back in the day, and still to this day.
What do you mean, bro?
Like Is that because I notice when it comes to a lot of how can I say domestic violence and stuff? I noticed that a lot of like I've noticed that a lot of Rasta guys have been violent with their women and all of that. And I noticed the kind of I noticed the pattern. And I noticed a lot of guys that ain't Rasta that beat up their wives are influenced by Rasta, like the chauvinism that comes out of Rastafarianism. I noticed guys are influenced by that and go beat up their wives and their woman and all of that.
See, I would disagree with that coming from a Rasta household myself and a Rasta background, a very large one. I don't see that. So I don't know where that kind of narrative is coming from. Like, I don't know. I'm not seeing that to be a Rasta thing collective. I'm not even seeing that within my own immediate family. So, well, I don't know, In fact, I know Rasta them to uphold their women to the highest levels. So I don't know.
Okay, cool. I mean, cause I've seen a lot of with a lot of with a lot of there are a few rappers and everything, but I ain't saying all though. I'm not saying all, not all.
Okay. So maybe there is some cases out there like that within my immediate family. Now I can't work with that, but then I'm trying to look outside of it, see if I can see examples, and I'm not. I know you'll have to point me in a direction or give me a case or something that might be public that I can look at. I don't know.
I can't think of any public rastas.
Yeah, I think you got to be a bit careful there. But I mean, definitely think what we can acknowledge is that these things happen in every walk of life, religion, color, creed, etc., etc., etc. But I think to attribute such an act to one group above another, yeah, I don't think that's what that's about. But
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
So as a Hebrew Israelite, do you like your women to be a particular type of way? Are you finding it easy to relate to young women today?
Yeah. And myself as the Israel, all I ask for a woman is just to be humble. That's it. Yeah, I don't ask for much.
What does humble look like?
What does it look like? That's a good question. What does it look like? In appearance, a smiley face, a happy body
No,
language.
I
Yeah.
don't mean aesthetically. I don't mean how the person looks. No, nothing. I don't mean like that. What does humble look like? What are the attributes of a humble woman?
Oh, understanding. Yeah. Yes, understanding, able to agree to disagree in the best way. Yeah.
That doesn't sound very hard. I mean, agree in the best of ways. I mean, what does that mean? Tongue and teeth, naga meat.
Or how can I say? Yeah. You can say yeah.
Like, we're gonna have arguments in it, bro. This is what we're saying. There's gonna be arguments. You ain't gonna find one relationship where there ain't no disagreement. That's impossible. Yeah, because not everybody agrees on everything. So what Nine is asking, like, as a Hebrew guy, you see if you have a woman that's quite outspoken and quite strong in her values or her ways of life, and she voices it, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, I'll be fine because the prophets of the past were like that. For example, Isaiah was like that. Like he cussed out like the royal family one time in front of them. Or else, a lot of prophets of the past did that. They used to cuss out a lot of people in power, and they go up to them in their castles. They're cussing them and saying, "You lot are rich. The people are broke. Like, what you guys doing and type of stuff." And yeah, so I wouldn't mind. I'll be happy that to have a woman like that still.
Okay, because I think what we're trying to figure out is why is it when us as Black women especially voice our opinions or our thing and we just say it how we say, we're raw and uncut, we're going to tell it like it is, whether you like it or not, then that's attributed to being feminist, or it's attributed to being aggressive, or it's attributed to being, oh, you don't respect the man. It can't be just, this is how she sees it and this is how she feels and she's making it known. Why can't it just be seen as that?
I mean, I can see it like that because Israelites in the past, the way the black woman's outspoken is exactly how Israelites were in the past. So I'm kind of used to it. To me, it's like putting butter on toast.
I hear you. I hear you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let me catch up. Mr. Woods is back. Oh, Becca, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Oh boy. Nanny, if I'm gonna leave you to sort this one out, yeah, maybe you could do this one. Where you there? Well, wake up.
Say that again there, bruv.
I don't know what's going on in your chat right now. I don't know what's happening. Maybe you might want to fix that one. Let me go on
What
mute for a
happened?
sec.
What Empress Becca saying? Becca, jump on, man. Right. Shut are you fake Hebrew? So Becca's calling are you a fake Hebrew? Shit.
You know what? Hear this.
How can it be a fake Hebrew if it's like bloodline or whatever or tribe? How can it be a fake?
You know, hear this. What happened was, to explain things in short, there was two people that there was one person I was chatting to on Hangouts. They tried to put it this way, they came with all this sex talk towards me.
Chatting or chirpsing?
Say that again.
Chatting or chirpsing?
That chatting over the phone.
Yeah. So was you chatting or trying to chirp her?
No. They listen. The person was chatting. Listen, the person was no. I wasn't chirping the person. No, the person was chatting to me, chatting to me in sexual banter. So what me and the woman done? We continued the sexual banter in chat. Then what happened was afterwards. Now they asked for my pic, sent my pic. Afterwards they tried to get money out of me. I said no. Then they leaked my picture. They leaked the conversation that we had. And what they try to do is, they try to portray me as some sort of as some sort of sexual predator, and that's what Becca's doing as well. She's trying to portray me as some sort of sexual predator, going around to women trying to get in their pants and all that type of stuff. When that's not the case, they basically like this person tried to lure me into sending money to them, but they came with sexual banter towards me at first, which I didn't know about at the time. But then I found out afterwards, kind of thing. That's what Becca's all trying to talk about. And the same person that this happened with, they were trying to say that I'm Somali when I'm not Somali. I'm from Montserrat, but they think I'm from Somalia, but I'm not. And that's where Becca's come with this whole thing about, oh, I'm a fake Hebrew Israelite and all that. I'm not a fake Hebrew Israelite.
So much to do about nothing, it sounds like.
But Becca's angry at me because I cussed out white supremacy and I said most of the women in the UK are overweight. So what Becca tried to do is now she tried to get that conversation, and she trying to pass it around to everyone and trying to portray me as some sort of sexual predator and all of that. Then she's there saying, "Oh, I'm a fake Hebrew Israelite. I'm Somali when I'm not." That what it is, I look Somali but I'm not. And Becca's just going around saying, "Oh,
can a Somali be a Hebrew Israelite though? Anyway,
no, Somali can't be a Hebrew Israelite.
No, but can a Somalian be a Hebrew Israelite?
No.
No.
Oh, no,
All right,
no.
bless up, Becca. There you go. One-to-one conversation.
And no, I'm not making out that you're a sexual predator. The reason me and you fell out, and tell the ladies the truth, got nothing to do with Fluffy and Lucy. That's your lot's business, yeah? The reason me and you fell out is because you're trying to paint us all white people as the fucking same. That's why me and you fell out, Ariel, yeah? Don't come up here trying to like, oh, she's trying to make me look like a sexual predator. No, we fell out because you can't keep your mouth shut about white people and you're trying to make us all look the fucking same. That's why we fell out, bro.
First of all, I never said all white people.
Bruv, the way you was talking, you was generalizing. Oh, white people
That
this,
I
white
was not
people that. And the
generalizing.
amount of times I sat there and I told you, Errol, stop that shit. Stop doing that shit. Because we ain't all the fucking say. You continue to do so, bruv. That's why me and you fell out. It got nothing to do about losing Fluffy. You want to talk about losing Fluffy? Let's go ahead, go talk about it. But I'm not coming at you because of them, bruv. I'm coming at you because of the way you acted.
Yeah, and we said that before. Like I said, I cussed out white supremacy, and you was angry at me. But if you want to be
No,
angry,
you weren't
that's
cussing
your
out white
problem.
supremacy. You cussing out white people.
No,
Not white supremacy. I cuss
was
out white
cussing out white
supremacy all the
supremacy.
fucking time. You were cussing out white people. And we're not all the fucking same. And that's the point I was trying to get across to you, bro.
Becca, I was cussing out white supremacy, Becca.
Fam, if that was the truth, then why did Black Collect had to come on and tell you straight, like, why are you coming at the sister like this? Even he could have said you were coming at me at a certain way, bro. To the point that he had to jump on the panel and tell you that at the end, like, you need to learn some respect. Don't you remember that?
I remember that.
You were generalizing white people all trying to paint us the same picture. Now, if I was a white person doing that to the black community, I would be called a fucking racist for doing so.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. And by the way, Becca, my name is not Ariel as well, by the way.
And Ezra has said that Israel is in all nations. Some Somali are Hebrew, he's saying. Caribbean.
Me and Ezra, we got disagreements, innit? But I won't argue with Ezra. Basically, that I basically had my rants against white supremacy. Becca got vexed, innit? That's all it was.
All right. So, is that it? Are you two good now?
Right. I don't know, innit? I mean,
anyway. All right. Well, look, let's forget about that, man. Well, I don't mean forget about it. I don't mean like that, but okay. So Israel is in all nations. Do you accept that, Caribbean? That Israel is in all nations?
As it's written, I accept that, yeah. But what it means by Israel is amongst all nations. It doesn't mean that, because the word nations in the Bible, that means ethnicities. In this day and age, nations means countries. But what the Bible means when Israel is amongst all nations, it means amongst all ethnicities, but not countries in this day and age.
All right, Divine. I see that. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna know about them sitting there. So if the two Hebrew Israelites wanna hash it out and come to a wonderful conclusion, then just do that, man. Try to find a balance and keep it moving.
So put the record straight. I'm not Somali as well. That's the thing Becca was saying as well, that I'm Somali. I'm not Somali. I look Somali, but I'm not. I'm from the Caribbean island of Montserrat.
Well, mate, so maybe you've got Somalian lineage somewhere.
Nah. I'm Caribbean. I'm not. I haven't got any Somali in me. No.
Because Rasta's got 30% Ethiopian, apparently. So maybe you've got a bit of Somalian.
Nah. So Somalis are African. They didn't go into slavery.
Say that again, Bob.
Somalis are African. They didn't go into slavery.
Right. So Ezra has put Ezekiel 36 and 19. So I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I judge them according to their ways and their deeds.
Yeah, yeah. It's like so across countries as well, but it's like how could I say? Nations and countries is two different things.
But I mean, but hold on a minute. This is what I get. So Becca, as a European Caucasian lady, can be a Hebrew Israelite.
No.
She can't be an Hebrew Israelite.
No.
But she can marry a Hebrew Israelite and have children with a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
So her children automatically become Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, because of the dad, yeah.
They're of the father.
Yeah.
So hold on a minute. In your religion, doctrine, whatever you want to call it, what are white people?
Edomites and the children of Esau.
Edomites, the children of Esau, yeah? And are they okay? Are they not? They're okay, yeah? So you don't believe that they're cursed and all these different things, then, or that they're the devil and all that?
Most Israelites will say that they're the devil. In my opinion, I say all the children of all the other people of Adam are the devil.
So why would they? Okay. Bless up, Ezra. Bless up.
Bless up, sis. Don't know. We got the panel. We got the chat. Press like and all that. Come on.
Oh, give thanks, man. Give thanks for that.
Yeah, man. I heard the brother still, and you know what it is. When I first came into it, that's what I was taught. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a blanket thing where everybody white is an Edomite, and you get me. Everybody in Somalia is just a Hamite, and you get me. But like, it don't work like that. Still, you get me? Like, basically, all right, and put it this way: if we call it, I don't know, if we say like a king now, there's a king here in England, say like a king of Scotland, yeah. This king of Scotland, yeah, was black originally, yeah, and then he had a white wife. Then his kid, which is mixed race, had a white wife, and then his kid, which is 3/4 caste, yeah, had a white wife. No, now that kid, yeah, coming down, his great grandkid is gonna look full blown white. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have that same bloodline, yeah, from his great granddad, which was full black. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we're dealing with the bloodline. It's not about the skin. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying because I used to believe that as well.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like it says, you are known by the tribe of your father, innit? So if I have a mixed race, yeah, and then my mixed race son has a son that's 3/4 caste, and then that son has a son, like, they're still my sons, they're still my descendants, you get me? They're still my blood, but they might look white now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know because there's one actor from Liverpool, I forgot his name. But basically he looks proper white, like he's got straight hair and everything. But his paternal Go on.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we're dealing with, obviously the Israelites are black originally and predominantly still black. It says that Israel will never wax pale. You know what I'm saying? Never. So the whole nation will never turn pale. But yeah, we are gonna have some Israelites that don't look like us. That's why it's called confusion of faces. You know what I'm saying? Like, study the verses about confusion of faces, fam, and like you'll see the Messiah's gonna come and sift the wheat from the tares. Because enough of these black people that look like they're Israelites, yeah, they're not.
Yeah, I know.
Enough of these black people are Edomites out there, bro. So we can't, like, you know what I'm saying? But I hear you though, stuff. You get me? It's just we have to just look further into the thing. Like, I'm not saying Becca.
There's a ginger Hebrew Israelite in America, you know. White man, ginger hair.
Yeah, I don't know. You get me? I don't know. The Messiah, the Messiah will deal with all that. You get me? I don't know, blood. Right. But, you know, I'm not saying he can't be. You get me? I'm just saying, I don't know. Yeah. Well, obviously, it's a spiritual thing. It's saying,
Ezra, you used to
Mhm.
be a ras, yeah? Did you used to be a ras, or did you come from a family of ras?
Nah, you know what it is? I grew up Rastas, like my dad's Ras, my uncle's Ras, all and like I got Rastas on my mum's side as well. So like there's Rastas everywhere for me here. But like my dad wasn't the usual type of Rasta. He always taught me from I was young, yeah, that we are the Nazarene. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right,
used to I never knew what the Nazarene was, and then obviously as I got older, I realized that my dad's saying that we are the Israelites. You know what I'm saying?
so
That's what I've always.
your transition from ras to Hebrew Israelites, it wasn't a big one. Is that was that
Yeah,
eventually?
it's a tiny little step in a different direction because, like, most of the stuff I've been taught are the same. You know what I'm saying? I've always
Right,
been taught that
right.
with,
As opposed to say a ras that becomes a Muslim, like for example, scattered minds.
big difference. You get me? So, like, my dad was like I said, some Rastas believe Selassie is God. Yeah, my dad would always tell me directly, Selassie, I know God, my man. You get me?
That's
He says,
right.
yo, you get me? He says that we're supposed to follow him, no? You get me? That's why my dad, yeah, like, always said that with the Nazarene. You get me? You know what I'm saying? He always said that with the same bloodline of Selassie, with the same people, but he's not God. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I've always grew up with a good respect for him, a healthy respect for him, but not like I never took it too far.
No, I hear that, man. Because as soon as I started getting told that, that was me done, boy. So that's your God on earth. No,
Yeah, man.
no. And one of the things that always got me, I'm not gonna lie, as we just had a little chat, is like, how come he ain't a Rasta? You know what I mean? Even though when I was living in Jamaica, there was obviously, you know what I mean? That's the person rated all the rest of it. But even as a little girl, I'm like, well, he don't look like us, and you know what I mean? He's here, you know what I mean? That was always one of my big questions.
Yo, my dad was telling me that, when he was younger, he said that, don't forget, is all these Rastas are saying that is God, and you get me? And they're saying, like, saying when he's seeing him now, he's saying, nah, man, you get me? That's not God. But I said, from a little boy, he knew that ain't God, you get me? But, yeah,
For real,
it's
man. For
like,
real, for real. And if anything, say it's us, it's the Jamaicans that made him into that. Nobody in the
it's,
sing Selassie I like us, man. You know?
no, it is obviously we have to remember we've just come out of slavery, like what 130 years or something like that. Then this guy, we've seen a black man, yeah, who's defended his country, who's a king, an emperor of Africa, and defended his country from the white man. We're gonna be looking at this man as God right now, yeah. Look at the look at the.
No, definitely, man. Like, there's no, pro-black person coming up that's not gonna take some influence from House Lashley. No way, man. You know what I mean? And obviously, we were told the stories of, and even if they weren't all true, if it comes to pass that they weren't all true, you know what I mean? Because not all stories are true. People make up stories just to create a narrative. You know what I mean? Especially in war and their way there. So yeah, you know what I mean? Hearing things like, oh, his name's in the Bible, conquering liars. That was all good for people's self-esteem coming up. For real, for real, for real. So I'm definitely not bashing House Lashley. No way, no way, no way. But I'm just saying, as a youth coming up, when I was getting certain teachings, those were definitely like what I kind of raised my eyebrow off. You know what I mean? And could never really become a Rasta. But as they say, you don't have to dread to be Rasta. You know what I mean? And I truly believe that still. Bless up, Goddess Cushy in the building.
Bless up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, sis.
Yeah.
Good.
Alright, bless up. People on the panel,
Morning,
bless up.
morning.
Now, brother Ezra, bless up. Now, I just thought I'd come on and explain to yeah, I'll come on and explain rather than typing because things are really intrude. And also, I just thought it'd be easier for me to be able to actually speak to you. I'm not coming on. I'm just saying it now. I'm not coming on for no back and forth or no shouting or nothing like that. I don't think that's good for our image. There's enough of that, and we can be able to conduct a conversation. Is that cool with you, Ezra?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah,
You
for real.
for Ezra, yeah?
Yeah. Sorry,
All
sis. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Mute, no problem. One team.
All right. Calm.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah.
You're breaking
So,
a little bit, but I can hear you though.
all right then. If it gets too bad, just stop me and let me know. So I now to do
I can't hear
some
nothing.
delivery. Can you hear me better now?
Not really, you know.
All right. Let me go
My
out and
phone,
come
man,
back.
it's getting hot again.
Can everyone else hear me?
Try again. I can hear you now. Go on.
Yeah, you're cutting in and
go on.
out, but I can still hear you.
All right, and bless. So yeah, I wasn't listening to the whole conversation, so I was in and out of it. But I just was hearing things that you sort of discussing. I was just out on road, and I just heard certain parts where you were saying that you didn't really understand black women, and then it was only like coming onto this conversation that you actually learned some things from Lady D and Night. And then a little while later, correct me if I was wrong, but I just heard that you saying that you had like three sisters. And obviously, I assume you grew up with your mum. I'm not sure if you grew up with your dad like around all the time in the household or not. So it just kind of shocked me as a black man that you could say that you've been like you literally grew up with like sisters, and like your mum, you say that like you have no like, do you know what I mean? You just like have no food to black women. And then I think your reply was something like, well, if you grew up with like men in your family, does that mean like all men? I'm not talking. I was talking about women within our community. I did grow up with my dad and my mum. That has definitely shaped how I move, the choices I make, and it's helped me in my relationship as well. It's helped me. I've had brothers, I've had cousins, I've had. Do you know what I mean? I've had a lot of male elders who have told me things. I've sat around and I've heard how they speak, and they think no one's listening. And that's made me know one how black men want, what they expect, how they treat certain people. It's made me aware. And I've heard so many black men saying, yeah, where I've grown up with black women, or I know how they are. Do you know what I mean? So just to say that you don't, I think what I'm trying to say is I think you would know them more than what you think. To say that, like, do you know what I mean? I think if you really stop and think about it, it's surprising if you've been around you and say you just don't have an idea about black women. Yeah, that's my thing. Could you hear me all right or not?
I heard
Yeah.
quite a bit of it. You was in and out still. Yeah.
There was audio
Like,
problems. Okay.
yeah, for the bit that I heard, I'm just saying like I do hear you in it, you get me? Like, but what I'm saying is, yeah, like there is clearly a problem in it. We can act like we all know each other. We all know because I grew up with with women and that I can act like I know women perfectly. But guess what? I've had a few broken relationships too. You get me? So obviously I didn't know them that well. Same with you, probably. You get me? Unless you've been with one person your whole life, yeah. Obviously, yeah. The stuff that you needed to learn too, and it. So what I'm saying is, yeah, like as a community and a collective, yeah, like we have to take time and like learn the people that we're dealing with first, yeah. And like I said, there is a real issue here. We can act like we all know each other perfectly and you get me, all of this and that. But what I'm saying is, yeah, there's a big breakdown in the black family and the black community even. You get me? So like unless we're gonna be honest with it, yeah, and address the breakdown, yeah, we're not gonna get anywhere. We can act like, oh, we know each other and oh, because we've got sisters and cousins and that, we know the other race and that, with the other sex. It don't work like that. It literally don't, clearly. You get me? So, like, we've just got to work on these breakdowns. What is causing the breakdown? What's causing black men to not want to be with black women? You get me? What is causing black women to not want black men around in the house and all that? Like, we have to address these things honestly. And that's the only point I was making, innit?
No, I hear you. I just think that we are more familiar with each other as a culture as well because we're so close to people than what we are not. But I agree, there's obviously a breakdown. I mean, for me, I've been in my relationship for 8 years. We've got a son together. So, like, for me, it's what like I don't know what to say to that because obviously I am in a relationship and we're going strong. But my thing is that it's still
Have you
difficult in a relationship. Obviously there's been other relationships that have not worked, but is it a breakdown or is it just like with any other race, they have relationships, it doesn't work and those personality doesn't match? Like just because there's certain things that doesn't work with
but
us,
what I'm
it's
saying
not
is if you've
so
got no,
hold on, let me
one second.
finish, bro. Let me finish.
Go on.
Like, I don't think it's so detrimental when things break down. Some people can break down for clash of personalities. It's detrimental when it's to the extreme, when it's like it gets to abuse, when you don't know when to let go, when it's learned patterns, when it's stuff like that. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I am not saying that we haven't got an issue in our community. That I'm very much pro black love, and I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that for my son. I want to see more of that for, do you know what I mean? Everyone who wants that. It makes no sense for me as an island to just be pro black. I need a bigger community. So yes, I can see that there's problems within our community, but what I'm saying is that there's more. I'm just always in the positive flex. Do you know what I mean? To you, I don't know if we've been part in the same like chats or whatever. So you might not know me and I don't really know you, right? But I just heard what I heard, and what I'm trying to say is that you might know more about the females within your community, your sisters, than you think. Like me and you can have a reason now. We don't agree on certain details, but we agree on the main part. Is there is a big problem within our community, and I'm on that. And the main way that work is the women and the men getting together and being able to reason how me and you, how I see that you've reasons with the other sisters before now. Do you know what I mean? Saying that we need to be very, very careful with our words, and even like brothers, it like I do think that they get the bad side of it at times. It's just about looking at stepping out there and just, do you know what I mean? Not looking in that kind of tunnel, that kind of hate all the time. Because all you have to do, you're privileged to step back and just say, like you said, like one of your sisters is a great example. Do you know what I mean? It's like I play this all the time with people in live. Like they go in this like tunnel of just bashing, and I'm like, hold on, we just had a conversation where you told me there was a contradiction. And it was like either you or a close example of that. So you always that, and we need to be mindful, or we're just always on this one track, one dimension, one way of thinking. Do you know what I mean? And we've seen that's just dangerous.
Nah, for me, I'm not saying that still. I'm not saying, obviously there's gonna be different strokes for different folks, and you get me, like
Yeah.
everyone can't do stuff the same way. But what I'm saying is, yeah, like the fact that we're having so much people, like I feel like we're contributing to the biggest set of mixed race children, which I don't have a problem with. I feel like they're still black anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like our melanin just overtakes, and you get me. I feel like, well, obviously, I'm saying that is a problem in the long run. It's obviously a problem for people that are breeding outside their race at a high rate. You get me? Like it has to be. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that needs addressing in it, and there's reasons for it, and it's not just about them being attractive. I feel like a lot of black men find black women of today unworkable with, undealable. You know what I'm saying? And I know that I know personally men that have tried and tried and tried and tried, and you know, obviously they're not perfect, but they've definitely done their part in the house and all that and contributing, and like it ain't worked. You get me? it's just stress, like the kind of, I don't know. Obviously, it's not all women. Maybe it's the women he's finding and that. But I'm saying like there is a part of this community, yeah, that has women that are just, I don't know, like, I don't know, man. A lot of
You,
black women just don't
you
know
know,
how to be happy.
because
You
I've
get
heard
me?
you
If
say,
there's not a
I've heard you
problem,
say
if there's
something
not a
like,
problem, now create one. Huh?
yeah, sorry to butt in. I was just gonna say I've heard you say stories like this quite a few times as well. Like, do you have any examples of anyone who's in a relationship with a black woman that's doing well and is happy?
Yeah, loads.
So what? I mean, why don't you talk on that then?
Because we're talking about the breakdown in it. We're talking about breakdown in it. You know, obviously we can all pat each other on the
If
back
we're
and
talking
go around.
about the
One second.
breakdown,
One
right,
second.
go
I'm saying
on.
we can all go around patting each other on the back about our black relationships that we're in. Yeah, that's, you know what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if we're discussing the breakdown, yeah, then we have to be honest about it. No point just talking about the good stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay,
We have to talk
all
about.
right, can I reply? Okay, so the reason why I was going to say that is we're talking about breakdowns, right? So if we're talking
Yeah.
about breakdowns and we actually want to fix it, so keep talking about the breakdowns of how shit everything is, why wouldn't we be focusing on the people who are actually in a relationship and succeeding and doing well at it? Why wouldn't we find out what they're doing well and start talking about that? Why are we still talking about the
But
people who are
that's what we was
unhealthy?
doing.
Hold on, I've not finished, bro. And I did it to you before. I'm sorry, but I haven't finished. Why not talk about the people who are actually doing these things and find out what they're doing well, or where are they always meeting up, or what about them makes them different that we can start highlighting instead of talking about the same problems that we know is a problem in both women and men? Why do we just keep talking about that area? Why constantly? I don't understand where we're gonna get the positivity of the stuff we already know is fuckery,
Wait,
the stuff we already
then
know is unhealthy.
I don't know where we've been constantly talking about this still. You get
But
me? I
like,
don't
like
know
I
what.
said to
I
you,
don't
like I've
know.
heard a lot about
Can you
men.
let me finish, please? Because like how you don't like being interrupted.
Go on
Yeah.
then.
So like what I'm saying is, yeah, like I don't know where I've been constantly talking about this, innit? But what I'm saying is, and all I've been saying is, yeah, if we're gonna be addressing it, let's address it honestly, things and the bad things that's actually causing the breakdown. There's no point just talking about, oh, yes, my sister's a teacher, her husband's an engineer, and they're living a great life. Yeah, you go to uni, yeah, you go and study, and you know everything's gonna be great. Yes, we can say that, but we have to also address the things that are causing people to break down the relationships, the things that are causing people to leave their family home. We have to address those things, innit? That's what I'm saying.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, because like the stream, it says here stream's been going on for 4 hours, isn't it? And I did say I was in and out. So if they had been highlighting the positive things in this stream, I must have missed it because I've not heard it. And I've heard previous chat of like what I would consider like barbershop chat, which is just like, you know, I've had men that have been with this man and talk about what the black women did wrong and then he went to the white women. I've heard a lot of that kind of talk from you previously. And that's what I was saying to you, like, I don't think I've ever heard you the positive side of things. And I'm not saying,
Well,
again, I've said
obviously you're
this
not listening
before.
enough.
I haven't, I like I said before, that's what I'm saying. If it has been mentioned, then I hadn't heard it. All I heard was the other stuff, but I kind of think that the other stuff we know. Like I
Yeah, but
think
we're
like
talking
we've
about the
heard it all
breakdown.
before.
I just don't understand what you're saying. If we're talking about a breakdown, yeah, what is the point in us talking about the good stuff only? We're gonna be
What?
talking
But it's
about the
not the
stuff
good
that's
stuff.
one
It's not the
second,
good
please,
stuff.
one second. Sister, please. I'm saying if we're talking about what's causing the black family to have breakdowns, yeah, then let's obviously address the causes and not just the good stuff, because that's not addressing it, is it?
All right. So like I said again, it's not the
And
good stuff.
I've always, one second,
Right,
I've always stated,
no, I let
um,
you
one
interrupt
second,
me twice.
I-
I let you interrupt me twice. Yeah, and you never gave me the blind when I gave you it. So no. Yeah. What I was saying to you was take what they're doing from it. So I not talk about the good stuff and what they're doing and stuff like that. What traits are we currently seeing for people who are currently in healthy relationships? And how do we adapt that to people that are currently not in them? How do we encourage that? That's what I'm
how do we
saying. Because I've
identify?
heard a lot of
How do we identify?
I, sorry.
How do we identify the problems that people are having in those relationships? How do
We
I
know the
identify them?
problems. That's what I'm saying. We've just been over the problem. Have we not just been discussing the problems though? That's what I'm saying to you.
No, but what I'm
We've
saying is,
been
yeah,
saying the
we've been.
problems. Exactly. So I've just come and said,
Yeah,
how
listen.
about we talk about the solution? Actually, we came on here because I wanted to clarify what I was saying, which I felt like we have clarified and you answered. This is a whole different topic. You were saying that how you just don't believe that everything is great and there's issues. And I said to you, I 100% agree. Yeah. And this is what I'm saying, this tunnel thing. And I'm not going to be pushed into this tunnel thing. I'm already longer on here than I want it to be because of the cultures on here. Yeah, I just wanted to come on and address you. I'm not going to be pushed into no tunnel. I agree with you. There is an issue within our community, 100%. I agree that there is big problems that we could list, that we all know, especially those who genuinely care, all know, we all agree on that. If we don't agree on everything else, we all agree on the problems. I'm saying, what are the
And let me
things that
tell you
we could
something.
be doing? What are the things, because I'm going to go after this, what are the things that we could be doing
Let me respond to
make
it, please.
sure that they could be better? What are the things that we could be doing that could be pushing our children to see better examples? And that's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying one or the other, you know. I'm just listing the crap. Let's list the stuff that we can do better. Is that clear?
Let me say one thing.
And you have to repeat yourself
All right,
1,000 times.
all right, and all I'm saying is, yeah, as a black man who loves black women and will only ever have black women, take it from me, women like this, yeah, are the problem. Why black men, yeah, will not. You get me? This is why we're having so many black men
Women like
of a
who?
different races. Wait, 1 second, let me finish, please.
Women like who?
Let
Who
me
did
finish.
you refer to like
Let me finish,
this?
please. Can I finish, please? Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah, you can
because
finish.
of women like this who you cannot even address it with, you cannot even address the issues with, and they want to just bypass it. I'm telling you, yeah, as a black man who has a lot of black friends, all with black women, yeah, there is an issue, and I'm trying to explain some of the issues to the sisters, them, yeah, that's causing these breakdowns, yeah, and black women like you don't want to hear nothing, you can't tell them nothing. You get me? That's the problem. Other sisters on the panel were like, yeah, you know what? We actually got to a good understanding of each other, yeah, and where each other's coming from. And then people like you now, yeah, don't want to hear nothing, can't be told nothing, and that's the problem. You get me? But
And you know
thanks
what?
for
Yeah,
highlighting.
literally,
Thanks for
you're a
highlighting.
random person on the internet that cannot even hold a conversation without interrupting. I've just told you I'm in a healthy relationship, so I don't know what you're talking about. And every time I've heard you've been sitting on there talking about, oh, black men have been stressed. Oh, the barbershop this. Oh, weren't you the person who's talking about the barbershop thing last time? So there was no, I've not heard. Please, Nine, I know you're there. Interrupt me if you've heard this man talking about boasting about his black friends and black relationships, because we've not heard
Boasting.
it. What the problem is, I haven't finished. The problem
Wait
is,
there, Nanifa, answer that, please. Wait
no,
there,
what?
answer that.
You can't let
This girl
what?
is
You can't
chatting
let
shit.
this.
This
Is there a problem?
girl
Let
is
me have
chatting
a
shit.
conversation.
You've
I
heard,
can't
wait there.
finish.
You're gonna come in here and chat shit. Wait there, Nanifa, answer that, Paula. Have you ever heard me boasting about black breakdown? Or is she chatting shit?
No,
Go
I
on, Nine,
wouldn't say as a boasting situation. Definitely one of
Chatting
highlights.
shit, bro.
I wouldn't say boasting. No.
What's she on?
thank you, Manifa. And that's what I've just said.
Exactly.
And then while I've been on this conversation, he's called me a bitch, yeah? He's getting high rated. Meanwhile, you've agreed with what I said, right? And this is what I'm
because
saying
you
to
lied.
you now.
You actually
I'm
lied
here.
on me. That's why I
Like,
got
I'm
irate.
going to
Don't lie.
talk to you now. Again, I can't finish my
Don't lie on people,
conversation.
innit?
Yeah? I'll come on here, yeah, to support you. But you see what I'm not going to get involved with is this. You see that kind of level I'm not going to get involved with. There's no need to come at me and call me a bitch. I came on here, I said I didn't want to come with that level. I come into the talk to the brother to explain because I wanted him to see what I was meaning. And I did that. There's no need to come on here calling me a bitch because the only thing I've said on here, yeah,
I never called you a bitch. When did I call you a bitch? Huh? Did she just say I called her a bitch? Is she lying again?
That's what I thought I heard you said.
No, well,
if you
you
didn't
heard
say
wrong,
that,
so you need to fix
all right,
up.
my bad.
You need to
If I
stop lying on
didn't hear
people.
that,
Huh?
wow, I'm not
Well,
lying on you. I've
apologise,
just
I
said my
never
bad.
said that.
You didn't say it. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I'm not coming on here to do that. I specifically told you I'm not coming on here for them vibrations.
That is how
I heard the point that you made. We definitely need to focus on the positives and stuff that can obviously help us I agree. You get me, but yeah, same times you have to address the breakdown too.
Yeah,
That's
agreed.
all I'm
You do
saying.
need to address the breakdown. Exactly what I said.
Okay, so we're good now.
Yeah, we're good still. Like I don't know. I don't know. I felt like that was just a little attack, and this is what I was saying about
I
one black
wasn't
man is
even
trying to
attacking
show man.
you though, bro. That's the thing.
Show,
Like, the thing is, I wasn't actually trying to attack you
I mean,
personally as well. That's the thing. I was just saying that, like, especially when I was explaining it, I was like, the mentality of those that we know that are not right. I've not included you in that. Like, I'm agreeing with you so many
no,
times that there's definitely a breakdown in like clearly there's a breakdown in communication in our community. Yeah. But definitely within those relationships that we want more of. I hear you on that. I said that so many times. Purposely, I said that over and over again because I didn't want you to feel like it's an attack on you. All I was saying is, with everything you're saying that I agreed with you with, what can we do to fix it? That's all I was saying.
yeah, and that's what I agree, and fair enough in it. I agree that obviously we have to find solutions in it, but before we
What
find
I write this
solutions,
for?
we
They're
have
doing
to
that shit
identify.
for.
1 second, sis, man. I just listened to you for like 2-3 minutes clean.
All right,
You get me? All I'm saying is, yeah, like I agree. You get me? I agree in it. What I'm saying is, yeah, like, but all I'm saying is, and this is common sense in my opinion. You get me? To address the issues, you have to identify the problems first, and get me? You know what I'm saying? So, like,
yeah.
obviously,
And sometimes that is my problem.
Huh? Say again.
Sorry, I'm probably getting.
See, that
I
was
think there's some
beautiful,
sort of.
man. That was beautiful.
I can't hear you.
Both had an acknowledgement of shortcomings, yeah, but both know that they have to be worked upon. So that's the kind of thing that we want to be dealing with going forward, man. Sorry to interrupt you two.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, it's fine. And I don't want to, and like literally, I only went irate because I swear I heard the word bitch in it, and I just like, do you know what I mean? I'm not perfect. No one's perfect, and do you know what I mean? I know my trigger points. I thought I was just getting highly disrespected, and you never said that. Do you know what I mean? So I already apologize. I apologize again to make it clear. I'm not in there to beef you. I just wanted to have a reasoning with you as a brother on something that I said. And like I said, we agree on most of the points anyways, like you said. So it is what it is, isn't it? It's just that whole women like this things and stuff like that was just triggering. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Sure, like I said, you get me. I'm just trying to be honest. Yeah, like that's the thing. I feel like if we're gonna sugarcoat the thing and only talk about positives, then we're not gonna get anywhere. You know what I mean? So like, yes, there is a lot of positives. There's a lot of good examples in the black community for us to learn from. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
before we do that, we have to identify what is actually causing these breakdowns, what is actually causing so many people to not be in the house with their kids. Yeah. What is causing so much men to have relationships outside of their race. We have to identify these things before we start looking at solutions, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's just basics for me.
Yeah, and that's basics for me, and I think that's why it's so frustrating because it's like not you, and it's definitely not you because you've listed it, but it's like when you see people who don't know that, like you can't look around their community and see that's the basics because if you can't even see the basics, there's no way of moving forward. You can't see the problems, how you're going to make them better, and that's frustrating if you're already in a place of knowing the issue and just wanting better.
Yeah. I hear you still. I'm just saying, and it's like going back to that barbershop thing that you was. I'm saying like, if a barbershop full of black men, yeah, all with black women, and all of them are going through the same exact problem. All of them
It's
on the verge of just leaving.
Why? I don't think I'm the right one.
One second.
I don't think I'm the right one.
And then you don't. 1 second. Why are you being cut off yourself?
Go on. All right, go on. Go on. It's just that I know you're talking about the barbershop and we just calm things down and you wanted to talk about bring it up. Is it me or is it cutting out? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear
Like,
you. Man. I can
can you
hear
hear
you.
Ezra?
No, I can't hear Ezra still.
But his thing's flashing like he's
Yeah, go
trying
in
to
and
say.
come back out again as well.
See, this is the thing, and then I want to start like triggering man about me cutting him off. So, but I was just saying, like, I just know that barbershop thing. It's just like I'd just rather just leave it on a blessed thing instead of talking that boy.
Yeah, for real, but some of the things we're gonna have to listen to still, you know what I mean? I hear
No,
that
for real.
still. But we'll have to listen to some of the shortcomings, sister.
Jesus.
Dress up yourself, Nines.
Hey, finest. Nice to have you on the panel, sis. Big up yourself, big up
Bless
yourself.
up, bless up, bless up.
Come on. All right, I think Ezra's coming back. Try and set something, Ezra. Let's see if we can hear you, bub.
Hello?
All right, can hear you now.
Yeah, I
Check,
can hear a
check,
bit better
check.
now. Like,
Yeah.
once it gets hot, yeah, it's like your phone just gets mad static.
Yeah, StreamYards is a matters. And before I go any further, let me just big up my brother, God of Jacob. Beautiful to
Check,
have you
check.
on the panel too.
Oh yeah, glad to be
Like,
here. Enjoying the conversation. Enjoying the conversation.
Man, big
Oh,
up Uncle
wonderful,
Isaac.
wonderful.
Shalom, shalom. Yes, what's good, brother?
Hello.
All right,
Big
I'm back
yourself,
on
man.
mute.
Ezra.
Hello?
Hey, it's fine, it's fine.
Hello.
Bless up
You
yourself.
alright?
Bless up. Yeah, bless up. I just wanted to ask you because I've been listening. Because I actually just came on to ask you basically, what would you identify the breakdowns as then? Like, as a black man, I don't know how old you are. I know you're not young, ting. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Over the
I'm
years,
33.
yeah. So
Yeah.
over the years, your family experiences, your own experiences, what you see from your friends, what would you say the breakdown for us black people is then? Or what is your
First and
idea?
foremost, I'd say, yeah. First and foremost, I'd say the biggest problem we've got is a lack of patience and communication. I feel like even 90% of the cases, yeah, where black men are leaving the family home and end up starting again somewhere else and all of this. I feel like with patience and some good communication, a lot of those things would have got dealt with. You know what I'm saying? And then, so like, there's a start with like, because of this system that we're in now. I feel like we're just too quick to just give up and start again. Like, oh, there's more man out there. I can go out Friday night and get a next girl. I can go out Friday, get fleeky and get 2 man. You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's too easy now. We just don't we just give up too easy then. And then, so I said patience and communication first and foremost. Yeah. Then, like, I feel like men have got work to do with like infidelity and, you know what I'm saying. But I honestly feel like most men, yeah. I'm not saying you won't get the odd occasional mistake, yeah. Take this from me, yeah, my sisters. Take this from me, yeah. Men will make that occasional mistake, you get me? But I'm saying if he's being looked after in his home and he's well fed and he's well eaten and, you know, and he's looked
Nourished.
after like emotionally, let me tell you something. He ain't got time to go and cheat with no, like, if you're getting everything you need in your yard, trust me, you ain't got time for nothing else. You don't have time. You know what I'm saying? So most of these men that are stepping out, yeah, are getting something from a different woman that they're just not getting at home anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether it's the sex or the emotional support or whatever. So what I'm saying is communication. It all leads back down to communication, man. You get me? If you don't feel like you're being supported enough, or you don't feel like you're getting enough sex or whatever, yeah, talk and have patience before you know what I'm saying?
No, I totally agree with you with what you're saying, 100%. Would you agree with that? And I'm not just going to pinpoint this on the black men. I'm going to just say overall, but I'm going to propose it for the men first. But it is an overall question. Do you believe that sometimes obviously communication does come into what I'm about to say, but sometimes a lot of black men or some black men have a lot of personal issues on their shoulders, and that takes over that takes over them, so it just starts affecting them in their relationships and in their personal life, so it brings it back to that communication. Do you think because some I'll use a word, I'll say, because we're talking about black people, I'm going to say about black men, but I just
No, you
generalize,
know what?
I
You've
think
made a
with
good
men
point.
in
You know what? Now you just touched on something sick there. You know, something
yeah,
sick, and like I feel like
but
this.
because
Like,
I'm going to elaborate on it more, but so we
yeah,
can
go on.
go back onto it. So I'm going to talk about us black men because we're talking about ourselves, but I'm generalizing as well on a man thing. This goes for women too, but I'm talking about the men at the moment. Do you feel that because men in general find it hard to deal with emotions, and they find it hard to, yeah, that's that typical deal with their emotions and channel their emotions, that is what feeds out of them, and that is what potentially starts making them have the breakdown, like I said previously, in their relationship and in their personal life, because of their own personal, a man could be, let's say, in a great job, maintaining, he's that man of the household that we all kind of want, or some women idolize. You get the gist of where I'm going with that. And then all
Yeah,
of a sudden he goes on his face financially. For a man, no woman could ever understand what that does for a man, how his man pride leaves his soul. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
that's it. Exactly.
He can't provide. Like, I'm nervous laughing. Yeah, he can't provide anymore. He can't do the things he used to do anymore. And do you feel like that is one of the main things that could predominantly um outsource
Yeah,
the
100%.
the breakdown? And then, like you said, it comes back to that communication.
100%. 100%. You know what? You've just structured it so well, because that situation happens so often. Like, like there's no black man that don't want to come down and put food in his yard. You
Mm,
get me?
mm,
There's no
mm,
black man
mm.
that don't want to like pay for the bills and just make things easier for his girl. There's none that don't want to do that. You get me? But like some just can't, and then because they can't, yeah. Now, so now they're getting stressed from this world. Like the world is just
It's on
not
their
being
shoulders.
fair in their eyes. You get
Hmm.
me? Then they come home, yeah, and they've got this girl who's saying to them, "Yo, waste man, you ain't doing shit. You can't do this. You can't." You get me? So now
But
what's he gonna do?
okay. So bringing it back to that key word communication, yeah, because I think that should
Yeah,
be the
yeah,
key word for the
yeah.
conversation. I don't know if anyone else on the panel agrees. So a communication. So do you feel like the breakdown could be where it's a thing of, because he can't communicate generally, when he's going through this rough time in his life, and he's unable to maybe provide, or just be the man that he was before, how are we going to move forward as black people? How are black men,
Nah, but you know what it is.
when are
But you know
black
what it
men
is.
going to start getting in touch with themselves and being comfortable enough to talk and to
You
express?
know what it is? If he had a support, I guarantee you, yeah, if he had a supportive woman, yeah, that was out there trying to support him and trying to help him get a CV that's up to date to get him a next job, and out there putting out words and that for him, and if he had a woman that was supporting him like that, trust me, he would have no issues opening up. Yeah, but a black man ain't opening up to no girl. He's saying, you ain't got no money, you're a waste man.
But
Like
I
you ain't
would
gonna,
I would
you ain't
sorry,
opening up to that girl.
sorry to
You get
cut
me?
into you. I do understand and agree with you a little bit, but I will have to disagree with you somewhat, because I do know of situations, real situations, where the black man has had that positive woman there, that is the one, while she's working her normal job, looking for jobs for him, or whatever she may be doing to help him sort himself out, getting him appointments made and blah blah blah. But because he's in a rut, and he's in this circle of black people oppress themselves, especially the men, yeah, that's no
Wait,
disrespect,
wait,
there's
wait,
no
wait.
disrespect to my
Tell this
brothers.
idiot Empress girl. Yo,
What?
idiot Empress girl, jump on and instead
Who?
of chatting shit in it. So wait there, how am I chatting shit? You see what I'm saying? When this is why black girl like you understand?
Hmm?
Black man don't want to deal with, yeah. Girl like you they can't even talk to and be real with, yeah. That's what you cause black men to go and have white girl. I can't tell you
No, I'm
nothing.
done.
Can't tell you nothing. Ugly idiot. Shut up. I bet you're ugly as
That's
well.
my man. Come
Madam,
on now.
madam.
Come on, bro. Let's keep
Kick
it
her.
clean, man. Let's keep it clean.
Have I ever had a white girl? Have I ever had a white girl? Yeah,
Let's
idiot.
keep it. Let's
I bet
keep
you're
it
ugly
clean.
as hell. About Kim Kardashian, you fool.
Oh God, Jesus. Yeah. So, like I
Don't
was
piss me
saying.
off this man. Yeah.
So, like I was saying, yeah. When are we gonna, as black people, and no disrespect to the brothers, because I love my brothers, but I find it a lot of brothers, yeah, we're already oppressed as black people, and I find a lot of brothers, even if they have that good support network around them, it might not even be a partner, it could be a family member, they still got this block where they're blocking themselves from being able to express and really talk about what is going on with them, because I feel like it's this constant man pride that's been installed in you from a child. You got to be strong. Men don't cry. Men are this. Men are the warriors. Men are the breadwinners. Men, like, do you understand? So I feel like from a child up, it's always been a pressure that a boy turning into a man has to be a certain way. And as they get older, even if they have that support network, they still can't express themselves because they've oppressed themselves since they've been a child. Since they came into the world, they were oppressed. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. 100%. 100%. There's like, yeah, you are right still. 100%. I just feel like, it has to be the right kind of woman for a man to open up to, and you know what I'm saying? A man ain't doing it to no cheeky girl. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, it's got to be supportive, man. Like, I don't know if you, like we were saying, like how it started off in it, patience and communication. So if this man ain't living up to his end of the economics in the yard or whatever, yeah, you know what? You have some communication about it. Yeah, you talk about it. Oh, is there anything like? Do you need a new CV? Do you need some help applying for jobs, or do you need I don't know whatever?
Oh,
And
can I
then
ask you a
that's the
question?
communication.
Can I ask you an
Yeah.
honest question? Because I don't know you personally or nothing like that. But honestly, can you say hand on your heart? And if you can, cool. If you can't, you can't. That most of black women are not that way inclined. What you're describing, come even for a brethren, it doesn't even have to be their partner. For anyone that is in their life like that, they're willing to help. They're willing to push you. Can you honestly say that majority of black women ain't that way inclined?
I can say a lot of them are not. You get me? A lot of them are not.
Really?
Like,
That's sad.
obviously, the man's not gonna open. Yeah, I'll say the man. To be fair, it might be the man's fault because he's not opening up, saying, "Look, I need help." Yeah, you get me? I'm stuck in a vicious circle where I can't find no work, and you get me. My CV, like they're not looking at my CV, and I'm not getting called back for interviews. Like, he's not gonna open up and say that to her most of the time, innit? So maybe that's his fault that if you don't get that support. But what I'm saying is
Mm.
like it comes down to communication on both sides, and you have to be the type of girl that your man wants to communicate with. You get me? And open up and tell you them kind of things. Cause if you're just some cheeky girl like, rare,
No. I am
yeah,
not. I totally am with you. But where I'm trying to get a bit more out of you is where what if we're dealing with a brother? I'm sure you might know one yourself or have known one yourself personally in the past where he's got that woman that is the backbone, the front bone, everything he needs, but he just physically is
yeah,
battling with himself and he doesn't know how to open up his mouth and even talk to his brother about what's going on, let alone to his woman. Because I feel like with some
yeah,
men, it's an embarrassing thing when they actually don't need to be embarrassed. Because like
yeah.
you
It's
said,
true still.
if you got the right woman, there's nothing to be embarrassed about because she ain't watching you for that. She ain't with you for that. So I do feel like it's
Nah,
it it's not always a case of having the rare and the tear lady at home. I do also believe that is some men, they have just literally oppressed themselves into a corner where it's like they've put a bloody piece of duct tape over their mouth, and they just, like I said, they can't even let their brother know how they're really, what's really going on with them. They're even fronting it to their brothers when they're around their brothers.
I agree still so much because, like, to be honest, I'm probably an example of that. Yeah, I could be going through the worst day ever, and I ain't telling no one, like, unless like more time I'll be sitting down with my brethren, yeah, and they don't even know what's going on with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, so you are right in that sense, innit? But I'm saying when it comes to your girl, if you've got the right girl, put it this way, like my first, like my previous relationship was like the girl that I was the example of, like the type of girl that I would just not want to open up to about those things, cause it's like she'll half look down on you, innit? Get me? And then like my current girl, like in a situation, look, yeah, where I need help with this, help with that, because she's got that kind of attitude where I know she's gonna be supportive. It's not gonna be a look down, oh, it's a waste man thing. It's not that. You know what I'm saying? So like, it all just depends on who you're dealing with, innit? You get me? And like I said, we have to be each other's support system, innit? Yeah, get me? The woman has to be able to feel like she can come to her man, whatever, and the man has to feel the same, innit? You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Ezra? I kind of agree with you in a sense because when I look at it, I think the black man is measured against the white man oftentimes, and that's a problem. Whereas in times past, it wasn't. You get what I'm saying? So I believe, in just my opinion, black women measure us on what the white man looks like in this society, but not taking into account that his path to what we call success or economic freedom is not laid out in the same way it is for us. How he got to his financial or whatever situation he got to, it was kind of almost smooth sailing, where anything we had to get is pulling teeth to get where we need to be at. So I believe we're being measured against the white man and the system that he controls. I don't care if it's London, United States, wherever that the system is set up for him to win, and it looks good for some, for me, for personally speaking, I've experienced some of this where we're always constantly being measured against this white man, where the path for him is so much easier, and anything we gain financially or that's viewed as a success has come through some hard work and some groundwork. So I've experienced some of my friends, who their old ladies looking like, well, why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And this man is doing the best he can, and she will constantly say, well, X, Y, and Z has this, and it's a white dude, but he's inherited, all this economic freedom, where we have to, go get it, and it's difficult at times. So I believe we're measured against the white man unfairly at times.
I think if that does happen, it's unfair to do that against the black man, because if you really check the vibes, you already know this setup. You already know, especially like I can only talk for London. We already know how likely you are to be stopped by the police, how unlikely it is to get the job. You already know. You should already take into account how hard it is generally just to be an average normal level. You go through so many hurdles, and you see your counterparts not going through that hurdle on top. So you're getting a visual seeing that actually it is actually harder out here for me. I am seeing other people going further than me, and I'm actually trying. And I think like hearing Finest and Ezra's back and forth together, like their reasoning, it's like it's so important that communication is had, but also like with men not being able to open up is a big problem. Like whether they see it growing up, if you don't really see that in your household growing up, you don't have examples of how to really talk about feelings that like society say you shouldn't really have, which obviously you do need to have, especially if you're going through harder than your counterparts. And like it just reminds me of when I went to an event, there was a section there for the men, and I think the algorithm is Calm, Kalm, and it was just talking about statistics for black men, the suicidal rate, the depression rate. And if you're going through all of that on top, and we have got it so much higher within our community, and they start young, late teens, all into their 20s. Like, so if you're going through that again, there's another barrier to even communicate that, and mental health is so taboo already in our community. So, you know, it's just sad that I think black men need more of a community base to be able to go and talk and be able to genuinely be able to talk with people with actual answers, to actually be able to help them out of whatever rut they're feeling.
Would you agree? Sorry, I don't even know who I'm speaking to, the lady on the panel. Oh, okay, bless up yourself. Would you agree then at somewhat that I hope you can read between the lines of what I'm about to say, everyone. I don't want to get fucking my head chopped off. That as black women and as the mothers that are bringing up the young black boys that are turning into men, we need to start making them understand that it's okay to have emotion, that it's okay to speak about your problems. Because I feel like maybe it's come from growing up, you're meant to be strong, you're meant to be this, and then obviously society of what a man is, and then, you know, everything brought in together. So do you think maybe, definitely I agree, there should be more of a support system for the black men, but also I feel like maybe more needs to be done in the households when the men are being raised on, do obviously everything else we have to do to raise our black men, but also don't forget to let them know that it's okay to come and talk. It's okay. If you want to cry, you're not less of a man.
True.
Do
you understand what I mean?
Absolutely, sis. Like, I 100% agree. I think because sorry, sis.
No, go on.
Totally sorry. I'm in agreement. Sorry to butt in. And also, I can't remember his proper name now because I'm calling him his proper name for ages. But Mr. Lee basically brought up that same sort of commentary. Do you know what I mean? And said that maybe we should also question, like, fine, it's why I just said the women, the single women, quote unquote, that are bringing up these boys. You see what I'm saying to you? So yeah.
I don't even think it matters if you're a single woman or not in this type of situation and this conversation. I just feel like it's a household thing. And I don't even have a son. I don't have a son yet. And I am very much like, stop. I tell the boys, oh, are you being a little fairy? You know, like I do install that be a man type thing. But when in hindsight, when you're looking back and we're having these type of conversations, we need to install that be a man, be strong, be firm, be a warrior, be a leader, but also have emotion. It's okay to be upset. I do really believe that and I'm glad to hear that other people agree too, because you know, sometimes people get a bit ignorant and like, oh no, you know, and I do feel we always have to look at ourselves, because it is the women in hindsight raising these black men. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm not trying to put blame on the women, on our sisters, but I'm just saying maybe we could just do a little bit better when we're doing the raising, and remember to input that, because I know in my family we don't teach that to the boys. I'll keep it 100. We don't teach the boys about expressing your now our kids, so my generation, or so my sisters, my cousins, our kids, we teach them that. But my brothers, my cousins that are my age, my generation and older, I don't believe they were ever taught that. They weren't ever taught it's okay to be upset. They were just taught to be rough and ready and be a man and know that you're black and how hard it is out there for you, and it's going to be tough in this world. And do you understand what I mean? I don't think they got the speech that we're giving our kids now. I think they missed out on that, and I don't think that's fair, because that goes into play when we're sitting here talking about the things that we're talking about. And just to add on to the brother that was talking before, where he was saying about something to do with the because black women want you to be like, have this impression of a white man and expect that from a black man. I totally disagree with that. And I don't know what type of black women those are. They need to look deeper within themselves if that's what they're out here doing, because you
No, I
can't
think you
compare
meant
the two ways.
expectation wise. I feel like
No, I know
I
he
feel
was
like you
saying on
meant
No, I said
expectation.
we're being measured at times.
Yeah. Sorry, no, sorry. I couldn't get you word for word, but I remember the gist of what you were saying. And I do know that there are some black women out there that do that. But me personally, I disagree with that. And that's where I would say to that black woman, you need to look deeper within yourself, because
I
there's
was
never
just
going to
using
be no
my
comparison.
experience and my small sample, size
Oh,
based
no.
on
I
where I'm at.
appreciate that. And that's why I'm saying I just personally disagree with those women that are like that. Off your point, that's what I was just going to say to you. I don't
But I'll tell
agree
you
with
this,
that.
before my father passed, I had a conversation with him. I said, Dad, Pop, you never told me you loved me, because he was an emotional type of guy. And his response was, didn't you eat 3 times a day?
Oh shit.
Don't you got shoes on your feet? That's love. So, and I had to understand where he was coming from, and the time period he was coming from. It was more pronounced anti-black man coming up through his era, and he couldn't have time to be that emotional support system in our house, because we had to do so much, and that's kind of passed down. I've reshaped myself to a certain degree, but coming up, eras is different. Era from era to era is different, and I don't believe, at least he didn't show it to us, but it wasn't demonstrated through words for him. It was through his actions. So, and as eras change, that communication, we would hope would change, as far as communicating feelings, as you trying to put it out there. But eras change, times change, and his era, he couldn't be that come here, son, sit on my lap, let me take. No, he had to get out there and do it. So he demonstrated his communication of love and emotion through keeping lights on and bills paid. That was love to me, because I had a lot of friends whose parents or fathers wasn't in the house, and it was difficult. So times change, eras change, and we just got to adapt and learn.
I think that's a good point. I just think like maybe it's a generational thing. I think once you know better, you start doing better. And like what Finest was saying, like I definitely think there's like a line though. Like I don't think she was referring to like model cuddling and, do you know what I mean, like sit on my lap and everything else. But in the same time, you can see examples in it when you go to primary schools of kids who can't express themselves. They just start battering stuff or picking up chairs and licking it across rooms. Like I hear these stories like all the time, and it's just clearly because the kid can't articulate what the problem is. Something's wrong, and you can't say it. You get frustrated and you lash out. And that's when we need to say, no, as a man, as a black man, you can't get away with that. You can't. If there's something wrong, you need to be able to sit down and talk to me. Tell me what's wrong. I'm not saying that, and it could be when you hear something you don't like, especially as a kid, like you hear something you don't like. You're upset about it. Cool, you can be upset. Your reaction is not going to be, do you know what I mean, spazzing out and all of
Yeah.
that madness. And that's developed up. So when you're coming into teenage stages, adolescence, you're going in out of relationships, you hear something you don't like. You're not, if you haven't been taught, you're going to just flare up, react, like what Esther say, just get up and quit. So it is about learned behavior.
100%, sis. You know what it is? Like, I think I've got a good thought experiment for us to try here. Like, I'd like everyone here, to in short, say what the black woman or the black man could do better for the black family. You get me? Or for black cohesion. So, like, if you're a black man, explain what black men could do better. Yeah. To and if you're a black woman, explain what black women could do better.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a good experiment.
Do you want us to do it now?
Well, I'll tell you, for me, man.
Yeah. Whoever can go first.
I'll go for me. Based on my experience and the way my father communicated with us and my mom at the time, I've treated my daughter different. Like I tell them, I'll sit down, talk with them, tell them I love them. So the communication for me is different versus how I came up. So again, and I understood my father's plight and my mom's plight. So I had to kind of, take a round turn of how I dealt with my own kids coming up because, that communication I didn't get on a daily. I've now incorporated when I was bringing my daughters up. So I'm going to do X, Y, and Z different. And I've seen the payoffs because now they can come to me and tell me anything comfortably and stuff like that. Whereas my father was just, like you said, whoever said that, the sister was just man. And he ain't had time for it. It was go to your mom. So I've made myself available to my kids and I listen and I give them feedback and and I see the benefits that paid off doing it that way. And I don't spite my father for being the way he was because I always blame that era and the time. I've got it easier than the era he came up in. And I don't think he inherited a communication plan or an experience that benefited him with his kids. So it's from generation to generation, you got to start changing. And that's what I did with my own household, per se.
Yeah, well said, Brother Jacob. Well said. And again, just to remind ourselves of where it is that we are coming from. Do you know what I mean? In terms of what's been passed down the line. So if we really think about it, it's quite easy to really understand and appreciate why some, not all, but why some of us may be in certain positions. Because at the end of the day, if you're not taught something, then it's very hard for you to then go and teach. Do you know what I mean? And that's how things become intergenerational. But I think the important thing is that at least in this last generation, at least, I would say that there's been at least more acknowledgement about what things we've done in the past that we need to let go of. Do you know what I mean? So that can only be of benefit for the future. Even the mere fact that God of Jacob could acknowledge that, and the way in which his father loved isn't necessarily going to be enough for his children. You understand what I'm saying to you? And that there's going to be evolution and whatever in the love and how we treat them. So I completely agree with that. Even Becca, and that's what I'm saying. We can't believe that it's just, that it's just our community that is, sort of dysfunctional or broken. Do you know what I mean? And I hope Becca doesn't mind me reading. Well, she's written it, so it's all good. And she's gonna think if there's more talks like this, everyone would get a better understanding of each other's community. Each other. Communication is key. My mom never told me she loved me when I was a kid, so I make sure every day I tell mine that I love them. And that's what I'm saying to you. So that there is showing. That's showing, breaking that because the likelihood is that Becca's mum wasn't told by Becca's grandma. You know what I'm saying to you that she was loved, etc., etc., etc. You know what I mean? So first, you obviously have to break certain cycles, but first you have to be able to acknowledge those cycles. So I think that's a look. Even look, T Empress says the same thing. Good that you're breaking cycles, Empress Becca. And that's it, because a lot of people in a real life will see the same cycle, but instead of trying to fight it and break it, they just repeat it. You know what I mean? And even going back to our original topic of domestic violence, which we still will be on, and there will be sort of more series of that coming up. I just lost my train of thought there. Yeah, but again, within it, it speaks about intergenerational DV. You know what I mean? Child grows up seeing Wagwan in the house. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's not spoken about or dealt with. Then said child then goes and has their own relationship. And you know what I mean? The child either becomes the victim or the perpetrator. You know what I mean? Some women, until they start to talk to other women, they actually think that getting beat up is part of a relationship because they saw their dad beat their mum. You get me? And then they've gone in a relationship where they're getting beaten up and they really think that it's normal. Do you understand? And that's the thing, and that's why it's so good to talk. Like talking is very, very important. You know what I mean? Because seemingly some people, if you don't, even me, when I was coming up, I swear down, like by the time I got to about, there was just a period of time, like between the age of like, I don't know, 16 to like 19, yeah. It's like X amount of girls are really coming to me and shame me so boy. They try to, you know what I mean? They try to top themselves type of thing. I'm like, what? You know what I mean? Now, one, you're looking at these girls and outwardly you wouldn't know they had any problems. I mean, I remember one girl, I wouldn't even mention her name, but one white girl, pretty little girl, you know what I mean? That's what the boys liked. And obviously at 16 to 19, you know, them ages, obviously people, you know what I mean? You're, what's the word? You know, anyone's flourishing and going through, you understand, going through the adolescence or whatever, whatever. But the point being that you would never look at some of these ladies that were telling me these things and feel, said, boy, that was going on. Do you know what I mean? Maybe at that point, this is where they say that women might be a little bit different, because maybe if it was the guys in similar situations, they may not have spoken, you know what I mean, and just carried whatever these feelings were around with them. So again, even just going back to allowing our boy children to express themselves, I really agree with that, and I think I even have to take note. You know what I mean? Because even I've caught myself like, what are you crying for? You know, and even me, I'm as a woman, I say you're not a man till you cry, but to be honest, I've definitely put myself like, you know, what I cry for. You get me? Now, I haven't got to the next bit, what we heard. Do you want me to give you something to cry for? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man, give thanks, man. That's a good reason, because for real, we do have to be so careful, especially as females. Yeah, man. Sorry, just add my little 2p. But yeah, keep the convo going. Keep it going. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I'll answer Ezra's question, yeah.
Oh no, today I answered it. Go on,
For
why?
for the women, I feel like as women, as sisters, we need to try to do better every day with ourselves. Get to know ourselves so we can do better as sisters, and stop being fake as well. Do you know what I mean? I find a lot of sisters, they're fake, so that makes them being fake for themselves. And just do better. I think we just need to try to do better so that we can apply ourselves better when we're raising our kids.
Look like this in terms of what? Can you give like an example?
That's why I said like the fake. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Stop the fake
Like
shit.
hair and nails?
No, just with yourself.
Okay,
I'm not saying materialistic things. I'm saying with ourselves. With ourselves as people, really get to know ourselves and who we are as sisters and as black women. And once we establish that, we will be able to do better in our household and projecting out into the community.
Okay, I hear that still. I hear that. I hear that. But whose narrative of that do you think we're following though?
I just feel like some of us have just got lost. It's not actually nobody's narrative. We just got lost. And yes, we just got lost and caught up, personal things, stress, whatever makes people thought like, do you know what I mean? Some people have sleepless nights because of bills.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
someone like me, I'm like, are you serious? Like, come on now. Do you know what I mean? Everybody has different things that trigger them. That's why I'm saying, if you hear what I'm saying, we just get to know ourselves and who we are. So then elaborating off that, you'll know your triggers. You will know the things that trigger you to make you unhappy, that unsettle you, that give you a bit of anxiety. Do you know, just get to know ourselves better and just try to do better.
I hear that, sis. I do hear that. And again, I think that's something that we're gonna have to not learn to do, but because quite traditionally, I don't know if you agree, but we're one where we just get on with it, innit? You know what I mean? We don't really take
Yeah,
the
but
ball in.
the getting on with it is why the society and our community, fuck
Right,
society, our community is the way it is, because everyone's got
right.
this set in their ways. Oh, I'm just gonna get on with it. And then bringing it back to the brothers. This is why the brothers get in a deep hole and they're not talking and they're not expressing themselves, because you just get on with it, especially you're a black man. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that, man.
All of that
I
type
hear
of
that.
slanders come in. What type of black man are you, or whatever they said? Do you understand? So if we just try to really get to know ourselves as women and black women, everything else will just feed off of that. Naturally, it will just be a natural process.
Now you see, that's very, very interesting that you say that, yeah. So because in a way you're talking about a type of stripping oneself bare, innit?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
we have to do.
Mm.
Retrain the brain.
Mm.
To fix your faults, you have to retrain your brain. You have
No,
to.
no problem. So let me ask you something now. So
100%. And I feel like that's what's happened. We have been retrained into some nonsense.
But
Like,
one sec, Ezra,
that's
hold
what
your
it is.
point, please,
It's just,
brother. Let Line's sister Line say what she wanted to say, please. I want her to land.
no, because
say again, sorry.
I agree with you, sis. And then this sort of goes back to a question that I asked Ezra before. Yeah. Okay. So for myself, yeah, Wine, I believe that we will naturally follow the man them, yeah. That's just my belief. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Like I said, that's my belief, yeah. But I asked Ezra, yeah, who does he think it would be easier to go back to basics and it to strip themselves bare again, like even just to sort of reconcile? You said it there. You get me? So what would your answer be to that? Like who, if we both had to go through the exercise of stripping oneself bare, yeah, and coming back in and fulfill our roles properly as male and female, yeah, because we obviously appreciate that male and female have different roles, yeah. So who do you think would drop into that role easier?
I think naturally women will be able to do it easier because, as we were just talking about, men find it hard to express themselves. Men don't show emotion. So I feel for women, naturally, it would be easy for a woman naturally to do it. But it applies
Think
across the.
men will follow them, sis? I guess that's my next question.
Do you think the men would follow?
In a real life, think about the man them.
No, to be fair, I don't think no man follows no one. That's why men are the way they are. That's why all men, you'd say men are different species or whatever, those type of cliches, because they want to be leaders because that's how they have been taught. That's what they've been shown. So that's why I bring it.
That's not necessarily true. I'm hearing your sentiment, but
No,
that's
but some men do take heed and they do listen. But I'll say across the board, most men just don't want to hear nothing. They're very ignorant. You could have 10 people saying it's more than stress. No, no,
No.
no. They're just stressed. They're just stressed. Do you understand what I mean? It's some men are a bit. They receive it a bit slower than others. But there
all
are
right.
many men out there that listen and would
One
follow.
more thing, I'm gonna let God of Jacob come in. Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute.
Ezra
One more
first.
question, Ryan. Do you think it's just worth then as a exercise for females to do that, regardless if it's gonna make relationships between men and women better? If you understand what I'm saying to you,
Yeah, I think
or is
everybody.
it only an
No,
exercise worth it for the development of you know what I mean, of the
it's a
male and female?
no, it's no, it's this is the problem. It's that exercise is for oneself
Right. Okay. Yep. Yep.
because once you are at a certain place with yourself where you're in an overstanding of who you are,
Mm-hmm.
what you are, right? That is gonna project into that healthy relationship. So that's
Facts.
why it's important, why I said for Ezra's question, and maybe he can repeat it so we remember it. For the woman, because he asked, what would you do give advice for the sisters and the brothers? I would say for us, the black women, but it's an overall for everyone. I think everybody should do it. Know
Mm-hmm.
yourself. And it unfortunately, because we are so set in our ways, some of us are so ignorant, some of us, you could tell somebody their fault and they'll sit there and be like, oh yeah, I hear you, yeah, I hear you. Like they even know to themselves that they're doing things wrong, but they don't want to change. And that's where the word, we have to accept, we need to be able to accept people, yeah, accept the situation. You might not be happy with it, but you need to accept it and move forward, because that's the thing. You can't, not everybody wants to change. Some people are happy being who they are. We
So
might
hold
all
on.
be like, oh my God,
Hold
you
on,
need to
hold on,
change.
Ryan. When you say accept and move forward, do you mean accept and move forward within that same situation, or leave the situation where they're not willing to change and keep and
For
yeah?
me, when I say accept, I mean like you need to overstand. So I'll use like a partnership now, yeah? So a male and a
Mm.
female. So I'll say, this is what I'd say to like my sister. We've broke him down. You now need to understand the man that you're with. You need to understand him. You need to know his faults, his not his faults. You need to know whether this is what you want to put up with or you don't want to put up with. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So
Mm.
I tell her, you need to accept it and accept the man that you are with. Do you understand? If he changes along the way, great. But the first and foremost thing is acceptance. So you need to accept that. If you can't accept that, you need to leave that situation. However, this is why it's for Pete. This is a personal thing. And this is why it's all about the person dealing with it themselves, because I can't give advice to people about that, because that's why I say acceptance. Because once you have accepted a situation, you will then know how to deal with that personally yourself, and you will do what you see is fit for that situation moving forward. So if you feel like you need to just leave it and move on, or still just do what it's a personal thing, but it's acceptance. You have to accept whatever situation you're in and do what you feel is best for you, not for that situation. It's about a lot of people don't do what's best for them, and that's why I call it settling. But you need to do what's best for you and move forward. You need to do what is going to make you happy deep down.
But the thing is, though, someone might do that, and then someone like Ezra would say that, you know what I mean, that's a wrong move. That you get me, and that they should stay in there, and you understand. So,
No, but that's why I say acceptance. Do you
mm,
understand? Because it's acceptance. You have to accept your situation. You have to accept it and you have to love it. And if deep down you're not going to love it and it's going to be a drain and a drag every day, you're the person that's going to have to decide what is best for you. Your high blood pressure, your sanity, your peace of mind, your grey hairs, your heartache. Do you understand? It's all about the individual person willing to accept their situation and breaking it down. That's why if you get to know yourself, you'll be able to do those things. It's going to hurt regardless.
all right, all right. Thank you very much. That was very in depth. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Kushti, anything to say on the matter?
Yeah, that was deep, boy. I was just listening. But yeah, to Ezra's question, yeah, I think one thing that I'd say as a woman we could do is be more understanding of the like in regards to the black man, like the plight of the black man. So obviously, like I explained, how every single step is a hurdle, and I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting better for yourself either. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting more for yourself, or wanting to build, or having aspirations for you and your family for them to live better. And I think that when you can't get that, frustration sets in, and then a whole bunch of bad things trigger off after there. So I think understanding a bit more of the situation and communication. So, all right, we're not where we want to be. You're not happy. I can see you're not happy. Like, what are we going to do to move forward as a team? So it's about understanding instead of just like whining out or just forget it, or he's a waste man, like what Ezra was saying. Like that's not going to help nothing. Just cussing out a black man ain't going to help nothing. In fact, it's going to help him more shut down. You ain't going to penetrate him. You diss a black man, he shuts down. Even if he's barking at you, he's shut down. He ain't taking anything you say to say. The most encouraging thing after that, he's shut down. So I just think it's the understanding first. Okay, I know where this is coming from, and then coming to it like how are we going to make it better. And I do think that's a big task, but just on the back of what Ezra was saying and the exercise that he suggested, I'd say that that's my input into it. Right, the brother's input now, unless Nine, you've got yours.
No, let the gentleman say their thing, man.
Where's Ezra? I agree with what you said, by the way.
Indeed, indeed. God of
Yeah.
Jacob. I think he big up yourself, most less man. Big up yourself, big up yourself. I'm thinking, what could I like? Oh, mate, me now. I mean, definitely I agree with the sisters' 2 points anyway. So I can't, definitely can't add to those 2 points. And I'm sure there's a bit of me in both of them. Although I do believe that I have been one to understand the plight of the black man. I'm not telling a lie. I think I've. Oh my gosh, what's that? Oh, hell. I must hit me. Sorry, family. Hmm, mm, maybe a bit more patience, understanding. Yeah, I can't really add to that still. I can't really add to that still, to be fair. I can't really add to that, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? But you know what it is as well? All right, I'll just add this um, yeah, okay. I think maybe, yeah, all right. I think one of my things is because, okay, my dad's so fantastic, you know what I mean, in every sense of the word as a man. You understand what I'm saying to you? Man, it's because of my dad why I still have great faith in black men. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I think what I'm trying to say is, as much as it is a blessing. There's no curse bit about it. But what I would say is that maybe I don't know, standards are too high. I don't know, standards too high. Is that a possibility? Standards are too high.
Yeah.
Mm,
That's crazy. I was just thinking about that to a certain degree.
But I don't think your
or
standards are.
not even standards are
I
too
don't
high.
think.
No,
I don't. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think your
bring that one back.
standards can ever
All
be
right, let me
too
bring it back.
high.
All right, let me bring it back. All right, not into the standards being too high, but because my dad's so high, it's high. It will be hard to any man to achieve that, innit? So maybe that becomes a negative for me. You understand what I'm saying to you? I don't know if that
Mm.
makes sense, man.
No, I get what you're
Like,
saying, but I feel like you're able to understand balance, so you're never gonna get the exact like your dad, but
no, and that's something I've had to. I've come to
you can
accept.
always find something that's good as. And
Mm,
maybe that's where you're not willing to maybe that's where you need to work with yourself, that you need to understand that it's never going to be all A's the same as your dad. It's going to be a few C's, B's and A's. So you
yeah,
need to understand, you need to have that in your brain, and maybe
yeah.
that's what
To be
your
honest,
downfall is.
the age I've come to, I kind of come to that conclusion still. What I would probably say is that maybe with a different understanding previously, you know what I mean, it could have been a little bit more painless, or painless ain't maybe the right word, but yeah, thank you. Because say when when the two in-laws start conversating, yeah, it's so interesting what they talk about. Yeah, I hear you, Bob. It's a magical, but yeah. Big up my daddy anyway. Weapon in the place, man. Big him up, big him up, big him up. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
pick
hear
up your
that
dad.
wine. But yeah, that's the only thing I would and I think my sisters admitted the same thing as well. Do you know what I mean? So I know that it is definitely something. You know what I mean? But again, that's even how it's so important and that's why I'll always say to the man, then it's so important the way in which you relate to your daughter. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, because that's how she's gonna allow men to treat her in real life for the rest of her life. You know what I mean?
I
So your
think
daddy sets the pace. But yeah.
I
Big
think
up
that's
yourself
that's
as
a
well.
big point.
What's that,
So I was
Smith?
just going to say that's a big point that you mentioned there. I think that's a big predicament for our generation as well, especially us who are trying to who know the past and trying to do better. So we're literally coming from a transition, right? Everything we've been told, and then we're realizing all of this crap, all of it was rubbish. We're trying to learn a better, higher way of being, and then we've got kids. So it's now you're not only trying to unlearn what you've been programmed to learn since birth, you're trying to learn something new, and you're trying to learn it to the next generation, right? So we're hard when we listen to when I listen to conversations like this, it brings I love it, yeah. But you've got to think how hard our generation is. If we get it right, then the next generation are fine, right? Because they've risen, they've been grown in a situation or in a culture where it's just the right way going forward. We're coming from all of this programming to the internet and everything and learning about all this thing about our culture and our higher self and all of this. And now we're trying to relearn. And I think that if you're coming from like a parent or a family and you're a boy or a child in this and you've seen a healthy relationship and you want to stay within the community, but the community has not had many of that as examples, you're like what Niall was saying, like it's hard to fully get a measurement. And that's why I say it's for everybody's interest that we get ourselves together and for our kids, so our kids can be among a partner that we want who is well suited for our kids, with men who are balanced and can relate when they're frustrated. Do you know what I mean? Instead of just whining out. And we have women that can respect a man when he comes to her like that. And do you know what I mean? And sits down and be like, all right, babe, like this is the part three, but what we're gonna do to get out of it? What's our plan? So like it's just mad listening to this. It's just like just got my mind thinking, but it's so true. And I feel like us who are trying to get out of the old and come into the new, I feel we've got it like really hard, especially if you're really invested into it and you really want to have a better way of life for your children. But I hear you, Nine, and I know a lot of people who are like that, and I've had issues like that as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you about the kids thing.
It's deep, man.
It's hard.
It is hard. Like this is like literally our heart. Like your you is your heart. Do you know what I mean? So for you, and then if you're coming from like everything, like we've been, I mean, the school is not even the same as how the schools were. So like everything has changed, and then you're in this inducted system, and now we're trying to get a higher self and deal with the system and teach our kids a better way of life. I'm saying like it's so important for us to be able to at least have a community where we can just know that right, what I'm saying. I mean, I don't have to worry about the fuckery. Do you know what I mean? Degenerate stuff here. Do you know what I mean? Like just one little area or a space.
Yep. That's why everybody has to do better, man. We all have to do
Ezra, I
better.
thought you ducked out when it was the men's
I know.
part
Where's
to talk.
Ezra?
But also we have to remember it takes effort to do better, you know. Like do better.
Yeah, everybody has to want it though. This is the problem. People are
You
on
get
their
me?
own selfish journeys. So
Yeah, man. Because there's enough
that's
parents
why
out here. They're not on job, man.
that's
Sorry.
why yeah, that's why it is. That's what I was gonna say. The reason why it is the way it is because a lot of parents are not doing what they need to be doing with their kids. And
Facts.
that's just the way it is. It's just unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. That's why I understand when a lot of people go off and they still do whatever they can, but they're just making sure they're certifying their family. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just too it's too warped out there, man. It's like some alien world. Like people are getting stabbed up. People are getting stabbed up in freaking train stations.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on, man. What has the world come to? It's like lock yourself up, dry. Like it's no good, man. It's no good. It's gonna people always be like, oh, what is it gonna take to change? How is this person's problem? Is that no, it's the people. The people need to change.
Facts.
It's the people. The people need to change. This ain't gonna stop until everybody feels like, oh yeah, I'm not a bad man. I don't care if you said that to me. I don't care if you did it. You know, it doesn't. It's never gonna change until the people's minds think different. It's so
That's
sad.
what I mean. Past, man. It's sad and it's not easy. That's what makes it worse. It's not
Yeah,
like
it's so sad.
it's
Who would
true.
ever think that we would be living like this as people? Like I didn't. Nah, sorry, I didn't. I knew crime was existed and things, but people's mentality. You know, you've got the government people doing. It's just this is why if you just do get with yourself and then you'll start doing and applying yourself correctly to make sure that this fucked up society affects you as minimal as possible and your family. Because people talk about community and this, that, and the third, but nobody's doing it. Everybody's just doing their own thing and living their own lives. And it's sad to say it, but it's the fucking truth.
The thing is though, Wine, yeah, even if we were doing that, yeah, in just living our lives, you understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Doing it in a righteous way, and just
Yeah.
upholding certain shit. Even that would be better than where, you understand what I'm saying to you? Because that means even if there isn't like community, quote unquote, the mere fact that everyone's doing similar thing or going in similar direction, i.e. upwards. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, it's good, but I don't think there's enough people. I think it's hard, like half a rice grain. I don't really think that many people's in tune. That many people.
You don't think many people are going in the forward direction? Bless.
Sorry.
Bless.
Yeah, no, I don't.
And are you talking about
Oh my God,
generally
so
or
sorry.
your group
Sorry.
or
I just don't feel like a lot of people are moving forward and they are moving up. I feel like a lot of people are still stuck in the same place, in the same mind.
see now
I don't think there's enough of us out here, because if there was, it would be different. You'd be able to see the effects of it.
right. So even let's have a look at that because you said seeing the effects, yeah. What effects are we? Because because like I said, are you talking about generally or are you talking about like within your type of circle? Because
No, generally.
generally. So what about in your particular circle?
Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know what the hell's going on right now.
You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? The girls of your age, the guys and boys of your age.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because obviously, you know what I mean, there's probably a few years between us. But what them dep on? What are they not in a forward moving? You know what I mean? What them dep
My circle is definitely doing positive, good things. They're always moving forward. But I'm just generalizing. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like there's enough of us.
But
I
the
don't
thing
feel.
is, yeah, I'm gonna go and say the same thing about my circle, yeah, for the most part. I'm sure Kushti would say the same about her circle for the most part.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
But
So
how
then
many
where is
people in your circle?
well when I'm saying these things, I'm kind of talking for them like I don't like give a number, you know what I'm saying to you?
Oh,
But
right, you're just generalizing.
yeah, when I think
That's fine.
um
Yeah, no, that's cool.
I can
No,
definitely see
listen,
a couple of
listen.
people that have stood still, but there's been like sort of varying reasons for that. But I would say for the most part, I'm
No,
just
but when
thinking
I'm
as I'm
saying what I'm
talking to you,
saying, I'm
right?
talking about the mindset. I'm saying I don't feel like there's enough of us with the mindset
Mindset, yeah.
out there, not the actual physical of
Okay.
what may be going on in their life, the mindset. So that's when I'll go and say that you would see the effects of it if there was more of us.
Right. Yeah, and now with that, you know what I mean? Obviously now we've got fighting social media and all these things as well, which is not gonna make that transition
Yeah,
any
but if
easier.
more people had our mindset, then it would be showing, it would play off. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So that it would feed down to the next generation and next generation. So there wouldn't be, you'd see the effects of it. Do you understand? Because a lot of people wouldn't be posting certain things.
Right.
Because they wouldn't have that mindset.
Right. Yeah, I hear that, man, because that's what I say, change the narrative, man. So I completely hear what you're saying, girl. Definitely. Definitely. So, okay, some parents too busy stunting, or look at that, rather than teaching their children to even cook a pot of rice.
That's right.
Yeah,
Whoever said
yeah.
that, don't crack me up.
Mr. Woods. You know what I mean? That's not even a lie. As you say that, oh my gosh. As you say that. One thing black women need to do is not to baby them. Sir Fast said it best. He said, when Asians reach puberty, they are deemed a man. When Botham Jean's brother hugged his brother's
Yeah,
wife.
that's a good point because in the black culture, you're always a kid. You could be 35 with a mortgage and 3 kids of your own, and you're still looked at as a fucking child. Like, do you know what I
Ah,
mean? You ain't a man, you're still a boy. Like, you could be married. Like, you're still a
literally.
fucking child. Do you know what I mean? So that was a big comment still.
Interesting still. Note to self, boy. Note to self.
No, it's true though, man.
No, it's true though, because I remember trying to tell, yo, so I hear that. You're my baby. You're my baby. I wish you, that's what I wish you were still a baby, man. Okay, no, I need to stop that shit, man. Yeah, so divorce rates have skyrocketed, and everyone knows black women ain't married en masse. So who's the problem? I think I've done that one before. But yeah, man,
Oh,
and
God,
I'm
that's a
saying
bit
also
hard.
we need to really encourage marriage amongst our young people again. You know what I mean? From an early age, make them know, well, this is me anyway. Let them know they're supposed to find a wife or find a husband and settle down
Mm,
and do that long term thing, because this last generation, like I've said, of that kind of, I don't want to call it smash and grab, man, but you know what I mean.
no, I
Not
do think if that's what you're in, some people aren't into that though. And you just got to
into marriage.
understand a lot of people ain't into marriage, innit?
Yeah, but then if not marriage, then wine something that promotes longevity.
Yeah, of course.
You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying to
I
you? Even if it's
definitely
not the
feel
word
like
marriage,
that yeah, I definitely feel like that is what you should be teaching your kids. And if you can show it to them and be together, it's a beautiful, amazing thing for your children to grow up and see.
truly. But even if you can't show it physically through your own thing, it should still be something that as a community we're promoting. You know
Yeah,
that.
of course.
Mm,
I don't
mm,
have a partner, but my daughter knows she's getting married.
exactly.
Like,
And
do
that's
you know what I mean? It's just unfortunate I ain't married yet, so you can't see it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe your dad might get married, so you can see it over there.
mm.
Do you
And that's
understand?
what I'm talking about. Wine, you get me? Change, becoming the change you want to become. So that's exactly what you get me. Tell
Hmm.
her yes.
Because it's
Uh,
easy to see. It's easy when you see
mm,
it for you to be able to apply that yourself because you're like, okay, you just know this is what it is. Like, this is what you got to do. Do you understand what I mean? Rather than sometimes, like I said, in my case, I can't show her marriage right now. That's just not my situation. So, but she doesn't mean that's not going to be her situation.
no, 100%, 100%, 100%. So I just need to get my phone. I'm just doing something. All right,
God,
so
where did the men go, man?
he probably went to make up. Probably went to say I'm sorry. You know them ones.
Oh shit.
Went to communicate. And I guess if they, what I mean, if we all come off of this live and do you know what I mean, we've learned one thing or we try harder to apply something, then you know what I mean. That's a good look in my eyes. All right, let me see. What's the time? Shit. All right, Ezra. I'm sure Ezra soon come back, man. I actually need to make a call. Shame. I need to make a call. Okay. So domestic violence is something that we'll be talking about, Wine, yeah. And I gave a little, well, it wasn't a little, a definition from Wikipedia today, which I thought was quite interesting. So I think I'm going to quickly do that again before I go any further. It will take a few minutes because it's quite in depth, but I think it's kind of worth it. Yeah. But I need to make a 30-second phone call. Wine, can you just provide the family with your sweet voice? We'll just quickly make this call.
Oh gosh, no, I can't. I'm not good at all of that.
Or read out, I don't know, read out.
Yeah.
Go on your phone, read out
Where
a news.
is Kushti? Is she not here?
You're not shy, Wine. Come on, girl. Hold on, where is this?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
sorry,
God,
I'm here.
thank God.
I'm
I
here.
am not a host. I hate it. I'm like, well, guys.
1 minute, 1 minute.
So
You know, like I was like, okay, here's what you do.
no, no, no.
Big
Sorry,
up
I'm just in
everyone
and
in the
out.
chats.
Big up the chats, man.
Yeah, big up the chats and all the real ones.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
But I know that mine wants to do TV, so and it's a bit of the same topic what we was on, but we can just like go back and forth on it. Like
Yeah, yeah.
what she comes to. So like I've been recently contemplating my thoughts on representation on TV. So like me, when I was growing up, like for example, like Huggies and stuff like that, there was never any reputation. It was standard. Yeah, it wasn't even like it was standard. You wouldn't really see reputation. If you'd see a black person, it'd be like, oh, I saw a black person and so, and like, do you know what I mean? And that kind of vibe. So, and I don't know if we have put too much emphasis in needing it now, because what we've got now is a reputation that I don't think is a good one. In fact, it's like damaging to us. The reputation that they put as black people, of us in the community, barely see us in partnerships or in love and relationships. You don't see our flair or how we banter off each other. You don't see none of that anymore. Like you had like there's like, you know, you had your little other shows back in the day that you could kind of little flair, but there's nothing like that now as a reputation. And this is kind of they could turn around and kind of say, in that tricky way that the system says, is you asked and we delivered, didn't it? You wanted reputation and we've given you blacks on the screen and they're just acting mad. So like I feel the fact that we've had so much emphasis on reputation, I think seeing it is actually damaging. What do you think? Because I was a person before, was like, we need representation. Do you know what I mean? Like, and now I'm just like, boy, because we still had like I still see my mum like kiss her teeth when she see a Huggies advert and people talk about like black kids don't wear Pampers. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Or when you see a black person just acting a complete fool or doing something that you'd never do, like maybe like kissing a dog, for example, or something like that. You'd never see. You know what I mean? You used to cuss it and laugh at it, like it wasn't so much of an emphasis. We never used to see that as a reflection to us. It was just some caricature version of us, but we knew that. But now when we see a black person doing something, it's us. Like that's us. That's what we've got to emulate. So I'm like, how did that happen?
For me, yeah, I just feel like it's good that we now have it finally.
Yeah.
It's because they got no choice to listen. You see, if you make enough noise to understand what I'm trying to say, you will have to be heard.
Absolutely.
But I just feel like it comes down to, with things like that, I've never been, you know, like I would do the little thing like you said, oh, look at the advert and like roll my eyes and be like, God, like, or you know what pisses me off, when they do the black kids' hair or the mix, when they don't do the black kids' hair or mixed race child's hair, yeah, that fucking pisses me off. Like that's black people's look, like, oh my God, not combed. Like no, that fucking pees me right off. I hate it. Yeah.
Right.
So I would always obviously have something to say behind closed doors, but I would never be shouting it out or really be bothered outside of if I see it on the TV or on a magazine right there and then. I'm somebody that's quite I've come to terms that the world and society that I live in, I overstand it. Do you understand? And I know it's not for our people. So I've just come to terms with that. This is the system, and I'm just doing my best because I'm never going to be free from this system if I stay here. Do you understand? So until I'm here, I'm always going to be in some type of system. So I need to make the system work for me as much as possible and not hold on my shoulders and heart certain things anymore because we are black people, because we're 2020 now. It's not the 80s no more. It's not the early 2000s. Do you know what I mean? Just for
Yeah.
me, I got the type of attitude, just fucking get with it, smell the fucking coffee, make sure your eyes are wide open, be aware what the fuck's going on, and just make sure you know what you're doing and where you need to be. Because if I hold certain things on my shoulders to do with because we're black people,
Yeah.
I'll have too much on my weight on my shoulder. I'll be like, do you understand? I have too much to deal with. So it's better that it's that typical pick and choose your battles. Know who you
Yeah.
are, know where you come from. Don't forget that. Do you understand? Always be for your people. Do you get me? But there's just certain things for me, I'm just like, just because there's
I
not,
hear
what are
you.
we
Like,
really gonna, what, unless someone can tell me, right, let's meet up and let's go to blah blah and this is how we're gonna start to make a change. Really, what are you holding it on your shoulders for? We know what fucking black people are still going through. If not what we went through, we're still fucking going through it. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, people.
no, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. I think that the problem is that if you see something that is probably not the best version of black people, I think having your kind of mentality towards us, like, do you know what I mean, rolling your eye, like, this ain't nothing to do with me. Do you know what I mean? I know what it is. I know my culture. I know what I'm doing. Is a better way of moving. But I
Yeah,
do feel a lot of people,
no, sorry, go on.
yeah, I feel a lot of people are influenced what they see in media, especially the young ones, and they've got it.
Mhm.
They've got more influence of it around them constantly, way more than I did when I had growing up. So I feel that they are like kind of, as soon as they see it on social media, Insta, whatever, Snap, then they're gonna apply it, or if it's a trend, or da da da.
This is
It's never just
why,
like, rah, that's just for the
no,
birds.
but
Like,
this
this is
is
just some
why.
crazy in New York.
I disagree, and that's because I'm a mother, yeah. And this is why I say all the time whenever I have certain topics, we need to do better as parents in the household. Do you understand? Because if you're applying and you're doing certain things, you should really know your kid, and hopefully they'll be able to see something and be like, "Oh, okay, not for me." Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Even I had a
Absolutely. It's
conversation
more
with my
immoral.
sister. My sister, say, lives in a more predominant white area, yeah? So
Yeah.
she started saying, we were talking about boxing, whatever, because my daughter goes boxing, whatnot. So she was like, yeah, my nephew's gonna start it. She was thinking about taking him somewhere in South London. And I was just like, oh, why down there? And she's like, oh yeah, because cut a long story short, she don't mind him having friends in South London because of family, like, and whatever not, yeah? So I was just like,
Yeah.
really, that's not a problem, but you need to think about what you're saying. On a Saturday, he's gonna want to go from here all the way down there to do what? Do you understand what I mean? Because he's a bit like my nephew's just himself, innit? So she's thinking, oh, making him go hang around with some black boys is gonna help him. I had to make her explain. That ain't gonna work. Do you understand what I mean? Right now, he is just how he is. Like, he ain't, it don't matter where you live, where he's hanging about. This is him, innit? So, because then I broke certain things down and she was like, do you know what? It's not about where you live. What I said to her is, it's not about where you live. It's about what's going on in your household. That's how your child is going to be, whether they're going to forget
Yeah.
their roots or forget who they are or forget where they've come from. It's not the outside. The outside is the influence. It's just
Okay, so let me
people need
ask you a
to keep.
question. Do you think, let me ask you a question, Finest. Do you think the
Mm,
morals and
mm.
things you instill in your child at home versus what happens outside, which one do you think has a stronger hold?
What you bring your child up at home,
Yeah, I believe that as well.
100%. And I know, not like I'm living proof of it, because my daughter, she's a living the proof of it. How she is what I bring her up at home. When she
Absolutely.
says certain things, she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, mum, da da da," or she's like horrified at what these kids her age are doing, disgusted. But she's in tune. Do you understand? But she just ain't on what you lot are on.
Yeah, big up for that one, man. Big up for that.
And she's happy. You see what I've installed in my daughter? She's happy to be different. You're never going to be like these kids, and that's fine with her. She doesn't mind. She thinks you lot are the weird ones, and she's happy with that. I told her when I used to go to school, mummy was a frigid, and I didn't mind. It was cool. Do you understand? In secondary school, like I've blatantly told her, you are going to be a different child. You are going to have the haters, and this is life. But she is the way she needs to be because of what I teach at home. That's why I totally do agree with, it's what goes on in the household. If you apply it enough, it is going to take over the outside influence, because your child's gonna, they're going to be like, why is that? Like, they're going to think it's straight. Like, I'll just use an example, that stupid clown face thing that was going around. Do you remember that scary thing they were doing for the kids? That
Yeah.
mask nonsense, whatever that was, right? I was waiting for my daughter to come home that day to tell me about that. Straight away, hi, mum, blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh, mum. Have you seen that silly mask the person's wearing, scaring all the kids? They're so silly. It's someone with a mask on. Like, she's shouting it at me. I'm like, she's like, mum, but they're all scared. Like, I'm like, I know, they're just silly kids, isn't it? Do you understand? If you bring up your child in the house a certain way, they are never going to be a sheep. They are always going to be a leader. Yeah. And lucky for me, I did something so many years ago with my daughter. I stopped going around a friend that I had back then when her kid, I stopped bringing my daughter around her kid, because my daughter couldn't understand properly. Even if she tells you to do that, you don't do it. And
Yeah.
it paid off, because you see, my daughter, you can't influence her to do anything. If she knows that's the wrong thing, she's not on it. Even me, she'll be like, mum, that's not very nice to say that. You know, yeah, I believe it's from the household, man. You got to stay firm in your house. A lot of parents are scared of their kids. A lot of black
No, I
women,
100%
I'm
agree.
sorry, I'm not digging black women. I love the sisters, but it's the truth. A lot of black cis women, they're scared of their own kids. That's why their kids are running around doing what they're doing. They
Wow.
they lost control. Yes. Would you disagree with that? I'm not saying it's a high percentage, but would you disagree with that, Sister Nanifa?
Uh, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm just saying, well,
Oh no,
yeah.
I'm just wanting to know if you disagree.
No, I
Well,
could
this
well
is
imagine, sis, to be honest. I could well imagine. It's not something that I know. You with me? Like I said, in my circle, but I could imagine. And I've worked with children, so I know certain things to be true and correct. So I hear that. I could imagine it's only got worse anyway. So I hear that, sis, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I ain't trying to put blame, but it's that I know you can still come from a good household. There's that percentage, and the kid just finds that path in it because they're just inner and eggs up.
yeah.
But those kids, if you know anything about those type of kids, or you've been around kids like that, how they apply themselves to the kids that don't have the morals deep down is different. How they move is different to the ones that do really respect their mum's house or really respect their mum. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely. It definitely is a correlation to how they are treated at
Yeah,
home to how they respect their mum.
yeah.
Like some man, I remember when I was taking like my son out and a kid, we heard like a mum asked the kid to do something and the kid was just very disrespectful. I said no. And that's the first thing my son did was look up and looked at me.
Yeah, like,
It was
whoa,
young.
yeah, is that
But
her?
yeah, that first thing, like what you could say no back. You know what I mean? And then and I'm just looking at you, and he's only young, and he's my first. You know, like I say, you've got to learn. Like I know what my
Yeah.
mother was like. You know, I was just looking at you. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just like, And you're just like, boy, all I wanted to do then was just wrap him up and keep him home. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just, you can't control the fuckery around you. But he never at that point would even fathom looking at me. Like, it's just looking at me. It just looked one and two. Like, what? So yeah.
And it pays off. It does pay off because my daughter's got a friend that she doesn't really speak to her that much anyway, actually. But anyway, she's at the house. I know the mum and stuff and everything, whatnot. And she came back and told me how rude the girl was being to the mum. And she actually said to the girl, like, why are you being so rude and disrespectful to your mum? Like, she does everything for you. I'm like, did you actually say that? She's like, yes, mum. Her mum does everything. Her mum never says no to her. And she's being so horrible and rude. Like, I said, if she's going to do that ever again, I'm never coming to her house. I was just like, wow. Like, now that's her own friend. Do you understand? Disrespecting her mum. And she blatantly told the girl, like, why are you disrespecting your mum for? Don't disrespect your mum. Some kids, if you nourish them properly, you just got to hope and pray their outside influence never takes over. And then that's when you got to pick the right schools and things, and because you don't
have communication, just like what we were saying.
You got to have your kid, you got to have your kid busy, because you don't want them to be having time to get distracted with the outside.
Trust.
I think a lot of parents' downfall is they don't put enough energy into their kids because they're busy.
Well said. Yes. Sorry, I don't know if I was a bit delayed there, but yeah, man. Keep them busy, man. For real. Sorry. I just wanna. All right. So I don't know if I know if I can do this or not, but something's just coming on one other YouTube. And just want to say rest in peace to a young man. And I'm going to just quickly read it out. You understand me? But just to remind ourselves also about, I mean, even what finance will say. But he says here, a boy of 16 who was stabbed to death during rush hour at a busy London train station was killed in a violent and faint attack lasting just 40 seconds. Rest in peace. Lewis Johnson died within minutes of entering East Croydon station at around 4:30 on Monday after entering through Ruskin Square ticket barrier. I'm not going to read no more. I'm just going to say rest in eternal peace to this young gentleman, Louis Johnson, man. And Croydon, this happened yesterday, apparently. 4:30. So sorry to cut the conversation, but you know what I mean? Just a rest in peace, man. For real.
No, that's fine. Rest in peace to that guy, man. So sad.
And I noticed that the attacks are getting earlier and earlier.
Yeah, because they don't care. They don't care. And this is why I said it's the mindset of the people that need to change to stop this. No government can't stop this, because the boys, God forbid, that were there that just witnessed their friend getting stabbed. What if none of them had knives? So now they're like, frig this now, we're having knives. Because look what just happened. It's a deep thing what's actually going on with these kids. Some of them are just carrying it. They're not even ready to use it or nothing, but they're just scared. So it's just like, F it, he might pull it out, so I have to just pull it out. If you speak to a lot of these kids, they're actually scared to be out.
I'm hearing you. It's like, which came first, man?
Yeah, they're actually scared to be out, a lot of these kids. Obviously, some of them are out anyway, but some of them are actually scared to be out.
Yeah, and I remember when we was doing the G walks, Wine, and one of where was we? I think it was when we was in Hackney, and one of the young boys basically spoke about fearing for his life, when his mum sent him to the shops. You understand me? But he's like saying she don't understand the danger that he was in. You understand me? Just her sending him on that little chore.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I
And
remember speaking to some of the girls out there, and I was like, "Are you lot scared for your friends and stuff?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's so dangerous out here." And I'm like, "Oh, so do you have any friends that are scared now to come out?" And they're like, "Yeah, we don't even like coming out." They're actually scared to come out. The ones that are not in just
on it.
raggo on it, they're scared to come out.
That's very scary, man.
Even for me, my little daughter, I don't even live in that type of London area or such a, and I even feel like when she's at the bus stop and that, is she cool? Because these kids are savage. Do you understand? Waiting for her school bus. These kids are savage.
I hear you, man.
Look at that video of that girl that got beat up in Bruce Grove. That video of that girl, and the Jamaican mum said she don't want nobody calling her about no Kayla. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Do you understand? These kids are bad, man.
Well, as you say that, then let me just give you this little bit of information coming from the same. So it says SJ of OFB, the Tottenham Jail rapper, has been jailed for a minimum of 21 years for the murder of Kamali Gabidon Link in Wood Green last year. He and several others were involved in altercations resulting in Jason Fraser being stabbed and shot and Kamali being stabbed to death in a hair salon. Do you remember that? In Wood Green. And they're just babies, you know. When you look at them, they're just babies, man. Fuck's sake. Man. They're holding, some of them are holding something yet. Anyway, yeah. No one knows. But yeah, man, that's why we've got to just, as you said, keep the young people busy. But even, you know, before one, you was even talk about when you got some children that have got it and still they don't apply it. In fact, it doesn't even matter. Nah, forget that. Because I was just thinking about there was one youth called, I can't remember if it weren't Dip that, but one youth that got shot in Wood Green at the View Cinema, and he had gone to a £26,000 a year private school. Yeah, and his mum and dad had moved out of the area to Harrow, but he just kept coming back. You know, so yeah, just to say when you were talking about before about the attitude and the mindset, because like he just couldn't leave the road. He couldn't leave it no matter what. The £26,000 a year school, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Still, it doesn't matter. There you go.
Doesn't matter. Most guys that are actually criminals have come from like posh school, private background, private school.
Wow. So that's really interesting that you say that. Then, so then, what's drawing them to the criminal side? Then is it just quick, easy money, or?
Yeah, because they're so clever. They know how to be the master of that craft and bring the quick, easy money.
Right. Fucking hell. Right. So yeah, I mean, because obviously you have to be a bit of a mastermind.
If you check most guys that are like criminals, like in their 30s, but they've been doing whatever, but they're in their either like just say 30s now, all the way till the end of to 40. Yeah, most of those guys have got degrees, have been to uni for something. You know, they're not stupid.
Right.
They got qualifications from secondary school. Most of them are not stupid.
And I think that's a good point that you make as well, man. Because again, it's just usually the kind of road, the bottom of the soldiers that are highlighted in terms of our criminality class still. So that's a good point that you raised still. And again, just show it, you know what I mean, how strong the narratives can be. So yeah, I hear that still, man.
Yeah, a lot of the guys they got university degrees and things. They're not. and GCSEs. Because they come from that era. They're born in the 80s. Do you know what I mean? So they come from that era where school was important. You have to study. You have to. Do you understand what I mean? Unless you get the odd bad breed child, but if that child comes from that family unit, they have to have grades.
Which makes it a little bit sadder again. Right, hold on, I need to get my charger. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. And let me even hit up the comments in that, man. I haven't even spoken to the people and too. Oh, but big up everyone in the building still. I know at one point I had a nice 40 in there, so big up everybody for passing through. Big up yourself, Ezra. Don't know if you want to come back on back. You know what I mean? I know you didn't run nowhere, darling. I never said that. Birmingham boy no run, man.
Ezra was supposed to say his dots up when you're supposed to say his part. You just come back and say your part, bro.
Well, I'll drop back the link, sis, so I can see where I go on. Right, so let me just take this time again, yeah, just to try to get it back to our original sort of conversation. And like I said, I'm just gonna quickly read the jump. Ooh, and you might draw out the sister too. Ooh, I like that. Some sparring. Come on, sis. Come on, sis. Man said, jump on, you know. Come on, sis. Don't let me down, man. I've had you before. I know this. You even hosted the show. You're big. Oh, Jesus, peace, Wallan. Oh, gosh, man. Jesus, peace, yo, Ezra. You best to push up before you come in. Lord, God, man. Love it. Look, Mister, look. Mister, say we. Are there strong talking days going on there? Just me. Come on, family. I saw it. Your tongue and teeth must meet, you know. Jeez. Yeah, get me, and they can make a good tune too. All right. All right then. So yeah, I'm gonna just quickly do. I'm gonna just quickly read out again the definition the definition of domestic violence. Yeah, because even I myself I find it quite interesting, some of the things that occurred in it, because I didn't necessarily know them myself. Quick, I'm gonna try and go through it as quick as possible, man. But I think, yeah, man, I think this is good information for all of us. To be fair, you know what I mean. So I'm gonna quickly go through it. Domestic violence, also named domestic abuse or family violence, is violence or other abuse in a domestic setting, such as marriage or cohabitation. Domestic violence may be used as a synonym for intimate partner violence, which is committed by a spouse or partner in an intimate relationship against the other spouse or partner, and can take place in heterosexual or same-sex relationships or between former spouses or partners. In the broadest sense, domestic violence can also involve violence against children, parents, or the elderly, It takes a number of forms, including physical, verbal, emotional, economic, religious, reproductive, and sexual abuse. I want to go into that reproductive one because that sounds, I've got a feeling, but anyway, which can range from subtle coercive forms to marital rape and into violent physical abuse such as choking, beating, FGM, and acid throwing that results in disfigurement or death. Domestic murders include stoning, bride burning, honor killings, and dowry deaths. Globally, the victims of domestic violence are overwhelmingly women, and women tend to experience more severe forms of violence. They are also likelier than the men to use intimate partner violence in self-defense. In some countries, domestic violence is often seen as justified, particularly in cases of actual or suspected infidelity on the part of the woman, and is legally permitted. Research has established that there exists a direct and significant correlation between a country's level of gender equality and rates of domestic violence, where countries with less gender equality experience higher rates of domestic violence. Sorry, let me do that one. That sounds right. Research has established that there exists a direct and significant correlation between a country's level of gender equality and rates of domestic violence, where countries with less gender equality experience higher rates of domestic violence. Domestic violence is among the most underreported crimes worldwide for both men and women. Due to social stigmas regarding male victimization, men who are victims of domestic violence face an increased likelihood of being overlooked by healthcare providers. Yeah, it does go on. It says domestic violence often occurs when the abuser believes that the abuse is an entitlement, acceptable, justified, or unlikely to be reported. It may produce an intergenerational cycle of abuse in children and other family members who may feel that such violence is acceptable or condoned. Many people do not recognize themselves as abusers or victims because they may consider their experiences as family conflicts that got out of control. Awareness, perception, definition, and documentation of domestic violence differs widely from country to country. Domestic violence often happens in the context of forced or child marriage. And lastly, this is last paragraph, it says, in abusive relationships, there may be a cycle of abuse during which tensions rise and an act of violence is committed, followed by a period of reconciliation and calm. Victims of domestic violence may be trapped in domestic violence situations through isolation, power and control, traumatic bonding to the abuser, cultural acceptance, lack of financial resources, fear, shame, or to protect children. As a result of abuse, victims may experience physical disabilities, dysregulated aggression, chronic health problems, mental illness, limited finances, and a poor ability to create healthy relationships. Victims may experience severe psychological disorders, such as post-traumatic stress disorder. Children who live in a household with violence often show psychological problems from an early age, such as avoidance, hypervigilance to threats, and dysregulated aggression, which may contribute to vicarious traumatization. Yeah. So it was a bit of a long one, family, but I think that it hit on quite a few things that we may not have known or wouldn't have attributed to domestic violence. All right, Brother Israel's back. Brother Israel's back. Bless up yourself, brother. You went to the. I'm not even saying nothing. You got a shop.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
man.
someone wants to
Trust me.
take you into the attic or something, good you. I don't talk.
Big up. Yeah, it's still cutting out when you're talking, but I just about made it out still. Yeah, man. See, I don't know, man. Like I'm saying, ain't that proof of what I was actually talking about? You get me? Like that some gal just can't be told nothing. Because end of the day, what did I actually say that was so offensive to any woman? that there's a communication breakdown, that there's a problem where some man I just feel like they can't get no support. That's a reason for this girl to get mad and start getting upset and wilding out, coming at my name every 10 seconds. This is the point I was making. Some girl just can't be told nothing. You get me? You tell them little facts that's gonna try benefit them and benefit us as people. Yeah. And obviously from a man who's been through stuff and seen a lot of stuff, I'm trying to explain, yeah, why some black men are going outside of their race. You get me? And she can't even hear it. She want to shoot the messenger. You get me? This is what I'm saying. Can't tell them nothing. And these are the reasons why some black men ain't gonna deal with a woman like that. Who's dealing with a woman like that? You try to tell them something little basic and that, yeah, we need to have some more communication. She's running her mouth. Does that make sense? Like, who's gonna want a
Jump
woman like that?
on, Empress, man. Jump on, man. Jump on. Because I'm sure it's just. And the thing is, in it, when you're writing as well, it probably don't look like it's support. You get me? So hopefully she'll jump on and more verbalize it, man.
You get me?
Sometime,
Trying to tell
and you
them,
know.
look, she's just the exact example of the woman I was talking about. You get me? Instead of saying, yeah, okay, then let's communicate and let's discuss it. She just want to run out, bomb a clap, man. Imagine, yeah, coming home, yeah, to a girl like that. You trying to tell her, yo, I need a bit more support, or we need to communicate more, and she want to run out mode. You get me? Idiot thing, bro. Who's putting up with that in their yard every day? Of course, he's gonna leave you. This is why you got. You know what I'm saying? This is the problem. Yeah. Some girl, like, obviously, I understand that. I'm not saying women have to do everything that their man says, but if their man's telling them a thing that is a problem in their relationship, and you just want to run your mouth, yeah, that's a problem. Obviously, it's gonna go in it. Welcome to you.
I don't even see how you and sis got onto this, like you said communication skills and patience are a defect of black women only. You said communication skills and patience are a defect with black women only. Do you want to answer that as well?
What was it? Is it only for black women?
She said, you said communication skills and patience are a defect with black women only.
No, I didn't say that. That's a bomber clock lie. Get me? I've never said at one point it's for black women only. I'm talking about us. I ain't talking about no one else. Yeah, I'm talking about us. I'm saying, yeah, end of the day, when it comes to other communities, yeah, like, we don't see the power struggle going on in the yard. You hear me? Like, we don't see it. Like, I'm not saying individual cases, yeah, obviously, but I'm saying, like, as a nation, as a people, we don't see it from the other people, but we see it with us. Obviously, I understand it's by design. We never made it that way ourselves, but it's just what it is. I mean, we have to address it rather than
I
fucking.
don't think I have to disagree there, as I think it's going on in many houses, bruv. You understand me? Like I said, I just think because we speak English and our thing's always out there, it may seem more apparent. You understand me?
Yeah, but why isn't everybody else
Okay,
going out?
and what I would even say further, is that maybe in the other houses the struggle isn't on. It might be a different struggle. You with me? Whereby it's the women that are, I don't use the word victims. You know what I'm saying to you, but they're under it. Because what I'm trying to say is that I know women in other communities. You understand what I'm saying to you? And as women, they would like to have more of a say. You understand me? And to be a bit more, you get me? In 2020, that's what I'm saying. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts, man.
Yeah,
Do you
maybe
understand the point I'm making? Like, I understand that you want. I can see that you can look at other communities and be like, yeah, I like that because obviously they kind of got their women on lock, or it seems like the women are a bit more submissive, or it seems like the man never got more say in that. I understand that, but yeah, it's even over there. It swings and roundabouts, man.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
because
agree,
then,
innit?
because then for a lot of them, man, they're overly stressed because they got too much responsibility.
Yeah, fair enough, innit?
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I'm not making excuses. You get me? We're
But what
just
I'm
trying
saying
to
is,
find
yeah,
a balance.
all I'm saying is, but I'm just discussing the results, and I'm not saying everybody don't have the same struggle, but I'm saying it results in us having broken families, single mother homes, and it don't result in them having it as much. You know what I'm saying? So like even if we've got the same struggles, what's making us, our results end up so much worse than theirs when it comes to the family structure. You get me? And what I'm saying is the reason why is because they're not having this power battle in their house. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's the only difference. Everyone's got problems. I agree. Everyone's gonna have little disagreements and arguments. You get me? But when it comes to an actual power struggle, a man having to like suppress his nature because this big man girl can't. You get me? It's just gonna kick him out the yard. You get me? So like it can only last so long. It's not sustainable. That's what I'm saying, and this is why we're having the problems we're having today.
Okay, so we're back to this suppression of nature again. So let's see if we can, if you can give me. Okay, so how, for example, how does a white woman react to this nature that you believe black women are suppressing?
Say that last bit again.
This suppression of nature, yeah, that you're saying, yeah, and I've
Yeah,
heard you say it quite a few times. So it is obviously a thing, yeah.
yeah.
And I think I asked you what does this nature look like, and I'm not sure if you gave me the answer. I just think I heard you say
All right,
just
all right. In this nature, put it this way: for a man, put it like we know how the things set up. Majority of the time now, society, it's gonna be the woman's house, and the deeds and that, You know what I'm saying? To begin with, obviously. Then, guess what? That's automatically now, the woman has the power. So when the argument does get to that level and it does get bad, this ain't our house now where we're both gonna have to sort it out because we've got to share this house. It's my house and you're just gonna get out. So what I'm saying is, like man has to now suppress his nature, you get me, just to get along in this house. You get me? Just to flip it, get little piece. And I'm saying that's just suppressing his nature. Ain't sustainable. You get me? It's gonna come to a point where he meets another woman who, you get me, is more supportive or whatever. And you get me, he's gonna think, why am I like nah, you know what I'm saying?
but if he goes to live in her yard, it's the same thing again in a bedroom. Ain't no different.
Yeah, but
So
what I'm saying is there's like but what I'm saying is like if he meets a woman now who actually understands that, yo, my man is my, you get me, my protector, my keeper, you get me, this and that, and she treats him as such. Like, what's he gonna do?
yeah, but
You know
you
what I'm
moved
saying?
the goalposts a bit there, though, man.
No, I'm saying like, fair enough. It's her yard, but I'm talking about the mentalities now. Both for the women, it's both for the women's house, isn't it? But one woman has got this mentality of where it's her yard, the man ain't can't tell her nothing, and then there's another woman who sees it as, oh yeah, even though it's my house, indeed, this is the man of my house, I'm gonna deal with him accordingly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
I'm gonna show him,
mm.
you know. So there's two different mentalities, even though they both own a yard, and all I'm saying is like that first mentality, and it's not even just about the material yard. It's just about man having to step on eggshells, just to keep his girlfriend happy and that, and I don't know, man. Like I said, you get me. I'm just, I'm kind of speaking for myself as a man, and I'm speaking for people that I've seen it happen to. You get me? I'm just saying it's not sustainable. Yeah, man. And this is the reason why we have so much broken homes. One of the reasons, not the only. Obviously, there's a lot of men that do infidelities. You get me? Unnecessarily. There's a lot of men that are just, you get me? Just farce, and you know what I'm saying. So I'm not putting it all on the women. I'm just saying, like the women have stuff to do as well. You get me? Like how the men have got a lot of work to do. So do our women. Mhm. That must be fair.
I hear that still.
You get me? So that must be fair.
Yeah. Huh? No, I hear you, man. Yeah, that nature bit I do find very interesting. I'm not gonna lie, and
Yeah,
I do
but
understand. I think I do understand what you're saying without you kind of saying it fully. Um, And that's why I said, in a way, I do kind of feel sorry for you because, but again, I'm also saying that I don't think it's just black men. I really don't. But I think obviously because our dynamics are of such at this particular moment in time, it may just seem more highly visible to us. You know what I mean? But them struggles are going on elsewhere. But all right then. I mean, yeah, what you're explaining there, that's not, we've heard of them kind of things from long time still. Unfortunately, like I said, going back to how a lot of single women were able to get their flats and whatever in the first place, it's kind of continued. But what I wanted to ask you is,
I'm just saying, yeah, men need, like, like how women want to be supported and they want to, they want to feel supported, yeah, and want to feel listened to and valued. Yeah, I mean, men want them things too, innit? You know what I'm saying? So if you're not supporting your man and you're not valuing him, yeah, don't expect that treatment, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's gonna fight what he will. It's just as simple as that. And I'm telling you that as a brother, you get me? Ain't no man versus woman thing. I'm saying I want all of us to have good relationships in it and healthy ones.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, yeah, if you're not gonna
I
deal
hear
with him in
that
a
still.
certain way, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, I hear that, man.
So, brother Ezra, can you do your part of the exercise? It's
Say
suggested.
again.
Can you do your part of your exercise that you suggested?
You're breaking up, one more time, please.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Can you do your part of the exercise that you suggested?
Oh, what my suggestion is, I just think like we have to try and change the mentalities on both sides. Men have to adopt more of a mentality where we are trying to provide. Like, even if we're not the main breadwinners in the house, even if our woman earns more than us, we have to still be in have a state of mind where we want to provide, we want to support our family, we want to be there for our kids. Want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Men have to do that. You get me? And I don't feel like enough of us do have that mentality right now. Maybe as you get older, black men kind of change. You get me? Enough of the times. By the time men do actually come to that stage, they've already had 2 kids, probably 2 different baby mothers. You get me? Rare before that actually. You know what I'm saying? But I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm saying there has to be a mentality change amongst men and women. Women have to understand that when they have got a man and they call that man their king, you have to treat him as such. Get me? And if he's not living up to it, you have to help him. You know me? Support him to be that king that you want him to be in it. Don't like put him down and badmouth him. That ain't gonna help. You get me? You know what I'm saying? Support him, make him be that help him to be that man that you want in it. Get me?
I think that was well said and honest. I'm speaking on behalf of black men and what black men need to do.
Sorry, say that again. Last bit.
No, I said that was honest. That's
Yeah.
very honest,
Oh
speaking
yeah,
about,
man.
yeah.
I just think it's a mentality thing, man. Like, obviously, we're in this system now, yeah, where, like, it's the same thing I was explaining earlier with the Willie Lynch, where in slavery, was taking the male away, making the woman realize that the black man can't protect her, and the black man, you get me, will never be able to protect her in this system. It's the same thing today, you get me? Either whether they're taken away to jail or whether it's the women's just given a yard if she claims she's single. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the exact same thing, same mentality that's been forced on us in just a different way. Take away the man, give the woman the power. You get me? So, and I feel like we just have to realize what's going on. You
No,
get me?
definitely. I think if that's the situation that we're in, then the woman can't really do anything. If it is easier for her to get the yard or the other stuff, like you said, then that's why so many men don't have the yards and stuff like that. It's about, like what Mr. Lee said, is working as a team. Like, once you get together and be like, boom, okay, like let's utilize what I can get, let's utilize what you can get. but for the better of us. Do you know what I mean? Instead of blaming each other for the conditions that we have no control of, let's take advantage of it. Like if you are with a girl who has a place or whatever platform, like how can we get onto that? How can we look about buying it? How do we look about, do you know what I mean? And working as a team and like
Yeah,
whatever
100%.
benefits you can get. Yeah. So it's just we're in a fucked up
Enough of
system.
the time, it's like, even though we're in the same yard, yeah, it's like not much teamwork's going on. So it's like you're trying to better yourself over there, I'm trying to better myself over here, but it's like there's no real teamwork business going on. Like we're not building nothing
Absolutely.
together. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And that's because we're not taught, like everything has been like just get. Do you know what I mean? And then just because you're in a relationship, people think that, oh, people like like evolve their mindset. They're still in that. There's just two of them now just saying get my. But if they stop and be like, hold up, together we're a force, together we're more powerful, then like, do you know what I mean? The sky is not even the limit. And I think once we start clocking that and start manipulating the systems better for our advantage, it's better. Like for example, there was like a thing going off about recently, it's just ended about the mortgages, right? And they were just saying that like if you opened up an account with one of the banks, it's like a mortgage ISA, right? And I was telling people to get it, and people were like, and it just said that it's for an individual, and there was it was a very like there was so much you had to be to apply for it, right? So what I was telling people is purchase it, go and open your account. All you have to do is put a pound in. Now remember,
Yeah.
that's not per household, that's for an individual. So if there's two people living in that household who are of healthy age, can go and open an account and put a pound in, you've got two savings accounts in one household, saving towards a mortgage. Put that together. On top of that, the government is
'Cause
giving the money.
they double the money when you take it out.
Exactly. That's the mentality how it works. If that's just what the system's doing, fine. This is
They're
how
not
we're
doing it
gonna do
anymore.
it.
They stopped doing it.
They stopped it in November.
Yeah. It was £1 to open it.
Just a quid. So it's little things like that. Like even though the system has made it out like everything's individual, you go and get your eyes, or you go and get your eyes, and stuff like that. You see with these new builds that are springing up around with people. Yeah, have you seen a majority of the people that are going are young couples? Young couples are going into a lot of these new builds on the back of these springs, on the back of these breaks. The government has to do at the moment because it's not just the ethnics that are getting suffering under the current situation. It's mainstream. Yeah, so they have to step in, and they're giving out so much breaks, so much opportunities. They advertise as individuals, but these people, they're getting their shit together. The missus getting it, the missus are getting it, they're putting it together and they're buying out these yards and using it as a stepping stone. They're working the system. So even though the system's set up and that's for the woman, this one's for the man, cool. Let's sit down, find out what you can get as a man, and let's find out what I can get as a woman. Let's put our shit together and move on.
Yo, Ezra, I can't agree with you in a sense, bro.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
I can remember a time. Well, if you look at head of household now, that title is pretty much relegated to whoever earns more. I remember when I was coming up, well, my father ain't have a job for a minute, but he was still head of the household within my household. You get what I'm saying? And my mom was out there getting it, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, but she still relinquished that head of household title to my father, even though he was out of work for a period of time. You get what I'm saying? But you can't find that today. It's I pay the bills, you know. So now this term head of household come with stipulations. It's built around wages. You get what I'm saying? So it's different in a sense, and it's just a snapshot based on my family that I've seen, and you know, it is what it is now. But if you got a female now that's doing it, and her spouse or whatever ain't really, she calling the shots, and it didn't used to be so. And this based on a snapshot of me. It didn't used to be like that, but you know, it's hard to recapture that period in time where, you know, the head of household never changed, but now it was built on wage earning. So this head of household thing and strong, it tilts one way this next day, next month, week to week, whoever bringing in the most income is the head of household now, and that's how I kind of see it. I could be wrong or way off, but again, it's just a snapshot of what I've captured so far. Check.
Okay, I can hear
Yo,
you. I can hear you.
yeah, but Isaac, I couldn't hear you couldn't hear me still, and I fully agree with that. Still, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what my grandma was talking about before when she was telling when she was blaming my mum and my aunties, for this breakdown in the black family because she's saying like, I never taught you this. You get me? What did I teach you that you can have a job, but you still look after your man. Basically, your man is still the head of your home. Get me? But what have you taught your daughters? Get me? Oh, you don't need a man. Look back yourself. Make sure you do this and do that. Wait back yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that was where the breakdown happened. Get me? It's mad. Like she fully clapped what was going on, and she broke it down. She said like, my parents' generation is the problem. Like they wasn't taught this stuff. What they taught their kids, they wasn't shown this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that's why I be like, it ain't totally the male thing. You get what I'm saying? Like I understand there's a lot of it's male driven. Like we should change, but I think it's twofold, man. But the narrative is typically the black man need to do this, do that. Is learn how to communicate, but it's both ways. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
both ways need to work. We both need work, and definitely, I just feel like for us to prosper as a people, and for us to like decline this like men going outside of the race, we have to seriously address. You get me? And, even if it risks hurting our feelings, like content crazy. You get me? Like both sides. Men are gonna hear stuff that they don't like hearing. Women are gonna hear stuff they don't like hearing. But it's true. It's true, innit? You know what I'm saying? Let's like build on the facts.
Yeah. So it's a slippery slope, but it's crazy, man. It's crazy how the narrative is always this black man got to do this and do that, and I'm not anti, women doing their thing. You get what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
we gotta tell both sides of the story at the same time, and that's all I'm saying. Like
100%.
we just
100%.
gotta tell both sides.
And it's all right saying black men have got to do this, black men have got to do that, but we have to address why they're doing what they're doing in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like for instance, my daughter. I spoke to my daughter recently, and she's married, and she used to, oh, my husband, I said, so what does he want to do? She's like, did you hear me? What I'm saying? I said, I hear you, but what does he want to do? And it was the purchasing of a car. You get what I'm saying? They was arguing over a car.
Yeah.
And I said, what does he want to do? So she said, well, he don't want to get this car. I said, case closed.
That's it. But,
And she
but
looked,
really,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, because
And if you don't
really,
want my
this
advice,
is
don't call me. You better call somebody who's
yeah,
going to say, girl, no, he can't tell me nothing. But if you call me, I'm going to say case closed.
exactly. And then guess what? If you never told her that, what would have happened at home? Most likely, they're arguing. She's saying she wants this and that, and then basically,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? The power struggle begins in the house now when there shouldn't be no power struggle. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you've taught her a
She,
valuable lesson. You know
yeah,
what I'm
she
saying?
wanted some real expensive car. And he said, no, let's get, a certain type of car until we get to where, but you know how people try to live a certain look
Yeah.
or whatever. And I was like, nah, listen to what he just said. Bye-bye.
That's what I'll be like, you know. I'm sure I'll be like that, you know. I hope, hopefully. Mm-hmm.
Let me go on mute. I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, man. Big up. Yeah, man. Like that's what I'm saying, and I don't know.
I think it's I think more than everything, I'm hearing that you want a level of submission, man. I
Not
think
even submission. Not submission. That's the wrong word. You get me? Like, just
something along them lines, though.
No, I'd say yeah, just a level of understanding that the man is the man. You get me? And he's gonna be the head of his house if we're doing it in the right order. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. If we're gonna accept that and we're gonna live by them principles, then this power struggle don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Women runs the house day by day. Man ain't gonna argue with her on majority of the things. But when it comes to something like buying a new car, yeah, and on the finances, I'm probably, you know what I'm saying, very rare. Like money ain't like right now at the stage where you want it to be at to buy this car. Yeah, you're gonna have to understand that. So what to make you happy? Broke myself, go buy the car now. Yeah, and then not be able to maintain it or not be able to live good because I've got this expensive car. Like, you know what I'm saying? All because of what? You know what I'm saying? So if that's another scenario where you know should be just like there should be no power struggle. Obviously,
Ezra, my brother, I'm here. I'm back.
yeah, man, big up sis.
Big up. I wanted to speak to you on some things I heard, yeah, and I didn't want to type in case you took it the wrong way, so I thought I'll just come and address you in it. So you mentioned
Okay.
one key word, yeah, and you mentioned the word power. I wanted to know what makes you think women have this so-called power, and if we do, in your eyes, what is the power I guess we hold, and is it actually detrimental to us, or is it a good thing for us?
Well, the power you hold is a man's peace of mind in the yard. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know what I'm saying? A man knows if he wants peace in his yard, yeah, to like basically make the woman happy. That's how we've got it in this dynamics. I mean, but what I was saying is that's not sustainable because it's gonna come to a point where the man ain't feeling that no more. That he's gotta basically give this woman power just to maintain peace. You know what I'm saying? And make her rule him. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why I was saying, yeah, maybe a power struggle is the wrong word, but it's like I don't know. We just need an understanding that we have different roles in it. When it comes to like the housely stuff, yes, you have the power in that. You get me? Man can't tell you how to come and wash the clothes. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to certain things, don't come and tell the man not to do it. Like
No, I hear
I
you,
don't
but I
know.
think I would argue back then, if I'm being logical now, I would argue back, well, this so-called greatness of power is actually damaging to us because what you deem as power, I deem as I don't deem it as power. I deem it as I don't. This is why I said earlier, and I brought up the whole understanding, the lack of
Yeah.
understanding. Because where you would say power, I don't understand that. I would say what you're
All
calling
right.
power is like stress. Remember, we've got to be the mother, the father, the homemaker, the provider, and we've got to raise children, both male and female, and still be seen in society as strong black women. No mental health issues, no drug issues, none of that. We've still got to uphold all of that. But you would deem that as power. We would deem that as actually as detrimental to our health.
No, I'm saying nah, but I'm saying like I agree with that. That is a powerful black woman, like, and that's why you get me. I rate them because a lot of black women have to do that exactly that what you just mentioned, and that's powers. You get me? But what I'm saying is, yeah, like the reason, like the man, yeah, in that scenario didn't necessarily want it to be like that. What I'm saying is, if this woman, yeah, just feels like she has to run everything and don't have to listen to the man about anything. Yeah, then that is quote unquote power. You get me? And what I'm saying is the man will go along with that for peace and little pum pum and that. You get me? We'll go along with that for a while just to, you get me? But I'm saying it's not sustainable.
Yeah, and then I
Like,
think we also got to look, and I'm hearing the brothers struggle, but you've got to hear when I'm just talking amongst my sisters. Then, minute I'm hearing these arguments I'm gonna be the voice of the sisters. Then, when I'm hearing them talking about the problems we're having in today, so a lot of the sisters I will hear say things like, "Well, I'm with a man, but if I get rid of him, he's not even going to want to look at the youth then because he doesn't want to not acknowledge the youth them unless I'm a part of the equation." Basically, he don't want to know his youth them unless he's got the woman. So it's like he's using the woman as leverage. So if the woman gets rid of him, then he's not even going to fart on the kids them. You understand? He's going to think, well, you don't want me, boo, go and do it on your own. He won't think, let me still continue to be the father I'm supposed to be, whether we're in a relationship or not. What do we say to that? That's another part of the black, I guess, relationship destruction, where a man only wants to acknowledge children once he's with the mother. If the mother doesn't want him, then he's not going to fart on her or the kids.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to bounce out now. Just bless up to Lady D as well. I'm just going to bounce out now. But I'll be listening.
Okay.
Bless up, Christine. Thanks for coming through, sis.
Bless up. I love the input you added.
Great input.
No problem, man. I just wanted to make sure things were cleared up with me and Brother Ezra. So I'm glad we managed to do that reasoning. You know what I mean? So yeah, me out.
All right, one love, sis.
Yeah. It's deep still. Like, I don't know. Really, like, all right.
It's a deep one because we can put out all the concerns we have from the male's point of view, for the female's point of view regarding the black household, but there's a lot of aspects that I don't think we're looking at, because what we don't want to do, and this is what I'm being very mindful to do, is paint black men out as some victims out here, because it struggles on both sides. Nor am I trying to paint the black woman as some victims out here. The fact of the matter is we're victims of one big whole plot against us, yeah? So ain't none of us more victimized than the other. And that's what I don't want to hear. Like, and Anifa, I'm not even sure, quickly just to come off subject for 1 second. Remember I was talking about the rights for fathers the other day, and I said we need to do a show on that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Are we going to touch on that, or are we going to leave that for another show?
You can do, although, yeah, it depends if you're going to be here, because you can see I'm kind of in and out. So if you need it to be like proper, maybe, you get me?
Yeah, because as much as I'm speaking on what it is, as much as I'm speaking on the fathers who don't really want to have to be involved in their children's life unless the woman's involved, there's also another aspect to that, the flip side of the coin, where you've got the mothers, if she can't hold on to the man, then she will use the children as leverage to get at the man. Do you understand? And then where's his rights regarding his children? So it's both sides of the coin. I'm trying to be mindful not to make anyone more victimized than the other.
In the interest of balance, but yeah, all we've done is introduce it, sis. So like I said, there's going to be a few topics around the thing, man. So you know what I mean, nothing's set in stone. So if you want to introduce it, it's not a problem, man. Did you hear me, Divine?
Oh, sorry, sis. Yeah, my phone's on a madness right now. But yeah, I heard you still. Yeah, it's just that if we're going to discuss it, like Ezra was saying earlier, let's put it all out on the table and have it out. But Ezra, bro, I need to make sure you know this as well. Yeah, I heard you mention earlier about the other communities that don't really have up. I would say I'm disagree with that, and I tapped that in the chat like I disagree. One good thing about sitting on other panels that are not our panels is hearing their conversations. Bro, you will be very much surprised to hear the shit they're going through over there. When you're hearing man talking about taking away women's rights, they need to get back to the cave days, and they need to basically dragging their women by their hair and beating them over their head with a baton, keeping them locked down in the house. You think we've got issues? You ain't heard nothing yet, my brother. You need to hear where they're having their discussions amongst themselves. It's in all the communities. I'm not even going to front to you. The reason why it seems like it's a black thing is because it's always stereotyped that way and highlighted that way. But trust and believe it's not us. We actually ain't got it as bad as them. They got it worse. To the point they're beefing over it. Like,
see, I agree with that. That's what I was trying to say to him, man. I agree with that, man. Because, like I said, I know some women in other thingy bobbies, and I wouldn't exchange their thing for 4 houses. You get me? They could have a house, they could more, you know, them ones. Because it's the trade off. Is the trade off worth it? Your piece of all these varying things, man. Because there's a lot of women are walking around out there, and they're just a show, man. Real talk.
For real. They would trade places with us 110% if they could. Don't get
all
it twisted,
day
Ezra.
long. All day long.
Mm-hmm.
All day long.
I just think, obviously, when it comes to our community and our struggle, they always seem to want to highlight us, and, you know, as we're dysfunctional, our homes are broken down, our men are out there doing drugs or in prison, our women are ratchet as hell, twerking and doing all this stuff. But really and truly, that's just a cover up to cover up their own shit. Let's be real about it. They're using all that because we're so upfront and blatant with ours and it's out there. It just looks the way it does, that it's just a black community thing. But trust and believe it's not. Trust and believe. You want to hear when they're arguing over there? I just sit back, fall back, and start giggling. They go toe to toe. So, bro, don't ever get this misconception in your head. Like, yeah, it's a black. Nah, trust and believe. Ours is systematically being designed that way. Theirs is naturally that way. Think about it. Is that madness over there?
Facts. And I'm saying, in the time where everyone else is on a mazza, this is our time to straighten up. You know what I mean? Without distraction, whilst everyone else is on a mazza. But we definitely have to be the change we want to become. No doubt. So, was there something that you wanted to read out, Divine? I wasn't sure if there was something. Did you have something
No,
to read?
sis. No, what I think we should do, I think this topic is really good. It's interesting to hear everybody's opinions and different ways of viewing this thing here, I think we should stick on this one, and then eventually we should get on to the father rights and the campaigns of the fathers, what's going down in our community, how a lot of our men are very clueless when it comes to law, where their rights are at, what they could be doing, what they should be doing. Do you see what I'm saying? That should be a whole separate show still and dedicated to that. And I think more men should be speaking up on that one. And if us women can add to it and give them information, then sure.
All right, so we'll have to do a call out for
The brothers to step up.
London.
Yep.
Do a call out for London. So okay then. So I was gonna try and bring up some stats. So according to the Office of National Statistics, which is the ONS, about 4.2% of men and 7.9% of women suffered domestic abuse in the UK during 2018. This equates to about 685,000 male victims and 1,300,000 women. 16% of violent crimes is domestic abuse, though domestic abuse is least likely to be reported to police. Yeah, so 1,300,000 a year. All right, I'm gonna read a couple more bits of stats, and then I just got to quickly do something. Right, domestic abuse. Right. Okay, domestic abuse will affect 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men in their lifetime. This is coming from a website called Living Without Abuse. That's it. Okay, it says domestic abuse leads to an average 2 women being murdered each week and 30 men per year. Domestic abuse accounts for 16% of all violent crimes. However, it is still the violent crime least likely to be reported to police. Domestic abuse has more repeat victims than any other crime. It says on average there will have been 35 assaults before a victim calls the police. Wow, on average 35 assaults before the victim calls the police. Domestic abuse is the single most quoted reason for becoming homeless, and that's said Shelter 2002. Domestic abuse in 2010, the Forced Marriage Unit responded to 1,735 reports of possible forced marriages. In addition, approximately 400 people commit suicide every year who have attended hospital for domestic abuse injuries in the previous 6 months. 200 of these attend hospital on the day they go on to commit suicide. Wow. And it has been estimated that domestic abuse costs the public £23 billion per annum. This includes the cost of the criminal justice system, to the health service, to social care, and to housing. It is widely accepted, however, that this figure is underestimate, as there are so many costs that cannot be measured. So they think it's probably more than that, 23 billion. Wow. The Home estimates that each domestic abuse murder costs the country just over £1 million and totals £112 million per annum. Wow. 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 Okay. 13 million. What's this? Wow. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6. Yeah, so that means statistically, do you know what I mean? There's some of us on this panel or in the chats who are either going to be facing domestic violence or we're going to be doing a bit of domestic violence, according to them stats. Still, did you hear that, Ezra? Did you hear them stats, fam? Okay, no problem, no problem. Okay. Well, £23 billion a year. They're saying that that is costing 23 billion. Wow, per annum. Domestic abuse costs 23. Wow, billion. Wow, wow, 23 billion. That's a lot, man. Oh my gosh. 23. That sounds like an arm. The arms like the arms bill to artists. 23 billion. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, 23 billion. Sorry to repeat myself, but oh blimey. 23 billion, you know. Billion, you know. Oh my gosh. Bless up, Becca. My gosh.
Yo, bless up. I've got loads. Cause obviously, as you know, I was gonna start my own. I was gonna do my own show on it, but I can share some of the information that I've got.
You understand? So,
no, it's all good, man. It's all good, man. I don't mind. I'll screen share. I've got, because obviously the statistics. I've got statistics on men and women. Okay. There's an organization called Mankind that actually is an organization for men that experience domestic violence, and I actually got statistics from them, and it compares the domestic violence between women and men.
So let me. How's it looking?
To be fair, because obviously, like you said, domestic abuse doesn't really get reported. They can only go off what's been reported, so the statistics only obviously reflect what's been reported. So they believe there is many more like domestic abuse cases out there. So yeah, hang on. Let me just
23 billion, Becca, a year.
I know,
they're saying
it's terrible. That's why I'm training to become what I want to become as a DV worker, because the awareness needs to be put out there.
Mm.
So, but yeah, I'm
Oh,
sharing
well
my
done for
screen.
doing that, girl. Well done, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm training to do right now. So
Excellent.
hopefully we can make make people a bit more aware. But yeah, I'm sharing my screen lines if you can show it. But yeah, so
Yeah, hold
basically
on.
these are the statistics that I'm. But obviously the statistics I've got is from like 2014, 2015. Because at the time I was doing this paper last year, so I might have to update the statistics. But to be fair, I don't think it's going to be dramatically different.
Hold on, I've just got to hide this. One sec. 1 in 4 women experience domestic violence in her lifetime. 2 women are killed each week by a common for two a week. In the year ending March 2016, 1.2 million women reported experiencing domestic abuse in England alone. 1.2 million, that's far too many, man. My God. Well, the number is shocking. We can. You have to read that, man.
Yeah, whilst this number is shocking, we also know it's grossly underestimated. The cap of number of violent crimes published set at 5%, 5 per victim, means that even a woman experience 100 incidents of domestic violence, only 5 would make it into official data. Thanks to research by Professor Sylvia Wallaby, we know that the cap to be removed, the number of incidents of domestic violence would increase approximately by 70%. So that, and then obviously this following document here that I've got, obviously, is by Mankind Initiative. Obviously, this is about male victims of domestic partner abuse. They've done it in like 35 key factors. And anyone can download this. They should be able to either download it. I think it's a PDF file. If you just type in Mankind Initiative on the Google, you'll be able to find it. So the first key, one of their key ones that they did, key facts, is 15% of men and 26% of women aged 16 to 59 had experienced some form of domestic abuse since the age of 16, equivalent to an estimated 2.4 million male victims and 4.3 million females. For every 3 victims of a domestic abuse, 2 will be female, 1 will be male. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 to 7 men suffer from domestic abuse in their lifetime. See, the thing is, with domestic abuse, it covers quite a lot of things. I mean, a lot of people just think it's violence, and it isn't. And that's another reason why I want to do my show, because I'm actually breaking it down. What is domestic violence, and try and get people to realize that it's not just the physical violence. There's financial abuse, there's emotional abuse, there's psychological abuse, all this. And it's not just a partner that can do this to you. It could be family members that do this to you.
Right. Yeah, I read out. I'm thinking about even I learned quite a few things. I'm not gonna lie, man. In terms of the whole, like you said, most people just expect it to be, like normal, man and woman be up to, but it's far more.
No, yeah, I mean, for instance, like certain cultures, when you marry someone or whatever, you're not just marrying the man, you're marrying their family. So if you're moving into their family home and this and that, it could be your in-laws that's doing it to you.
For real. And I know of 1 and 2, but yeah, man. And that's what I'm saying. Even if it spoke about that, so clearly it was quite a good definition that was read out. So yeah, good luck with that studying for that DV thing. Big up yourself for that, man. Definitely.
Yeah, someone has to do it.
Are you enjoying it?
No, I'm really passionate. I think because I'm so passionate about it, Nines, I'm gonna do it I'm just so passionate about it. So obviously I'm gonna do the best to my there's no point me being in a job or whatever, if you want to call it a job, or doing something that I'm not passionate about.
Facts.
And so obviously this is one of the things that I kind of hold class up close to my heart because obviously I've been through it. Do you know what I'm saying? And it wasn't just obviously my ex-partner that did it to me. Obviously, my stepfather was physically abusive towards me as a child. So it's like he was like, look, that's why I was agreeing with you guys earlier when you were saying about the learnt behavior. And that's a true statement. A lot of it is from learnt behavior. Like even the mindset that you guys were talking about, that's also learnt behavior. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the reason some of these men and women abuse others is because obviously their mindset of, like say for instance, I don't really want to put it on the men, but like obviously it is mainly from the statistics, it's mainly men that do it. It's like they look at us as property. They don't look at us as a human being. I mean, remember that woman that I was saying about Pat Craven that I said to go read her book, The Living with the Denominator? She actually worked with men. She was a probation officer. She actually worked with men that committed domestic violence against women. And obviously, so she obviously did little groups for them and things like that, and got inside their minds to figure out why they do these certain things, to the point that for instance, I think she must have asked a guy obviously about his pregnant, like basically his pregnant girlfriend or wife or whatever it was, and they don't look at us as pregnant women. They look at us at that like this fat thing. You're fat, you're fat. That's what it is. They don't look at us at any, do you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Because they've been put in their head that women are weaker than them. And there's certain things that enforce it, like the society we live in, equal pay, for instance. It may not be a big thing for like what people say, but even with the equal pay thing, like women are lesser than the men. So it's just this narrative, and it's getting supported by films, music, do you know what I'm saying, by the media, everything, do you know what I'm saying? And obviously that's what enforces these beliefs to people thinking that we're lesser than them.
No, I hear that, man. I hear that. And it's even interesting to hear the perspective of it, you know what I mean? Someone from outside the community and so on. You was going in and out a bit for me there. Say something again, Becca.
Is that better? Hang on. That better?
All right. Yeah, because before you was a bit robotic, man. All right. So just say the last bit again, bruv.
No, I was just saying, it's just like certain things, like certain music, certain films, even like politicians, like parliament, equal pay, all them sort of things enforce their mindset to think that for like we're weaker than them. That's why I wouldn't say I'm a feminist, but I understand why feminists do what they do. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're going funny again, but so I heard you say you're not a feminist, but you can understand the sentiments behind the movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear that still. So how long's the course, my yacht?
There's different courses. I mean, I've recently finished one called the Freedom Program. That obviously, that's why I said read that book, because that book is what actually is the Freedom Program, and that's what they're actually putting out there for women who experience domestic violence. You go to the Freedom Program and you learn that. But it's a lot of training. I mean, obviously, for me to be an official DV, DV worker, I've got to go into volunteer positions. I've got to build up their trust. Because ultimately they're looking for people that have actually experienced it. So
of course.
Yeah, because it make that, because obviously I suppose we've got a better understanding of it. We can relate to it more. But it will take a long time till I'm actually officially a DV worker. But yeah, they give you all sorts of training, and obviously every year or so they obviously send you to retrain and stuff like that. So you're constantly being updated with certain things.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, good on you, man. And especially as it's something that you're actually passionate about, man. So that will make all the difference in the world, I'm sure, man. You know what I mean? And by the looks of it, there's not just women, but yeah, man, enough young girls I would even stress now, Becca. that need that type of talking. You know what I'm saying to you? Because I know there's people in their teens going through this stuff, or heard of, I should say. Is it? You know, teenagers doing all this malarkey, which I just think is just it's mad.
And the thing is, that's where it stems from. It stems from childhood behaviors. I mean, think about logically. If you're in a household that you see your father or your mother screaming and shouting at each other, up in each other's faces, pushing and shoving, you're not going to think anything of it when later on down the line, when you get into them sort of relationships. I mean, it's even this gang mentality as well. That's why a lot of these girls and boys go into the gang mentality, because of what problems they've got going on at home. And majority of the time it's because they're seeing or something's happening to them at home that they don't want to be at home.
Yeah, that's a good point, Becca. That's a very good point. That's a very good point still. Yeah. And even in saying that, you know what I mean, even there you can underline the difference between a house and a home.
Yeah.
You know them ones?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You know, the house is just a building, you know?
I mean, because
you know?
think that with me, that I started running away from home when I was around, 12, 13 years old.
Okay.
Because obviously I didn't like what was going on at home. Obviously, my mum didn't protect me the way she should have protected me. Do you know what I'm saying? So it kind of leads you down that path.
Your mum got it.
Pardon?
Do you know if it had happened to your mum at all?
Later down, a few years, obviously she's not with obviously my stepdad no more, but when she left him, she did say there was domestic violence or domestic abuse involved, but I never actually saw my stepdad physically do anything to her. But obviously he did argue a lot. He's very argumentative. Like, obviously she must have been scared of him at a certain point, because I mean, why would you let this man touch your child and you don't do nothing about it? You must have been scared to obviously do something. So maybe he was mentally abusing her. I know at one point when they moved to France, she couldn't leave the house because the car broke down. He wouldn't get it fixed. Obviously, they lived like literally in the middle of nowhere in South France. So obviously, them things there, that would be classed as abuse. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and obviously, things must have got pretty bad after I left, because obviously I left when I probably left home when I was 16. It must have got worse because my mum mentioned to me when we was talking that my little sister, who's actually 19 years old now, my little sister used to get physically ill when my stepdad used to come home.
Right, because she knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, as my dad says, yeah, was past his prologue, and like obviously just go on work for the future, which it seems like you're definitely doing, and you're, you know what I mean, you've taken responsibility, and most importantly to make sure you know that it don't get passed on to yours. So you know what I mean, pick up yourself for taking charge, man. You get me?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it takes a while to get to the point that I've been. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it took me years to figure out, like, fucking hell, like, I've gone the same route as my mum. Do you know what I'm saying? But I've been single, 3 years this month now, sis. So
that's not long.
For me, it is. Because obviously, like, because I have this fear, that's another thing why a lot of people stay in into like DV sort of relationships. Is that fear of being on your own, and that was my fear of being on my own. I didn't want to be on my own. So I was getting into relationships that
weren't shit.
Yeah, basically that wasn't that good. And obviously, like, because obviously the learnt behavior from my mum and obviously my stepdad, when certain shit was going on, I didn't see the red flags, as you call it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't see them because obviously it was just normal to me. But whereas now,
are you learning to love yourself, Becca?
I love myself. That's why I won't go into another relationship right now.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, like that's like, and I keep telling people, like, yeah, I've been single for 3 years now. A lot of people was like, oh, shouldn't you go find yourself a man? No, I shouldn't go find myself a man because I'm still healing. I'm still
Exactly.
working upon myself. So, like, I can't go into a relationship, like literally having someone stay with me, like a friend, even a friend that come stay with me like for 3 days or whatever. By the second day, they're pissing me off. Like, get the fuck out of my house. Like, I don't want you here.
Mm.
So
So
can you
you got
imagine
to
now if
love
I
your
got into
own
a
company as
relationship and
well.
yeah.
No, I'm saying you've grown to love your own company.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And like, I've got to that point where it don't bother me being on my own now. And I've said, you probably heard me say it before, so I don't see myself in another relationship anytime soon.
Yeah, listen, Rebecca, listen, respect due to you, man, because I always say that once you have a youth, you know, or in your case, you know what I mean, like going, you know what I mean, this man thing can't, you know what I mean, you can't just take it simple, especially if you've got girl children and all that. You understand me?
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's being a parent. It's a sacrifice, man. It's a sacrifice, man. And I would rate you more by just holding out and getting your shit together, getting your mind right and your spiritual self right. You with me? And just wait until the allotted time rather than you're out there just, you know what I mean, on some pinball thing. And
Yeah.
still the children, and remember, still there's a ripple effect to the children. You understand? Because children ain't stupid. So
No,
yeah.
my 9-year-old, she's very on the ball.
And again, you got girl children, so you get me. They gotta see mommy moving right. You
This
get
is it.
me?
This
If
is
they
it.
don't
This
see
is
mommy
it.
moving right, you know what's coming from your girl child, man. Some wrong movements. So
And another thing is like with domestic violence, like it does affect the children. It may not affect them there and then, but later on down the line, it will affect them. I mean, it's like my 9-year-old, because obviously he, like, my ex was around for a while. She had to obviously witness certain things, and now she's coming up to 10 now. She'll be 10 in March. Like, she's got emotional difficulties because obviously she's obviously suffering whatever she suffered from. Do you know what I'm saying? So obviously now she's got to go through therapy and things like that to get over her emotional difficulties because of what's happened. I mean, it's a big, do you know what I mean? It affects everybody around you. I mean, it affects the friends and family that you're involved with as well, because obviously they obviously don't want to see you get hurt, or they don't want you to be in that sort of relationship. But like, them even being involved with you while you're going through that is detrimental for that person as well, because that's why the perpetrators, they isolate the victim.
that's right. That's right. Which was certainly the case going back to the Joy. I want to say Gardner, but it's not that. But you know the same one that we was referring to that was part of the Israelite team
Oh
there.
yeah.
Yeah, so that was definitely her story, whereby the isolation and so forth and so on. So yeah, man. So let me ask you something before, because I'm less whatever, but I'm gonna have to wrap up. I've got some things to do. But so sis now, Carl, this is important. So if there's any women listening, regardless of what age, you understand what I'm saying to you? And they may be in a certain situation that involves DV. You understand? And it's basically getting to the point where it's too much. Have you got any advice for them, sis? You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean. Obviously, there might be a
Obviously,
situation.
I can't exactly tell them to leave them, because at the end of the day, that's
No,
ultimately their decision. But
no.
there is people out there. Don't think, yeah,
ones.
yeah. I mean, there is people out there. Don't think that you're on your own. There is organizations out there that can actually help you, and they won't judge you. They won't tell you to leave the guy. They will teach you how to be safe. Do you know what I'm saying? Even if you choose to stay with the guy, they will teach you how to be safe. They will help you with a safety plan. They will do you know what I'm saying? There's like little groups that you can go to for women. I mean, there's something called Women's and Girls Network that deal with women and obviously young girls. There's another organization, Naya Project, that's in Hackney.
which they can help. That even if you go on the National Domestic Violence Help online, there's people on there. There's another organization, Refuge. There's loads of people out there that can genuinely help you. And do you know what I'm saying? Like, don't think you're on your own. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Do you know what I'm saying? It took me God knows how many years for me to figure out that this relationship thing with him wasn't a good thing. And like I said, I've been single 3 years now. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm doing my thing. Like, I ain't got no one controlling me, telling me what to do. Like, I'm not walking on eggshells no more. But just don't think you're on your own. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. That's all, and that's it. Do you know what I'm saying? But just be careful. Just like, do you know what I'm saying? Just be like, try and stay as safe as possible.
Excellent, excellent. And before you go, or before we wrap up, have you got any days or scheduled when you're going to be speaking about this? Do you want to let the people know about your channel, etc., etc., etc.?
Yeah, I will be doing a show on it. Obviously, I'm doing quite a lot of extensive research into it because I want to be very, I want it to be very rounded. I don't want it to be all one-sided. So I've done a lot of information so far. I started it last year. I was meant to do this show last year, but obviously personal things got in the way and whatever. So I had to go deal with that. But yeah, my channel, obviously, Empress Becca, like, up, subscribe, whatever. And hopefully, as obviously we're talking about this week, I will try and do it. Let me think. I'll try and do it at some point this week. Obviously, I'll send out links or something and all that. But yeah, normally Mondays and Tuesdays I'm free. Rest of the week is kind of busy. But if I don't do it during the day, it will definitely be in the evening sometimes when the kids are in bed and sleeping, because I don't really want to talk about it when them lot are about. But yeah, hopefully sometime this week, as obviously there's a hot topic about it this week, I'll jump on it this week and yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try not to step on your toes. I didn't really realize that you're going to be doing that. But you know what I mean? I think there's enough space for, you know, all that information, as it were. So yeah, man, I'm gonna be speaking. You know, we're gonna look at different elements to it. So hopefully, I won't, like I said, step on your toes, girl.
No, you're not, definitely not stepping on my toes. I mean, you're more than welcome to jump over. I'm going to be doing it in sections because there's going to be so much information. I don't want to overwhelm people too much. And obviously, if people are tuning in that are going through that, it might be very emotional for them. So I will be breaking it down in like little sections. So the first section will be about the definition of domestic violence. And the next one will be the reasons behind. Do you know what I'm saying? So it will be done in parts. So it's not so overwhelming. But like, yeah, so definitely, obviously, pop over. Everyone's input is very much appreciated.
Yeah, man. Well, big up yourself, Becca, man. I like yourself. Like I said, man, like no, proper big ups, man, because not everyone's got the strength to even face it, not to mention go and train about it. And because I'm sure even with your training, there's certain things that you have to relive again and this, that, and the other. Yeah, man, big up yourself, man, 100%. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna go and do a couple of things. Trust me. Thank you, everyone. Yo, is that Big Odds? Big up yourself, Big Odds. I hope you're, you know what I mean? On the, I don't want to say road to recovery because that sounds fucked up, but I hope you're doing well, bro. You get me? I hope you're doing well, man. That's the best I can say. I hope you're doing well. So my sister TVM Press returns. You know what I mean? Always active in the chats. Big up yourself. You done know the done know. Let me just go through. 28th of the first month already, family. Tomorrow's an extra day. Anyone doing that whole getting married? No, we're joking. Bless up your sis, Lady Divine. Mr. Woods, thank you very much for your company, sir. My sister Kushti, passed through with her love and, you know what I mean? Then one gets, Wendy Woo, nice to see you pass through. Bun and Cheese, Manassa Nutton, Sniper Brown, 90 for women, men, and what's this? Did I missed this one? 90 for women, men, and dogs are loved unconditionally. Men are loved based on the conditions that they can provide something. Fact, big up 9. Oh dear. Men, women, no, hold on, 9. Women, men, and dogs are loved unconditionally. Men are loved based on the conditions that they can provide something.
I don't know. I don't necessarily see. I don't agree with that, man. I'm so sorry to say, man. I don't agree with that, man. And maybe it's about the circles and that, but I don't know, cause I know plenty of women that are loving man that really ain't. You get me? They're not. You get me? It's just not like that, man. So I'm gonna know about that one day. You know what I mean? Why don't you consistent? All right, that is definitely a conversation that you lot are having. Ah, vortex light. Oh my gosh. So Faz, on Sir Fashion, I watched the video 2 days ago. Vaspit jumped on and he got roasted by them for being a Christian, and still he was literally kissing their ass and begging for acceptance. Boy, we're moving forward, man. Trust me. Can't even bother with them something there. I'm sure I'll hear my name in lights a little bit later. Let's have a look where we got. So I'm just going through. Yep. So when you move past through, yeah. So all right then, family. Listen, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah. Oh, LeBron Akeem. Oh, Kiba has me a leave out. Yeah, come in. All right. Hope you've had a good sleep because I know you was up late last night. Thank you, LeBron. Thank you. Appreciate. Thank you. Appreciate all those that are still riding with me. Ain't looking to excommunicate me. Mama. Thank you very much, Becca, for passing through. Yeah. Today I will call you my special guest now.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Bless up.
But like I said, most importantly, just keep up the good work, man, and keep pushing on, man. You know what I mean? And you know, as I say, pat your power, girl. Give it a pat. I didn't hear nothing. I want to hear some patting, Becca.
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute. Hear that?
Oh, what thing, Becca? I saw your thing weird. Weird, Becca, weird. All right then, family. Listen, everyone have a wonderful day. Yeah, it's now 10 minutes to the 2. You know what I mean? Children should be coming home soon and all that good stuff. So whoever get organized, get organized. Yeah, put your finger on the notification bell, cause you never know when I'm gonna pop up. This has been a 9, and I'm out. One love, people. Big up yourself, Becca.
Yeah, bless up, sis.
Kiba, bless up yourself.